I cannot wait for that.
Let's go, baby. Oh man, here's the thing. I'm so hesitant to gloat. Like, I remember 2020 feeling like this, and I'm watching everything just going perfectly, and I'm like, oh man, we got this. And then the shenanigans that they play after. But something feels different tonight. Nick, how you feeling, Nick?
I'm feeling good at the moment. We got a lot of really good results coming in. Actually, it's literally breaking as we come on. I'll give you guys a little bit of an election update.
Yeah, let's get an election update.
We have the New York Times calling the following. These aren't surprising, none of the following, but Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Oklahoma for Donald Trump. Also, the New York Times finally also calling Florida. Florida, it's 84% total in, and Trump is winning by 11 points, which
No
is
way.
pretty incredible. But that's kind of what I was expecting, that it was going to be around that. But that's impressive because remember, 4 years ago, he won by 3 in that state. We also have for Kamala Harris, again, none of these are surprising, but Maryland, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. Yeah, just those 4. So we stand, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, 95 electoral points for Donald Trump, 235 for Kamala Harris.
Wait, they gave her 235 already?
No, 35.
Oh, 35. I'm like, wait a minute, what? So what was interesting in 2016, if you remember, Hillary never got above Trump throughout the entire night. Like, there was never a point, like Trump, every state they kept calling for Trump, she never got ahead of him in the Electoral College.
I think I remember that, yeah.
At any point. So I'm wondering how long before we start seeing them saying, I know, Kale saying pace myself. So this is what I'm afraid of. Like, I'm even afraid to go and gloat to like liberal accounts and stuff, but we are looking very good. Like, the thing is, they don't have COVID. They don't have the momentum. None of it. Like, there's no way to hide the drastic like shortfall of votes for her. There's no way they can claim she had 80 plus million. But like, I really do think Trump is going to have the popular vote. I think he's going to have over 80 million votes. I think he's going to get more votes than he did in 2020. And I don't see how they can claim that she is going to get more votes than Joe Biden did. Like, it's just, there's no avenue for them to pull that.
Yeah, I agree. I think, people got to pace themselves. But I mean, the results at the moment, they're looking good. I mean, there's a lot of states right now that are starting to actually get counts. So Pennsylvania's starting to be opened up. My state of Texas, finally, it closed a few minutes ago. Georgia has been counting. It's 36% in, and Trump has a pretty hefty lead. North Carolina.
What do you think is going to happen in Georgia, Nick?
I think Trump's going to win Georgia. I predicted him winning Georgia around 3 to 4 points. If he outperforms that, that's a good sign overall. And again, the fact that we got exit polling that suggests that independents are going to go 11+% towards him. That's a 20-point swing since 2020. Yeah. 20-point swing. That's a huge swing.
Can I ask you something? The thing with the mail-in ballots from last time that I never understood, it's one thing to count the mail-in ballots at the end, but shouldn't they know the total amount they have before? Like, shouldn't it be like, okay, this is how many mail-in ballots we have, so that it's like, okay, then a certain percentage break for Trump, a certain percentage break for her, but you know the total amount of mail-in ballots that you're dealing with. It's not like there was so many weird things of mail-in ballots coming in after election day and things like that in 2020. Are we even looking at that as a possibility in this election, or is
the thing is just, you know, you never know. That's the thing, because it's like, again, we'll have to see what takes place, because if there is any type of shenanigans, it's going to be through the mail-in ballot process. 99 times out of 10, you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, if I have a 100-yard stare, don't worry. I'm just looking at results as it comes in. Y'all don't worry about it. But yeah, that would be the only instance. I do also want to report, I think it's Polymarket's reporting this. I'd have to take a look at this, which the source is. But we have Missouri being officially called for Trump, which is pretty early already, but not bad.
saw Wisconsin they were tabulating and counting their mail-in ballots, and the door on the machine wasn't closed, so they had to stop and restart the count. And there's over 100,000 mail-in ballots in this place, and they had to restart. So they pushed back the count 3 hours. So they're saying Wisconsin's results are going to be now pushed back 3 hours later than they had originally anticipated. And that's the
I don't know.
that I'm worried
I don't know if
about.
it's understandable to be worried. Here's where I will white pill people a little bit. Laura Trump has 260,000 poll watchers this time election round. That's quadrupled the amount that we had in 2020, as well as we have over 500 lawyers in each of the battleground states keeping tabs on things. So there is a lot more people focused in on things. I mean, even today, like I went today to my local polling place, and there was a lot of Republican poll watchers that were there. And also really just kind of, even though this is anecdotal, I was out holding a Trump flag for about 5 hours with a bunch of people. And dude, we got like easily 10,000 plus honks, thumbs ups, easy. We only got maybe around like 30, fingers and stuff like that. And of course, it was all old white women with butch haircuts. Makes sense.
In Queens, New York. Now, Queens is New York City. It's in the 5 boroughs. It's considered liberal land. My friend Alex lives in Astoria. Astoria is, they went massively for Biden. My friend Alex saw a lot of Trump hats at the voting spot today. Shocked me. He said, we worked in East New York today. There was an old black man walking around with a Trump hat, red Trump hat. He said to him, I like your hat. He said, yeah, man, I ain't scared. We need him. Then he told me, Vegas is, if you want Trump to win, you got to bet 150 to win 100. And you said that, Robinhood is giving Trump 60 cents. You're saying it's now at 70% they're giving Trump?
Yeah, and it's going to go up and down. That's the thing. It's going to go up and down literally each minute just because of the totals. And also, people, if you're tuning in and looking at like the results for each state, and you're like, oh my goodness, like for instance, with North Carolina, it's Harris is ahead in North Carolina. Calm down. It's only 7% reporting.
Texas was literally blue on this map 30 seconds ago.
Exactly.
Now it's red.
Exactly. It's like we gotta wait and let these percentages roll in. Typically, they're gonna start with the big cities, so it's probably gonna start off blue, but then we'll see kind of from there. A good kind of piece of evidence though that we do have about tonight is Virginia at the moment. It's fairly close. Harris is in the lead with less than 30% though reporting, but it's not by much, which is kind of a good sign overall. If this is a close race, it will go into my prediction with it being more likely than not.
How are we doing on the blue wall? How are we doing on Michigan?
Michigan's
so those
2%
states,
reporting.
2% reporting. Pennsylvania 5%. Harris in the lead of both, but they're really small. And again, they're starting with the big cities, so it's like we won't know what some of those stuff for probably a couple hours, more likely than not. So, did you all get to go and vote? Meaning the chat, because I know you two boys voted. How was the polling place overall though with you, Anthony? Like, was it a super packed?
Okay, so here's what I was talking to my wife about this. It was strange. So the elementary school that I vote at today. So normally I go after work and I usually get out around 5 or 6. 2020, I had to wait like an hour and a half to go in and vote, and that was crazy. I've never seen it like that. It wasn't like that in 2016. 2020, I never saw a turnout like that. When I went today, there was absolutely no line. There was just no line. Now, but I'm in a very conservative area, but now all the other elementary schools surrounding my neighborhood were lines out the block. So it was just my particular polling place. But I said, when I went in, it was such a pleasant experience. Like I went in, everybody was happy. They were very cordial. Now there's no voter ID in New York. Okay. So you go in and they ask you your name. You tell them your name. They're like, okay, now what's your address? And you have to give them your date of birth. So it's not like you just walk in and give a name. You have to have some details on the person. But like, let's say my brother moved away and he was still registered to vote here. I could just walk in and pretend I was
in Minnesota. You just give them your name.
That's so weird.
That's it.
That's it.
That is so preposterous to me, man.
And if you're not registered, they just have you go over, fill out a piece of paper where you put like your name and whatever made up address you want, turn that in, and then you can vote.
that's just that's entirely asinine. Like, how do you get away with just walking up and be like, hey, my name is Jim Bob, and then you put it down, you're good to go? That's insane.
Yeah, so it's basically like my wife's grandmother's in the hospital, and she's like, I could have just went to and pretended I was my grandmother. Like, it's just so nuts. And it's funny because my wife was like shocked by this. She's like, they didn't ask for my ID. I'm like, you don't know there's no voter ID laws in New York. Like, she just thought it was so crazy. I'm like, the average person sees that and they're like, why is there no voter ID? It's just so crazy. The clip we played yesterday, Nick, of Trump just talking about like how ridiculous the voting system is in America, man. Like, we have to, if Trump gets in, there has to be changes to this. There has to be some kind of, the thing is, I'm afraid for there to be some kind of federal standard, because then the federal government gets involved in states elections and you kind of don't want that.
Exactly. But that's the thing, it's like, this is why I tell people you got to get involved in your local politics, because the elections are by state issue, which is like, it has its pros and cons, and this is just one of the cons. No ID. Costco is more secure. Literally, yes. Any gas station alcohol is more secure.
No, but Costco is like crazy. If you don't have your Costco card, you'll get thrown out of that place. They don't like you in there, man. So overall, we're feeling good about tonight still, right? I'm wondering if we're going to see it called tonight. I'm curious to see if Kamala has to make a concession speech tonight. And
I'm
then
more
the question,
if Biden congratulates Trump before she concedes.
Biden congratulates Trump. Really, that actually would be.
What would be the greatest troll of Joe Biden is if he just comes out before the race is even called and he just congratulates Trump.
Comes out with Jill and Hunter. Comes out with Jill and Hunter and just makes a speech. So then it becomes, and dude, I'm so nervous to be this confident, because I went to bed in 2020 this confident. Like, I went to bed looking at Wisconsin and his numbers were through the roof, and I'm like, all right, we're good. And then even the next day, still waking up and thinking, okay, well, we still have this state and this, like, we still had Michigan and we still had, and it was just, they just slowly overtook every single one of them with their nonsense mail-in stuff. I showed up to vote with my 15-passenger van full of kids, and everyone sarcastically asked if my kids are voting too. Duh, I'm out breeding the liberal.
You should have said, yeah, they're voting for their dead grandparents.
Anthony, in New York City, if they can't find your name on the list, then you just have to fill out an affidavit stating you, and they'll give you a ballot. Wow, I didn't know that. I
say we go back to the prejudiced ways of the Deep South back in the 1960s. You have to take a stupid test, an insane test. How many jelly beans are in this jar? Then you can vote.
There should be, though. Like, there should be something more. Like, there should be, I don't know if it's an IQ test, but there should be, I mean, even to become a citizen, you have to take a test to become a citizen. Like, there should be some kind of
civics test, at least.
Some kind of civics test, or just some kind of obstacle before you can vote, besides just turning 18 and automatically getting registered when you go to the DMV. There should be some kind of obstacle, because you don't want voters who are just able to just do it on a whim. You want there to be some kind of a challenge, because you want people who are engaged to vote, right?
If they think IDs make it too hard for Black people to vote now, they're not going to allow any other sort of test.
Oh, no, of course not, because the more challenges you put in their way, the less easy it is for them to cheat. I'm just saying hypothetically. Okay, so the question becomes, what happens if Trump becomes president-elect? Like, what do the next 70-something days look like if he is the president-elect? Now, do they try to challenge this? Are they going to try and fight this? Are they going to do what we did?
I think his sentencing becomes very interesting at that point.
Yeah, I don't know if we talk about that a little bit last night. Anything? I think we did.
Like, quickly. I think we kind of just made it like, that's kind of just a PR stunt they're doing.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that this, like, if he wins, I don't think the sentencing will be really that big. And the reason I say that, with the caveat being, if he wins the popular vote tonight, it would just look really, really petty post. The question that's more interesting. It hasn't, but it wouldn't look very good, I guess, in the face of an election. But what I would be interested to see will be the question of, will the Democrats if you will, their electors, will they go ahead and, essentially give those electoral points to Trump? Will they what's the formal term that I'm trying to think of? I'm blanking, but it's in the House of Representatives. Certify the election results. That will be the question. If they do, of course, and he gets in, then I'm sure that what will happen is you'll seeing a lot of shoring up of particularly the bureaucracy through, executive order and then underhandedness, stuff like that. You'll see a lot of attempted shoring up. That would be my prediction. Again, we'll have to see, because for all we're seeing good results at the moment. And for instance, I'm looking at the results coming out of North Carolina, and Trump has caught all the way back up again, just with 9% reporting. So he's catching up. He's still very far ahead in Georgia. I'm actually pretty surprised. He's 11 or 12 points ahead in Georgia at the moment with 44% reporting. So that's doing pretty good. In my state of Texas, we're coming out.
He's catching up in Ohio too.
I do think we're going to have to do Nicholas Cavazos was right. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to say Nicholas Cavazos was right. And he, all the naysayers who laughed at him. It's early to say it, but it's looking like Nick called this one, man.
We'll see.
It is early. It is still early, but
it's very early. It's very early. And that's why I'm like, me looking at the data at the moment, like what is encouraging to me at the moment is that whenever I'm zooming in, for instance, in Georgia, they've already reported a fair amount of the vote coming out of Atlanta.
Really?
Right. Which would be Harris's stronghold.
The Democratic stronghold. Yeah.
Yeah. Upwards of 75% they've already counted. And so I'm like, okay, there's a lot of rural counties left to get, even 0% started with, and so again, we'll have to see. I'm thinking, I don't think Trump will, if Trump maintains this margin and somehow wins by like 10 plus, that's going to be a bloodbath. But realistically, I think that it's more going to be like 4 points ish, 3 or 4 points that he'll win by.
A lot of North Carolina's rural stuff too yet to come in.
Exactly. There's a lot that's happened. And then, of course, we were talking about earlier, but Jill Stein, she's taken a fair amount of Kamala's vote in some of these places, which I'm surprised at. I've not seen some of these results for a third-party candidate on the left taking this much. And so, again, we'll have to see if you guys happen to be on like the other side of the country, or in Arizona or something, go vote. Turn off the stream now and go vote.
So what are the ones we have to watch for where we're like, okay, there could be shenanigans? Like, we know it's always Arizona,
Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, probably.
But didn't Georgia go to paper ballots and kind of shore up their elections a little bit? Like,
Georgia's defortified, a lot. They've done a lot of defortification. The ones that I'm really concerned are primarily two, which is going to be Arizona and Pennsylvania. Those are the two that I'm more or less tacitly worried about.
What about Michigan? Because Michigan was very shady last election, but Trump made a lot of headway with
the
Arab vote there. Right?
Detroit is going Trump. You see that?
Yeah, but the funniest thing would be if Detroit goes for Trump.
There's no auto workers in Detroit anymore.
No.
So we got our first guest here.
Let me hold on.
So we'll have to remove the.
Let's see. We got to make room for him.
Hold on. There we go.
There we go. Father Dave Nick's first guest.
Hey.
Nick, you could stay or you could I don't want to. I know how you are on this. So if you want to hang with us and keep watching things and keep alerting us, or if you want to go do your thing, I don't want to hold you because I know this is your Super Bowl. But
I would love around, Nick. Stay. Yeah, stick around, Nick.
Yeah, I'll stick around for a bit longer. I'll keep you guys updated.
Can you guys hear with the AirPods? Can you hear with the AirPods? Okay.
Yeah, you're a little low, but it's okay. We can hear you.
Oh, I can plug in the regular ones. Let me try these.
Yeah, give it a whirl. We can still hear you though. So how are you feeling about tonight?
Feeling pretty good. I was listening to your guys' show on the drive over. I'm at a family's house south of Denver here. How's the sound? Should I switch over?
What do you guys think?
Might be best.
Okay, you guys keep talking while I switch.
Yeah, me and Nick, I had a fun time last night, man. Just talking about stuff. I thought it was I thought it was you calmed me down a bit. You gave me some hope, and I came into this morning a little bit more positive. And as we had a nice early day at work today. I got home. I was able to vote by like 3 p.m. today, and I got home and I'm leaving for Florida tomorrow night after work, so I had to get all my stuff together, and I just been watching it's so funny when you watch the difference in like an NBC broadcast or a Newsmax broadcast, because Newsmax is like, look, there was a very big Republican early voter turnout that the numbers just don't add up for Democrats. I don't know how they're going to make up this windfall of early votes from Republicans, because Republicans show up on election day. And then you turn on NBC or CNN and they're just like, so positive that Kamala's got this. And it's just, you guys need to wait for a few days to get the results in and stuff. It's like watching two different realities on these channels.
Yeah. That's the thing at the moment, really. I mean, when you look at the data that's coming in, it's going to be very mixed. And that's why there's going to be a lot of fog of war more likely than not. But I think there's room to be hopeful. Again, it's still really early. Like we will just have to see what.
I just realized Anthony and I are wearing the same shirt. I got to go change.
So, Father Nick, you were watching our show last night. What were your thoughts? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah,
now you're good.
A lot of good points. I thought the darkest point was when you read Rob's theory that the left is going to let Trump win.
You read my theory?
Yeah, I said they're just trying to gas our hopes up.
Well, yeah, I mean, the left is going to let Trump win so that we have January 6.2, and anyone that rebels is then put in the clink.
Yeah, basically.
So I think that was like one of the darker theories, but I thought you guys had a very good appraisal of of where we're at, and I totally agree with Nick on the swing states right now. It looks like we are. I think I just closed the polls on Pennsylvania, so really on this live stream we should keep our eyes on Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Nick, what do we got? What are we looking at? Any updates?
8% on Pennsylvania.
We do have some updates. I'm trying to let the news service load, but let's see here. Fox News is projecting Pennsylvania becomes the latest battleground state to call too early. Yeah, that's nothing new. Fox News is giving Trump a few extra electoral points from certain states. I'm trying to figure out exactly where, so I'll keep you guys posted if I can figure that out.
Ohio is getting really close. Like Trump's gained 2 to 3% in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. And it's still early. It's about 40% there, and you look, a lot of it is coming from the blue cities that are there. So we will see. Man,
so what do you guys think happens if Father Nix, what do you think happens if do you think Kamala concedes tonight? Do you think Joe Biden congratulates Trump tonight? Do you think we know tonight? Because this is not something I even remotely expected. I don't know if it's going to happen still, but I'm wondering if they're going to contest things. I don't know what we're looking at in the days ahead here.
Well, I agree with what you said yesterday, Anthony, that if we enter lawfare, it's very bad news. I think if, like, we're watching NBC downstairs, the family I'm staying with tonight is all 100% Trump, but NBC kind of get to know the mind of the enemy, of course, and if even NBC is saying Trump's ahead in the popular vote, and at least the swing states, it looks like he's ahead. If he hits 272, I think we can know it's over. I agree with you 100%, Anthony. If we hit lawfare, we're in big trouble because, all the courts are in the cities and it's the rural areas that are voting for Trump. And so if this goes to the courts, Trump doesn't stand a chance. So we have to close this tonight. The deal has to get sealed tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they have, without COVID, I don't think they have enough of like a black swan event to hide the shenanigans like they did last time. It doesn't look that way, at least at this point. I mean, it's, we're all sitting here. We're all so nervous. We all have PTSD from what happened in 2020. Every one of us, because we all thought we had it. This is just an interesting.
Ohio just pulled ahead for Trump.
What did?
Ohio
pulled ahead for Trump. It's funny to watch the different broadcasts.
Yeah, Ohio will be an interesting state just in the sense that back in 2012, it was a battleground state that was hotly contested, and Obama ended up winning it. But then Trump won it both times by pretty large margins. I'm thinking it's going to go in the end around 8 to 10 points for Trump. That's generally where the polling has been, and also where the last two elections have been with his vote there.
Plus Vance.
Thomas Massey won. That's good.
Oh, is
Thomas,
he uncontested?
Thomas Massey won his seat. Okay, Georgia. Let's see, 16 electoral votes. Let's see.
Georgia's
Kamala,
11 points ahead for Trump.
He has 11 points ahead in Georgia. And
50% of the vote.
50% of the vote is in. Man, that's
what site are you guys following for the numbers?
Rob's
following
just on Google,
just
which
Google.
is from Associated Press.
Yeah.
Nick, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at that as well as the New York Times, and then
Virginia Trump just went ahead in Virginia.
Yeah, it's going to go up and
That's
down.
amazing.
When you look at Virginia, the real question is going to be Fairfax County, which is usually one of the. It's about 47% in right now, so the question will just be is what percentage really does turn out for her there. And the good thing is though, a lot of those rural counties in the south of the state haven't even been totaled up yet. So we will have to just take a peek.
This morning, Rob goes to vote, and me and Nick are texting. We're in a group text, and we're like, Nick's like, Rob, you better go vote today. Rob's like, I'm online right now.
I'm literally in line.
I'm about to write in Nicholas Cavazos. Nick's like, don't you dare.
In the end, I forgot how to spell his last name, so I just voted for Trump.
When Rob told us he voted for Trump, it actually made me sick because Rob is so black-pilled on politics that when he voted, I'm like, I think you're going to get a very large turnout. And what people weren't expecting was the large male turnout. And I think we have been the forgotten voice in politics. They're always going for the black vote, the woman vote, the minority vote, all these other votes. And they forgot that men are a demographic that they need to capture. Because if you get men out in force, especially white men, like there's a lot of us. And if you crap on us enough and you actually get us to stand up and say, we're going to go and vote this time. I think the best thing Trump did was go on Rogan, go on Theo Vaughn. Like he woke up a very big segment of low propensity voters that the blatant voters.
You're not supposed to dox my last name, Sam.
But those low propensity voters, guys who typically don't even pay attention to politics, they're just, gym bros and things like that. These are the guys that he was able to motivate and get off their asses to go and vote. And the thing about Trump is he is able to get people who wouldn't typically vote to get out and vote. And unlike any other candidate I've ever seen.
And, Rogan's such a great example of that because when he had Trump on, he said, I was a Bernie supporter. We're not talking about someone as far right as the four of us, right?
Right.
He was a Bernie supporter. He talked on when Rogan had Trump on, he talked about how he was raised by hippies in San Francisco. Rogan allowed Kamala to come on her show. She said, yeah, you can come travel to me. He said, no, this is my studio. You can come here. And she chose not to. He's such a good example of a middle of the road guy who's really not left or right. And then when he goes to support Trump, when he gives his endorsement for Trump, that's hopefully an indication of a lot of fence riding men in our country who just couldn't take the extremism of where leftism went and barely fell to the right as Rogan did.
Well, not just Rogan. I'm going to tell you, during the lead up to, during the primaries, RFK Jr., look, I hated his positions on abortion, obviously. I hated his positions on gun control. But all the other stuff he was talking about, I was like, this is actually important stuff that we don't talk about in elections. And they grab us with these issues, right? They grab us with the abortion thing. And I was saying last night with Nick, they have been blackmailing us with the abortion topic for how many years, where they blackmail us with this issue and force us as Catholics or Christians to say, I have no choice but to vote for this candidate because they pay lip service to this thing. And then they do nothing about it ever. Where when RFK got up and he started talking about the crap they're putting in our foods, and he started talking about the pharmaceutical industry, and he started talking about a lot of things that I'm like, holy cow, this is like, why are we always focusing on these 3 or 4 culture war issues that they want us arguing with each other about? The trans issue, these are things that won't affect 99% of our lives, right? And all of a sudden you get somebody in there who brings topics up that we're all just like, what the heck, man? Like, why are we not talking about these things? So having him endorse Trump and drop his own candidacy, I think that between him, Elon, Rogan, even what's his name, Jordan Peterson, all those guys kind of rallying behind Trump, as much as it shifted the Overton window for the Republican Party, because that's not exactly a good thing, but it has gotten a different conversation to happen in politics in general. It's gotten a completely new conversation to happen where it's like, okay, yeah, we still have our line in the sand issue with abortion, and we still have our life issues and things like that, but there's a whole host of other things that the government gets away with doing because we're focused on those things, and they're doing these things on the sidelines behind our eyes that we had no idea was going on.
Well, you know, if for no other reason, this is the most exciting election in history, just for how fantastical certain things are. Like, I guess Glenn Beck was saying, I mean, Trump's been shot at twice. Now he's driving a garbage truck. He was at McDonald's. We have Elon Musk shooting off rockets. I mean, it's like idiocracy, except the morons are obviously to the left.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be very glad when this is over, but we're going to look back and say this was the strangest, most fantastical election in U.S. history. McDonald's, garbage trucks, shootings,
assassination attempts,
rockets being launched by Elon Musk. I mean,
even Kamala, man, like this whole thing with Kamala was mind-boggling to me. How did they pick her of all the candidates? Like, the thing that freaked me out last night the most when I was talking with Nick was that it was as if they were saying, we will stick in the most absurd candidate we can come up with. And that's what scared me and made me think they were going to actually steal this, because they were picking this Manchurian candidate that had absolutely nothing to offer. They were what do you call it? AstroTurfing her entire campaign to make you think she was something she wasn't, but just for the simple fact they wanted you to know that they could put any idiot in there to slide their agenda through, and there's nothing you could do about it. All right, Nick, we got any updates?
Yeah, we do. We got a few states to call, so we can project, or some websites are projecting. Oklahoma being called for Trump, not surprising, of course. Arkansas being called for Trump. This brings up his total to 111. And then for Harris, we can project Maryland and New Jersey, which brings her up to 49. So
they're
again,
giving her
everything
Jersey
going.
Yeah.
As I kind of giving her Jersey. The question will just be again when it comes to Jersey, as I said yesterday.
She's 13.
Let's take a look. So at the
ahead.
moment, 13 points ahead. Yeah, that's about where I was thinking it was going to end up. She, the thing with Jersey and New York, we essentially assumed that they would just help Trump in the popular vote more than anything else. There was some people that were hardcore Jersey guys out there who were like, no, it's going to go for Trump. But I was like, probably not. I'll be happy if it does, but it's not. We also look at Polymarket. Currently, Polymarket, Trump is at 71% chance of winning. Or 72% chance of winning. Kamala at 28.2. So Polymarket seems to think at the moment Trump is going to be winning. And then the other thing that I saw, let's take a look here. Yeah, everything else at the moment still too close to call.
What's happening in Missouri?
Missouri only has 2% of the vote in, so nothing essentially.
There's a full minute between each of Nick's blinks.
He's very glued to his screen. Now the thing is, there's going to become a certain point where the news is going to start getting nervous, and that's what I'm not watching any news broadcasts. So if anybody in the chat has CNN on in their background or something. If you guys hear like the mainstream media start to panic, please let me know, because part of that, watching that meltdown is very glorious, and I don't want to miss that because we're yapping on here.
So Nick, right now they're showing Trump ahead in Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio. If he gets all of those and gets one of either Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Minnesota, like the rest doesn't even matter, does it?
No, it doesn't. So, as I said in the video, all Trump needs to do is hold on to first all the red states that they predict he will hold on to, and then win Georgia, North Carolina, and then Pennsylvania, and it's done. That will get him at exactly 270.
Showing my fiance and her friend avoiding Babylon for the first time.
We'll try to be behavior.
Even though it's anecdotal, it was cool today though, because there was a lot of young men who were pouring into the polling station where I was at, which was a good sign. And actually, the crazy thing is that the only cars of like all young girls that were showing up, like high school and college girls, they were all voting for Trump, which I thought was
really,
at least in my neck of the woods. So I was like, all right.
Father Nick, what state are you in right now?
I'm in South Denver right now. I'm in Colorado.
Oh, you are in Denver. What's the vibe been in your neck of the woods? Is there, because I know Denver's a pretty progressive area, right? Has there been a lot of Trump support, or what have you seen anything different this year?
You know, it's like anywhere. The city's going to go blue. Some of the rural areas are going to go red. You and I were texting Anthony about this proposition that where Colorado was looking at the electoral votes had to go fully in line with the popular vote. I think it was Proposition 113. And I guess this is passed, but it reads, let me read it to you here. This is from The Hill. Colorado passes resolution to award electoral votes to whoever wins the popular vote. But Kamala will win the popular vote here, of course.
Hold on, Nick. Are there any ballot initiatives that are banning women driving? Do you know?
Not to my knowledge.
No, but Nick, I want to ask you about, so in Denver,
Yeah.
Colorado voted to go with the popular vote, right? So does that mean that they have the option that if so does that mean their state votes and they have to put their electors toward whoever the state votes, or they're allowed to choose whoever won the popular vote, or they have to go with whoever won the popular vote?
So here's what The Hill says. Colorado has passed Proposition, so it's already passed. Colorado has passed Proposition 113, joining the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, which is an agreement to give all of a state's electoral votes to the winner of the national popular vote. Colorado currently controls 9 electoral votes.
So let's say Kamala wins the popular vote, regardless of how Colorado voted, they're going to give the votes to Kamala.
I think that's how it goes. I don't understand how we stave off funny business with the whole thing if it actually did go in the direction of Trump, but that's what it seems to be. Maybe someone in the live chat knows.
State elections, because your votes will contribute to the popular vote, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. And then since you guys are talking about different ones you can get on, my brother told me about this. This is a widget you can get on your phone, I guess, and it's if you get the news app on Apple. Not that I usually touch.
It'll give you updates.
Yeah, so it's like a constant widget update with the electoral vote. So it's 101. Trump's got 101 to 71. And what's the big number? 272.
270.
270. I mean, that's pretty incredible that he's up 101 to 71 at this point.
So Lady M, Prop 1 in New York. Okay, so there was two things on my ballot in New York. One was I think Prop 1 is the one where they're going to allow boys and girls sports and stuff, which that one, obviously, our bishop came out and he told us to vote no on that. There was another one where they had a clean water initiative where they wanted to take 1/8 of a penny, a raise of 1/8 of a penny in our taxes. Now, I think that's 1/8 of a cent on every dollar they tax us. Like whatever your taxes are, you get an 1/8 of a percent of a penny added onto your tax for every dollar that they want to use to clean the waterways and things like that. And I didn't know which way to vote on that, but my son and my wife asked me what should we do on this one? I just said vote no. Like don't ever vote. Like taxation is theft. Vote no on all things to raise taxes. Hopefully, if RFK is helping Trump, maybe he'll do something about the environment, but like, I'll never vote to raise taxes. Okay, good. I said no to both too, Tom. Exactly.
We have
New York
a
doesn't
little
tax
bit
us
of,
enough.
we have a little bit of breaking news. Not surprising again, but we have the states of Illinois and Delaware both called for Kamala Harris. Those aren't surprising. As I said, my prediction, Chicago has a huge influence in Illinois. So,
Okay, so we're looking at Trump at 105, Harris at 27.
No, 71. 101
we're
to
looking
71.
at 101.
CNN's showing Trump at 105.
Yeah, they're gonna be different ones that have a little bit of a different opinion. They're gonna call them at different times. But thus far, everything is kind of going as the pollsters and yours truly predicted, at least thus far. The question,
So
what I'm interested in
interesting-
looking at is that when you look at Georgia right now, we're at almost 60% in, and Trump is still ahead.
Yeah, I don't see
by
how.
11 points.
Now Georgia went Biden in 2020, right?
They did, yeah.
So this would be Trump flipping Georgia. Now, how many electoral votes is Georgia?
They have,
16.
let's see here, 16. It's a good amount.
Okay, so now was anybody predicting that besides somebody like you, Nick? Like, was the news anticipating that Trump could flip Georgia? Because it didn't sound. I didn't hear anything about that. And actually, when you had said it, I heard a bunch of people go, "You're out of your mind, Nick. There's no way Georgia's going to flip. Not a chance."
Yeah, no, most pollsters, I would say, the good pollsters have said that Trump would win Georgia. There's not been a huge amount of debate with that. The question and the real reason why is because we'll have to look at the raw totals once everything's said and done. But like, how much of the black male vote did she manage to get out around Atlanta? Because if she didn't, then it's over for her, at least in that state. So Wagner predicted Georgia. Thanks, Wagner. Hasn't Wagner been like a black pillar too for a good amount of time?
Well, he went out and voted too. He finally.
I'm glad he did.
Yeah, Georgia was so many shenanigans in 2020. That was the one where they had to do the they had to go into a runoff, right? Georgia had to do the runoff. Georgia in 2020 was crazy.
Well, they didn't do a runoff. They did a bunch of court cases in 20. At least for
Stacey Abrams, right?
A bunch of court cases. And it got.
Didn't a good part of Dinesh D'Souza's movie take place there?
Wait, what was that? Father next?
Didn't a bunch of Dinesh D'Souza's movie Thousand Mules take place in Georgia?
I never saw that.
It was very good.
I never either. Yeah.
So you asked about Colorado. There's not a lot of interesting things here, but my hermitage is less than a mile from the Gaylord where Trump spoke. And if you remember, he had those two pictures of those Venezuelan convicts, like 10-foot posters behind him. And so I actually live in the town that has been overrun by the Venezuelans. And I've met a lot. I should say that I've met a lot of nice Venezuelans too. But as Trump pointed out when he was in my town of Aurora, he said violent crime in Venezuela is down 72%. And that's because a huge percentage of them actually came to the United States, and a huge percentage of that percentage came to Colorado. So I have the view that for a lot of the fence riders, this immigration thing, I think the open border is going to be probably the big decision thing for the fence rider. I wish it was abortion. I wish it was child trafficking. Well, trafficking is actually tied into the border. But I think a lot of the fence riders, they're looking at the numbers. I mean, rape is up 42% in this country. I think that's going to be the big deciding issue. I wish it were abortion, but I think the big deciding issue in this election is going to be the open borders.
Yeah, I do too. I think open borders. I think the economy mainly. But I also think that people are just so sick of everything coming from Democrats. Like, I just really do think everything. What's that, Nick? I see a whistle.
Well, it's just a massive bunch of ballots finally got delivered. Finally, in New York or North Carolina, they were kind of being a little slow, but Trump has taken the lead fairly handily. Fairly handily. And Poly Market is going off the road. They're now live update. They're almost 75% chance of a Trump victory, at least according to Polymarket. Again, that's just the betting odds. And then the other thing,
What percentage was that, Nicholas?
Almost 75%.
Incredible.
Which is pretty high. They've been at round 63 to 66, fluctuating up and down for the last 3 weeks. So this is kind of incredible. Again, it's live. Yeah, now they're over 75. So
yeah, it's funny how many older people had never voted before who decided they finally had to vote. I'm telling you, I think that there's something different. I think in 2020, Trump got more votes than he got in 2016. He had record turnout there. But I think this election, I think you're going to see Trump gets more votes than Biden got in the last election. So it's going to be Trump got the most votes of any president in history, because I really think we motivated everybody to get off their ass today, man. I really thought Jersey had a shot at going red. I did too.
Yeah, I didn't think it did, but I did think that Jersey, New York, and California, they will all contribute to the popular vote total, which if you guys want the popular vote at the moment, I'll just give the percentage. Trump is winning the popular vote by 53.8 to 45.1. Atlas Intel, which is which was the best pollster in both 2020 and 2022. They were only off by 0.2 or 0.3 in those elections. They have Trump winning the national popular vote by 2% in their final poll, which is pretty incredible. It lines with the Gallup Party ID, which is +2 or +3 for Republicans. It's never been that high for Republicans. I don't even know if it's ever been plus something for Republicans, at least in a long time. And so these are good results that we are seeing thus far, but we'll have to again keep an eye on it. If you're out there in Arizona or Nevada, polls haven't closed. There's a whole lot of places that haven't closed yet. Go vote. Get off the stream and go vote. Bring a friend.
Yeah, I had no doubt 2020 was taken too, but I think that film actually probably had an effect on the way they were able to even do things this election. Like if you even saw Grinder Priest, right? What's it called? What's their news outfit? Those guys, JD Flynn.
Oh, the Pillar. It's here in Colorado.
Pillar. They use cell phone data to find out that this priest was using Grinder and having male prostitutes coming back. Like the things that people are able to ascertain through cell phone data now, that's publicly available information. It really, I think it limited the way they did the Dropbox thing in 2020. I don't think they had any idea all that data was out there. And these are things that people were looking for this election. Yeah, Grinder. It was the Grinder Priest. I'm sorry.
They call him Monsignor Grinder.
Monsignor Grinder. That's what it was.
Well, the funny thing is, he's back into active ministry in the same diocese as Father Jim Altman, who is on the shelf.
Of course,
cross, right?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Well, it's like I tell people all the time. I've kind of gotten to my stage in like the crisis debates where I tell people, like as an SSPX partisan, I'm just like, oh yes, the SSPX needs permission from their bishop that probably has over 4,000 censors on his soul, but doesn't even know it, and would be dragged into a Roman congregation 100 years ago for suspect of heresy. Like the stuff that we put up with, that the mainstream normie Catholics put up with, it's genuinely astounding. And I don't mean to come off as like prideful or brash, but it's just like, Father Nick's can attest to this. When you actually get truly the privilege of studying preconciliar theology, and then you look back and you let that preconciliar theology be an examination of conscience, if you will, for yourself and for the church as a whole, and you just recognize how messed up the hierarchy really is at the moment, it will astound you. Like the stuff that you guys see with the news, like the big stuff, the Pachamamas and the blessings and stuff, that's big. But when you really start reading these encyclicals or reading these pastoral letters or these sermons, you're finding stuff everywhere where you're like, wow, what is going on? Like it's rough.
Well, that's right. And you're exactly right, Nicholas. And it's pretty shocking that you have a lot of, Catholics are normally, they're inherently conservative, but one of the men going on your show tonight told me 4 years ago, he believes 80% of the U.S. bishops 4 years ago voted Democrat in the presidency. So that really has a trickle-down effect. The bishops choose the priests influence the people, not entirely. But if that's true, 80% voted Democrat 4 years ago, that's going to influence Catholics who even might lean towards the right.
Yeah. It's truly just tragic right now what's going on. And that's why just like we need major reform, but it's only going to come through the hands of a pope. But
Yeah.
it is in a way, I mean, like we can say this now because, you know, we're talking about politics in US, but as I've said for months now, the problem is that like after the Second Vatican Council, you see introduced into Catholic thought an Overton window Catholicism, where there's right-leaning Catholics and left-leaning Catholics on a whole host of issues that you're not allowed to dissent from if you're wanting to be an Orthodox Catholic. And the fact that you see this whole, you know, panoply of opinions, not a panoply of opinions in scholastic disputations, but a panoply of opinions on dogma, is truly a shock. But the fact that that's allowed today by the hierarchy with no challenge, or it's encouraged, is truly indicative of what's going on.
Well, and, you know, I think a lot of Catholics, they started doing their investigation. You know, Michael Hitchborn, he's been on your guys' show. He's done a lot of good work with the Lepanto Institute. A lot of people thought COVID was the point when the Democratic Party was greatly influencing the USCCB, but this goes back decades. Like I linked on my site not too long ago a 2016 article where the Democratic Party paid $81 million to the USCCB to stay loud on immigration things and stay very quiet on pro-life stuff. So 2016, this is 4 years before COVID, that the Democratic Party is paying the USCCB on how to influence the Catholic vote. So we've been bought and paid. I shouldn't say we. Most of the hierarchy's been bought and paid for really decades by the Democratic Party. It reminds me a lot of what happened in the 19-teens and the 1920s to the Russian Orthodox Church, how they just had to collapse and capitulate to the Communist Party. And out of that came ROKOR, which I often compare to SSPX. ROKOR is Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia. And they decided, well, we're not going to go along with communism, but they kind of had to become a parallel hierarchy, you know? So I see a lot of the same thing happening as our country goes very Marxist, that the USCCB is already been bought and paid for by the Democratic Party. And, you know, what I'm quoting is LifeSite News. They have the receipts that show this isn't like theoretical, the 81 million. They have the receipts from the USCCB that they've been paid by the Democratic Party. So that really ends up influencing what's preached from the pulpits, you know?
Yeah.
Nick, I liked your point yesterday on Americanism, that there's a lot of semi-trads that think Americanism means being patriotic. And you're absolutely right that traditional Catholics need to be a lot more patriotic. And it's also funny, you know, they haven't read Pope Leo XIII's encyclical on Americanism, which really isn't very hard because I think it's like 4 or 5 pages long.
It's
like
really short.
It's very short. So, yeah, the notion. Yeah, go ahead, Anthony.
No, I was going to say you're right, because there's look, you hear in trad land especially, it's like, oh, America's a Masonic creation. It's like, okay, well, go move to some conservative Catholic country. It's like, this is our country. This is our country, and you're allowed to actually have love for your fatherland. And the thing is, I have children to raise here, and I don't want my country to go to shit. So yeah, I'm going to participate in my election, and I'm actually going to hope that Trump wins, because I have kids that I don't want going off to war. I have kids, and I want to have grandchildren, and I don't want to just have the outlook, oh, America's a Masonic country. It's you know, there's no, it's, you guys have to stop blackpilling like that. Like, we do have to have some kind of hope for the future. This is our country.
That's right.
Believe it or not, like, we have it pretty good. Like, nobody's stopping us from becoming saints. Nobody's stopping us from going to mass. Nobody's stopping you from living a holy life. Who cares how the country was founded? It is what it is. This is where we live, and we have every responsibility to do what we're supposed to do to keep it where we can continue to try and be holy. Like, we can continue to try and live out a saintly life.
Absolutely. And there's no magical Catholic land. A lot of people think it's Poland. They have one of the lowest birth rates in all of Europe. It's like 2.1. So there's no magical Catholic land. And yeah, I think there's a lot of trads that they live in an imaginary world where, you know, this candidate hasn't passed my purity test and this candidate hasn't passed
They
my
live in the
purity
first
test.
millennium, in this fictitious first millennium. It's
Yeah.
like we're not. There's Christendom is over. Christendom didn't. We're in post-Christendom world right now, so we have to do what we can to salvage the civilization we're in, so that we can maybe plan for the future sometime. Like I don't understand the whole idea of just blackpilling on the whole American experience. It is what it is. This is where we live, and I want my children to have some kind of a hope for a future.
Well, I like the point you made yesterday, Anthony, that we're voting against the deep state. This is our last chance in this thing, right? This isn't a purity test between Kamala and Trump. This is a vote against the deep state and the very last chance we have at this.
Yeah, if Kamala gets in, if this thing does swing the wrong way, what you're looking at is an advancement of what happened the past 4 years. Now, what happened the past 4 years? It was just dumping more money into Ukraine, inflation going through the roof, and they'll blow up the American dollar to the point where they say, hey, we have to go with a new currency. Here comes your central bank digital currency. Now you can't go and buy things because you use too much carbon credit in your system. Like the things that will come down the line. Now, they're all going to come eventually anyway. But maybe we could pump the brakes on them a little bit, slow it down a little bit. I mean, a lot of the people that watch this show have kids. I don't think we want to just give up on everything. Like my son is going to have a family one day. He's got to get married. He's going to have children. He wants to get a career. He doesn't want to hear the country's screwed and that's it. Everything's doom and gloom. Like we need to have a little bit more positivity. Rob, refresh the map.
The map is refreshed.
Okay.
Yeah, these are live results. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I also think that traditionalists need to actually be more educated in tradition itself. I think that the Latin Mass movement has done a good job at really getting people like, okay, get your foot in the door of the Latin Mass. Go consistently. Go exclusively. I think we've done that for a good amount of people. I think we still have a while yet to go with a lot of the people in the normie world. However, are faithful, while, you know, tradition, like the Latin Mass, it pushes you to study your faith. You know, you want to figure everything out, and that's a good thing. I would say our faithful, though, oftentimes are still very, very poorly catechized of where they need to be. And I sound like a clergyman saying our faithful, but I'm not. But what I mean by this is, like, as an example, yesterday I'm talking to this guy, and I was telling him that, you know, ordinarily a priest needs faculties to hear a valid confession, unless, of course, there's some type of extreme grave necessity for that, right? An extraordinary cause, and then, you know, getting into, you know, extraordinary jurisdiction and all of that. The person was just like, no, you're making this up. It's completely false. All you need is matter, form, minister, and intention. There you go. And I said, well, that's true for 5 of the 7 sacraments. But when it comes to marriage and confession, ordinarily, again, you need to have jurisdiction. You can't just do it willy-nilly without any type of, necessity required. The problem with what I'm finding is that individuals are just making up things, and or they just don't know any better. And it's causing an issue. Father Nick, I don't think I would make a good priest, because I don't think I could bear hearing people's confessions, because I'd be so sad.
Forget them. But, you know, as long as we're on moral theology, go ahead, Anthony.
I was just about to tell Rob to put me on the bottom, because every time I put a comment up, it covers Father Nixon's
I know.
page.
I just realized that. So I put myself on there.
But also, real quick, not to butt in on you guys. First off, this is one of our highest viewed streams we've ever had right now. We're at 1,300, almost 1,300 viewers, and it's election night, and there's many other places you guys can be, and you guys are hanging with us.
YouTube says 1,500 views just on YouTube right now.
That's, like, honestly, there's so many places you guys could be, and you're hanging with us, and we're nerding out on Catholic dogma right now. So we appreciate you guys.
As long as we're on Catholic dogma, I want to. Oh, go ahead, Nick. Yeah.
I was going to tell you, just if you're interested, so I have. Let's see. Can you see it from here? Up. Let's see. Yeah, you see these green books on the top over there.
Yeah, I see them.
Hold on.
Yep.
Yeah. So there you go. So those big 3 green books up there. Those are my copies of Merkelbach's Moral Theology that I'm slowly reading through, but I'm translating it all.
I was just about to read that, actually.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I have about 20 pages translated, but we'll make a translation.
Because, see, this was the big thing. A lot of traditionalists, when it came down to Trump versus Kamala, when they said the lesser two evils, they kind of framed it like, if you have to choose between a mortal sin and a venial sin, what do? Well, what's the right answer? The right answer is neither, right? But no, we're talking about an ignorant man versus an evil woman. Let's just be honest. And so let's look at two pre-Vatican II theologians. I tweeted this, but it's worth reading. Tanqueray. So these guys are like as Thomistic as it gets. Tanqueray says, if the vote is between two evil persons, one may vote for the less evil and most profitable to the good. Third tome on various obligations, chapter 1. Merkelbach, who you just mentioned, he writes, when given a choice between two candidates who aren't perfect, it is licit to elect the better candidate to prevent a more unworthy candidate from coming into power. And here's the key line that a lot of people who are voting for some strange third party that has no chance need to hear. If there's no hope that a perfect candidate will be elected.
New York has 0% reporting, and they've called it for Kamala.
How are we looking in PA? I'm hearing not looking promising in PA.
PA doesn't have a ton of results that are being updated. It's 16%, and then when you actually like click on it and look, it's mostly all the stuff around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh for the most part.
Yeah,
so a lot of
the central Appalachian region is not in yet.
Yeah, so we got a while, and it's only 16% in. That's very, very small.
My brother's panicking. My brother's like, Aunt PA not looking good.
They've gone ahead. We can, though, project the following. So North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. Let's see. Is it Nebraska? All of Nebraska's fine? Oh, two thus far. Two of Nebraska's
Nebraska will be split.
And then
are any of those surprises? Like, are there any surprises in yet? No?
No, all of this is thus far dead on where I've had.
Yeah, they're saying on NBC it's 154 for Trump right now. So, yeah, listen, we don't want to get ahead.
They really need to call Georgia
right now.
Apple's got 120 Trump to 99
65?
Kamala.
Georgia is 65% reporting with Trump 5 points ahead.
Oh, his lead's
mine
shrinking.
is 60. Yeah, but it's to be expected because they hadn't finished counting all of the counties around Georgia. Again, I'm thinking Georgia is going to go to Trump by 3 to 4 points. That's where I'm putting my estimate at. But yeah, they're at 68%, so we're getting closer to a call there, which will be interesting. I'm just curious on what was it, ABC or NBC? Like how many they're giving Trump? Dang, that's a lot.
So New York 5% reporting, and they call it for Kamala.
I got 15% reporting in New York.
The New York elections are so shady and rigged. Like they're just so shady.
So Italians, man, they rig all the elections.
I think
like, we don't like them white people.
I think after they got Cuomo out, like when they put Hochul in, I think they did something. Like I really think Lee Zeldin did way better than they said he did, and he almost became the governor. And I think they were terrified of a Lee Zeldin governor here. Like they got rid of Cuomo, and the thought of getting rid of Cuomo to get a Lee Zeldin in scared the living crap out of them. I just think I think they did some shenanigans. Am I in the Italian mafia? I can't answer that. Love from your boomer Mimi on the left coast, Portland, Oregon. Look at that. I didn't know you were from Portland, Mimi.
So, Father Nix, I have a question. Do you think, since we'll wait till the next states are called, but do you think that Merkelbach is the most complete moral theology manual of the preconciliar age? I thought about that question because I'd seen some traditional priests assert that, and I thought about it, and I was thinking, in the Thomistic vein, I would say probably yes, because it's not a casuistry manual. So I would lean to yes, but I was curious on your opinion.
So you have to remember, I went to a Novus Ordo seminar, so these names are all new to me. I only got Prumer for the first time 4 months ago. I just purchased Prumer 4 months ago. Yeah. Wow. In some sense, I'm new to tradition, and that's his book. I mean, if listeners out there are going to buy one book, it should just be Prumer. But you're talking about numerous volumes. I'm saying if you get one book on moral theology, it should be Prumer. And Prumer, by the way, he also agrees with the vote for the lesser of two evils.
Yeah. Yeah, you should get, if you don't have it, or I can send the PDF copies that are good to you of the 3-volume version of Prumer, his whole complete one, because his handbook, which Benedict is it St. Benedict? Yeah, St. Benedict Press put out. That's good, but it's just a handbook, so it's kind of a quick reference. So, were you gonna say something?
What's the book?
Prumer's Handbook of Moral Theology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Prumer's Handbook of Moral Theology, very good reference book.
Let me read this one last line that we had from Merkelbach, though. Voters who through grave fault by abstaining from voting do not stop an evil decision, election, or law from coming to pass if they are bound by a specific duty to stop a foreseen harm which follows, are cooperators in evil.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if you know, look, and it's not, and look, because here's the thing, we always do focus on abortion, which it clearly is the most important issue, but you have to think about all of the other evils that come with this leftist agenda. I mean, the rainbow agenda itself, I think, is on par when it comes to evil as abortion, because you're talking about the loss of souls, the things that they are pumping into our kids. And I'm not even just talking about trans surgeries. I'm talking about the ideology itself. Like when you see the main reason that it is so diabolical when you have a same-sex couple adopt a child, it's because the ideology they are going to put in that kid is going to just compound evil through another generation. It's going to warp that child. That child is going to have more issues. It's not just about the teasing he'll get from school and stuff. It's that there's no possible way for them to raise that child in a proper moral framework. This whole leftist agenda is so diabolical that to abstain from voting against that, to me, is such a grave evil. Like, I'm in a state where my vote doesn't matter, and I still feel this moral obligation to go out and vote every election.
You also have to remember, our president comes in with a team of 5,000 people. So this isn't a smell test of Kamala versus Trump. It's not a purity test. You have to remember they're coming in with a team of 5,000 people. And so you have to look at the common sense of the full trajectory. Do I agree with Trump on IVF? Of course not. But you have to look at the big picture on these things.
Yeah, you do have to. And that's why I encourage people to actually go back and read the manuals. I had people from even last night's episode push back and say, like, oh, why are you just quoting to me these 1950s books? Does it really matter? It's a different time period. And I say, well, no. I mean, first off, these books are part of the ordinary magisterium because they have at least an authoritative imprimatur attached to them. You can read, if people are interested on that, you can go and read Monsignor Fenton's essay on the necessity of the manuals in a post-Vatican II world. Very, very good. But then also, he I think that what's sad about that is it almost makes the faith sound relative. It's like if these truths in virtue ethics were true in the 50s, then of course they have to be true today, because virtue is going to be either a natural or a supernatural participation in God's divine law, whether it's through the natural law or directly through the supernatural law. And so that's why individuals who say these things, it really makes me sad, because it makes me worry that either if their parents, that they're teaching them this kind of relativistic thing, or where our critics are correct is that traditionalists, I do think, fall into private judgment. But what I mean by private judgment is they're making stuff up, or they're listening to a commentator who's making stuff up, as opposed to what I would say a true traditional position, which would be is you don't have private judgment, you do public
Ohio's
judgment.
been called.
Look who's here. Take the map down, Rob. Look who's popping in. This is a very big surprise guest. Look at who just popped in. Father Calvin Robinson. You want to know what's funny, Father Calvin Robinson, is that Father Dave Nix and I were actually just talking about you yesterday.
Oh,
Father, good to meet you. Thanks for following me on Twitter. I'm just a little guy.
No, we're all just little guys.
So,
Father, you living in the States now or just visiting?
I'm just taking a call into a parish in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, I think, Father, I saw you at the Grand Rapids rally last night. Were you there in the front row, somewhere near the front row?
I was indeed. It was fantastic.
Okay, I was watching. I thought I saw you, but I couldn't tell.
what a celebration that was. I mean, I'm still tired today, but it was worth it. We didn't leave that place until about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah,
I told everybody we were going to have a bunch of surprise guests, and I didn't really want to. I didn't want to
You
tell
didn't even
everybody.
tell me.
I love that.
So I sent Father I sent them the link a little bit earlier, and I said, I know he's got a big night, so he can't stay. I know that, but he's popping in. What do you have planned tonight? What are you doing?
Well, my next thing is at 15:15. I'm on. Sorry, that's 9:15 for you Americans. I'm on Tommy Robinson's network. We're going to be talking about things over there. And then I'm on the Lotus Eaters after that, or Rebel News. I have no idea.
You got a jam pack.
I've got my scotch. That's
Nice.
So how long is your assignment in America? Is it a couple of years or?
No, I'm here until the Lord calls me somewhere else.
And what has your experience in America been like?
I love it. Honestly, I love it. I just fit right in. I feel like this is where I'm supposed to be. There's, so I'm in Michigan, which is of course a swing state, so there's still a bit of a battle up here. It's not convenient, it's not comfortable, but it's certainly Christ is still here. The people, I mean, everywhere I go to cafe shops, whatever, breakfast places, I hear people talking about Jesus publicly. I'm like, this is amazing. Mm-hmm. This is what we used to be like in England maybe 100 years ago before we forgot about him.
Is there that big of a cultural difference that you've noticed where, well, because look, America has, there's something about the Protestant foundations of America where it is still there's still the Christian foundation to America where it's okay to still talk about Jesus. Is it really that drastically different in England where you can't even?
You know what? So England right now is in despair because the Mohammedans are taking over, the Marxists are taking over. It's just crazy. But even before of this madness, for the last couple of generations, it's been uncouth to talk about the faith. It's been a bit, we don't talk about that stuff. Yeah, of course we all go to church because it's England, it's what we do, but we don't talk about it outside of church. Ew. There's been that kind of snobbery around the faith amongst both Anglicans and Roman Catholics, and we don't really have in England many Protestants of, over here, I meet people and they're Baptist, Methodist, Lutheran, Pentecostal, non-denominational, Presbyterian, Reformed, and everyone's got a journey and everyone's got something to say about our Lord. And of course, seeing so much splintering is horrible, but seeing so many people willing to embrace him is good. And so how do you bring all of that together is, I suppose, the question.
It's really been interesting to watch the journey that you've gone on over the past few years, man. Like I've been watching from America, just the way how you spoke up in the Church of England and that kind of. But I think that your witness there did inspire a bit of like a fire in England again for the faith, though, right? Because I think that a lot of people actually do still have the faith there. That's almost just impolite to talk about it, and you have to kind of push it to the side now.
There's a small minority that are based, as we would call them, right? There are people that are going to speak the truth regardless, but they are a minority. It's just uncouth. It's just not English. And we look down as a society. We look down upon Americans because they're so brash and bold and confident, and we're like, you don't do that kind of thing in public. And so I don't think there is a majority of people who are inspired in England, and even if they are, they'll be very quiet about it. They'll be shy and embarrassed about it, and so it's not doing any good. Their heads are buried deeply in the sand. And I'll take a lot of stick for saying this because English people don't like to badmouth other English people, but we need to stand up. We need to be counted. We need to be bold. We need to stand firm in the faith. We need to proclaim our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We need to do all of this, and we're not doing it. And as a result, the enemy is taking over. It's quite simple, really.
And one more thing before I get to Michael, because Michael just jumped on. But what has it been like to go from being this kind of unknown deacon in the Anglican Church to going, now you're shaking hands with President Trump at his rallies, you're speaking of what's that kind of meteoric rise to just being in the spotlight been like, man? Because I couldn't imagine having that much of attention on me like that.
You know what, Anthony? I don't know, because I don't ever stop and think what's going on with my life. I just try to walk through the doors that God opens, and it's always something crazy. It's always something unexpected. 1 minute I'm so yesterday morning I was giving last rites to a gentleman in a care home, and then in the evening I'm dancing to YMCA a meter away from the president of the United States. So I never know what my life is going to entail, but this is ministry, right? It's been wonderful speaking to you all, but I've got to jump on the next thing.
Guys, Father, thank you for stopping by, man. I think it was just awesome that I told him to just pop in and say hello. I wanted to surprise the audience. We'll set something up now that you're in America and our time zones are aligned. Maybe we could get you back on and just have a real conversation.
I love it. Take care. God bless.
Thank you. Michael Hitchborn, brother, what's happening?
Hey, Virginia.
Virginia going red.
Yep.
I think Nick's got some news for us.
All right, Nick, give us an update.
We can officially call both the states of Ohio, which I'm happy about. Ohio by almost, 9 points for Trump with 55% of the vote in. And then my state, the great state of Texas, again with 9.62% of the vote in for Donald Trump, both of them for Donald Trump. So it's looking pretty good. And then when we look at Mr. Hitchborn's state of Virginia, it's with almost 60% in, neck and neck. For Trump at 49.6 to Kamala 48.7. Again, I want to see Fairfax, how much stuff comes out of Fairfax, but we might have an interesting potential upset. So I'm going to myself actually, though, jump off for a little bit and go back and look at some more analytics.
All right, Nick, do me a favor, though. Pop back in with any big updates. Like, if there's a surprise that comes in, right? So Virginia was not expected to go red.
It's I don't have it going red personally on my prediction, but it is encouraging to see how tight it is. That's a good thing.
Okay, so Nick, if a big surprise happens, please pop back in. You're our election correspondent. We need you here. We're gonna sit here. We're gonna chat with these boys for a little bit, but don't disappear for the night. We need you back.
Yeah, sounds good. If Harris just wins out of nowhere, you'll never see me again. But other than that, I'll show back up.
All right. We'll see you in a little bit, Nick. All right, Nick's gonna come back, guys. Michael, how you feeling about tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm looking at the maps. I'm looking at the trajectories. I think that if we look at Pennsylvania, the fact that Pennsylvania's got about 20% reported in, but the majority of the blue that's come in are from the expected territories of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and, Allentown. And you're starting to see the trend red for the rest of the state from people that I know in Pennsylvania. They tell me that things are looking very good in Pennsylvania.
Oh man, it's just the hesitancy to be too positive because of what they did to us, like the PTSD that we all have from 2020, just makes you just hesitant. Like you don't want to get too excited. It looks really good. Do you think we're going to see the election called tonight?
It's probably going to be called late tonight, probably sometime
like 2, 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
But you think it's going to get called tonight, though? You don't think this is going to be something that gets stretched out for days on end?
No, I think that we'll wake up tomorrow morning and we'll know who the president's going to be.
You don't think we're going to wake up tomorrow morning and see that drastic spike? You don't think no pipes bursting tonight? We're not dealing with anything like that?
You mean, are we expecting hanging Chad ballots?
Yeah,
and
yes. If I hear stop the count, I'm going to lose it. That's my thing.
I mentioned hanging Chads in a text with Nick today. He didn't know what I was talking about. I'm like, are you joking me?
How old is Nick, though? Nick's pretty young.
26.
Oh,
yeah, he's 26. So hanging Chads was 2000. So he was.
That was Florida, Al Gore.
He was one.
Right. Now, my little Apple app, it's telling me we're at 60-40 Harris, Trump on Pennsylvania. That's not looking good.
How
no,
cool,
but that's only 20% reporting.
How cool Father Calvin Robinson popped in like that. I said to him, I'm like, no pressure to stay, man. I just think it would be awesome if you just popped in and said hello.
I mean, he was a regular on Tucker. That's pretty amazing to have a regular on Tucker pop by for us.
You want to know what I think? I think a lot of people do like about this channel is that you kind of never know. Like, we'll see somebody in the comments, I'll see Kennedy Hall in the comments, and I'll just send them the link and tell them to jump. Like, there's kind of no rules on this show, so if somebody's watching and they want to jump on, we'll always send them the link.
If you're a friend, you can just walk in the door anytime, kind of.
Yeah,
we're like cheers.
Yeah, kind of a little bit. It's a little corny, but Yeah, and I think that when people come on, they have a good time with us. I think that's the main thing that we've kind of given in this show is like we try to have fun with our guests, and it's not always an interview style. It's kind of just you're hanging with your friends and let's try to just figure it out as we go. But okay, so Michael, you're in Virginia. What are you feeling for tonight? You think it's going to flip?
I think there's a good chance that Virginia flips red. Right now, Virginia is showing red according to the Epoch Times. They're showing that Trump has got a full point lead over Kamala Harris. He's got 1,233,000 votes. Harris only has 1,210,000 votes. 56% reported in Fairfax County, which is the county that you have to kind of watch. And even there, Kamala's only got 66% to Trump's 31% in Fairfax County. Usually Fairfax would go 70 plus. So if she doesn't get to 70 in Fairfax County, she's going to be in trouble.
Is anybody keeping an eye on the actual news? Like, is the news panicking at all, or is the news still confident Kamala's got this? That's what makes it, because my brother's texted me and he's like, dude, I'm so nervous right now. I can't even watch this stuff.
New York Times says they are predicting 285 for Trump.
Yep.
Really?
I was watching NBC downstairs, and they're pretty smoothly reporting Trump's wins without any panic.
I think they
almost makes you a little worried.
I know. I agree. It's a little weird, but they were. There didn't seem to be shenanigans. They were actually objective, at least for leftist mainstream media.
Maybe they know that hypersonic missile they're testing tonight hits Russia, and we end up in a war.
Well, I think part of this goes to the idea of the Democratic Party regrouping under another Trump term, right?
You mentioned that yesterday, right?
Yeah. So it's like you got to let the guy. All right. So we got to deal with the Trump presidency. He gets a term in, but what happens during that term is their base gets completely riled up again. They get their riots again. They get their fundraising again. They wind up getting their base riled up again because Trump is the most evil villain that's ever existed in the history of the world. And then you could actually pick a real candidate that they can put forward. I mean, I still don't know why they put Kamala forward. I mean, it was almost like they wanted to lose this one. It kind of seemed like, why? Like, why would they not do anything to try and pick somebody who had a chance if Trump really is, unless they really thought they could take him out through other means? Like, so what do you guys think happens if Trump becomes president-elect tonight? Like, what does the next couple of months look like?
A lot of violence.
Yeah.
You think so? You think they regroup with political, like, you think they're going to have BLM riots and stuff like that again?
Maybe not big time until the summer. Just because in a lot of cities up north, you just can't do that stuff till the summer. But yeah, I think we see a violence eventually.
I mean, I will continue to worry for Trump's safety. Senator Matt Gaetz was on Jack Posobiec's show and said there are 5 organized teams competing for the assassination of Trump. So it's not just a couple Lone Rangers living in their basements, 5 official competing teams to assassinate Trump. So I think I can't even imagine the level of personal protection they're going to have to beef up if he wins this.
Oh man, I had a bet with my friend that he was going to win the election tonight, but they will not inaugurate him on January 20th. So I bet him $100. I said I think he'll win the election tonight, but I don't think they'll let him get inaugurated. And I don't wish that upon him. I just don't see them allowing it. I see something happening, and that doesn't mean something bad happening to Trump. It could mean some kind of lawfare, some kind of, I don't know, something. I just don't see how, after everything they did to this guy, that they just say, okay, Trump's the president, let's deal with it. I don't know how they do that.
So I think that what we're going to see, I have a little different perspective on this. I think that we will see a Trump victory. I think that Trump will be on his way to the inauguration. I don't think we're going to see another assassination attempt. What I think will happen is that we will see some sort of false flag operation. You're going to see an international incident of some kind. It will be orchestrated by the war hawks, who are looking desperately to get us involved in another war.
Another war, yeah.
And when that false flag operation comes, it's going to create it will involve the Emergency Powers Act. Okay, there are certain executive orders that are on the books that give the president dictatorial powers, even to toss an election and to disband Congress for 6 months. So if there is something that's going to happen that is drastic, and I'm not saying this is going to happen.
Yeah.
My worst case scenario, the one that I worry about more than anything else, is that false flag operation that enacts these dictatorial powers for current Biden and Harris.
Oh, you think this will happen during the president-elect time?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
And I think that's exactly where we're going to see Trump not allowed to take control because of some international
let's hope that doesn't happen.
Tragedy.
That would be wild.
So, Michael, you're predicting he wins tonight, but there's going to be war before January, and there's going to have to be emergency jurisdictions that the Democrats stay in power.
I mean, I wouldn't say that that's my prediction. That's my concern.
That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, so let's put that hypothetical aside, and let's say he does actually get inaugurated on January 20th. Do they start another impeachment process right away? Like, do they do to him this term what they did to him the last term and just try to bog him down so much that he gets nothing done again? Like the idea that he could just get in, actually build a border wall, and actually do some of the things that he's been talking about is just seems too good to be true to me.
Yeah, of course. If they're going to do anything, barring anything drastic happening, they're going to do whatever they can to muddy the tanks so that so they can't get through the slog, and he's not going to be able to accomplish anything. The question is, if Trump wins tonight, do we also win the House and the Senate?
Yeah.
Giving us 3 branches of government. We'll have the judicial branch, we'll have the presidency, and we will have both houses of Congress. So if that happens, how will they bog him down? What will they do?
Yeah.
I don't really
they
have
can't impeach him. They can't put him through that process again because they don't have the House. Me and Michael were actually discussing this earlier. So somebody put up something that Jamie Raskin had said today that actually he didn't say, but he did say this in an earlier time, saying that on camera that if Trump wins, then Congress will act to disqualify him or something. Like, Michael, what was that actual quote that he did say? Do you remember? Maybe I can actually find that clip.
I'd have to actually play the quote because it was so absurd that I didn't really commit it to memory. But
no, but you sent it to me. If there's a video clip, I'll find it and I'll play it. Hang on, Michael actually did send it to me earlier.
Yeah, it was a response to your comment.
Yeah, let's see. Ooh, finding is going to be fun.
I got it right here. Let's see. I'll just chat it here inside the private chat.
Can you text it to me? Is that possible? Because if you text it to me, I'll send it to the
I see it there.
Yeah, I just put it in the private chat here in StreamYard.
Let me see if I can grab that without Rob here. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, I got it. Now let me.
What are you trying to do?
Hang on. I'm going to do it. Let's see. I can pull this off, Rob.
Oh,
I can pull this off. I promise. I did this yesterday. I know what I'm doing. I can do this. I'm telling you. All right, let's see.
So we got 468 live watching. Tucker Carlson is 127,000. That's a big difference, but it's really not I mean, if you look at like the multiplication of that, that's a pretty impressive audience you guys have. 468 watching. It's not bad at all.
Okay, I have it right here. Let's see. I'm gonna play it. Let's see. I got this.
I could sense Anthony was about to try something technologically related.
Brown versus Board, where you get a different kind of Supreme Court on the side of the freedoms and equality of the American people. But the court is not going to save us. And so that means the only thing that really works is people in motion amending the Constitution. But again, it's necessary, but it's not sufficient, because what can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that back to life, even as we're continuing to amend the Constitution, as Professor Hassan has invited us to do.
That's pretty wild. Like, that's them saying they're going to enact the 14th. What is the 14th Amendment? Look that up, Rob. Let's see it.
Guarantees citizenship and equal protection under the law to all people born or naturalized in the United States.
Yeah.
How are they gonna use that?
I think he's quoting the wrong one.
That's interesting. I don't
No,
know.
What's the one?
correctly, there's a provision under
go
the
ahead.
14th Amendment that allows, that prohibits somebody who is convicted of an insurrection.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's the route they were going with it.
What's the one where if the president has mental illness, you can remove him?
That's
Yep.
the 25th.
25th. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about using
Yeah.
on Biden.
No person shall be basically a senator, rep, president, whatever. If they, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof.
Yep.
Man, this is such an interesting night, man. Holy cow. Oh, man. All right, so I want to hear what CNN's saying.
All of those Washington, D.C. suburbs, Kamala Harris is not performing as well. One of the emphasis of the Harris campaign to all of us leading into this election was how well they were going to do in suburban areas around large major metro areas. At least in Northern Virginia, that is not manifesting itself. As I said before,
This is CNN.
we still rate this as lean Harris. I will show you what I showed you what the outstanding vote is, show you what she needs and what we project. A narrow victory in Virginia, not nearly as large as Joe Biden achieved in 2020.
They're
That's
still
a story.
predicting she's going to have a narrow victory in Virginia, but but the thing is, if it's not turning out, and they already predicted Virginia, right? So if it's not turning out where in the states where she was supposed to win, though, I don't see how she wins the swing states. I don't see it.
Little comeback on Pennsylvania. Trump's up to 44% versus Kamala's 55% in Pennsylvania.
It swung pretty strongly the last few minutes.
Yep.
What, Trump's coming up, you're saying?
Yeah.
Trump's coming
rising.
up on Pennsylvania. Yep. It was 60-40 20 minutes ago.
And the important thing to watch is the fact that a lot of the blue territories, like Pittsburgh, 48% is already reported in Pittsburgh.
It's all this
Philadelphia.
area in the center.
What's that?
It's all the area in the center here.
Yeah, most of the rest of the state is pretty red. But the areas you got to watch are Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Philadelphia has 22% reported, and Kamala's 82% to Trump's 16% in Philadelphia. But again, that's only 22% of the vote counted, which means there's a lot of votes that haven't been cast. What else is interesting is that CNN was reporting that in order for Kamala to win Pennsylvania, she has to come away with 700,000 votes from Philadelphia. If she doesn't get 700,000 votes in Philadelphia, the rest of the state it will sink her.
Yeah. I love this because I will put Rob up against Jamie any day. Like, I'm not kidding. I asked, if I say, Rob, can you bring this up? Like, he brings it up instantly. I've seen Joe Rogan say, Jamie, can you bring this up? And Jamie's like, oh, we can't bring it up. I can't. Like, Jamie sucks. Rob is 100 times.
By the way, the next time you want CNN, just tell me to play it. I have it ready.
I'm worried about copyright. I don't know. Like, do you think we could just play CNN without? I don't know. Like, I don't want to lose our stream because we played.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want to lose our stream because we played CNN, but like, it is interesting to the thing is those mainstream outlets, like the way they break down counties and stuff, is always the place to go and see how things really do.
Hey Rob, I sent you a Iraqi Catholic priest. It's like a 90-second video. When there's a lull, would you play that? I'd like your listeners to see this, to understand why it's not just Americans watching this, but the whole world is watching this election. And I think it's worth seeing what persecuted Christians in the Middle East believe about this.
Yeah, I think the whole world is watching this. I think I think
you did not send me.
I sent it in the private chat to the group there. It's just a Twitter video. It's under Michael's.
Before we do that, I actually have to go here pretty soon. But Father, I was going to ask you, could you lead us in prayer for our country before I go? I think that it would be great. And then everybody who's watching, let's get them all praying for our country, specifically Virginia, because we need Virginia to turn red. But please, let's pray for our country if we could.
Let's do it. Maybe, I mean, what do we have? 500 people watching. That's a lot of rosaries if we could all just do a decade. Is that too much time out of it? Should we do a whole?
Yeah, I think it is too much time, especially with Nicholas popping back in. But
all right, we'll do the. How about the Angelus then?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
okay. In the name of the Father and of the Son and the Holy Spirit, Amen. The angel of the Lord declared unto Mary,
and she conceived
by
the
Holy Ghost.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now at the hour of our death.
Amen.
Behold the handmaid of the Lord.
Let it be done unto us according to thy word.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now at the hour of our death. Amen.
And the Word is made flesh
and dwelt among us.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy
Mary, Mother of God,
pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Pray for us, O Holy Mother of God,
that we may be made worthy of the promises of Christ.
Let us pray. Pour forth, we beseech thee, O Lord, thy grace into our hearts, that we, to whom the incarnation of Christ thy Son was made known by the message of an angel, may by his passion and cross be brought to the glory of his resurrection, through the same Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Immaculate Conception, patron of our country,
pray for us.
Saint Joseph,
pray for us.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
All right, Michael. Michael, thank you for joining us. You want to stick around for Nicholas's update?
Yeah, I'll stick around for the update, and then I got to jump.
Nick?
Big breaking news: North Carolina has been called for Donald Trump. It's not on there, but it's been officially called for Donald Trump. And this is where it's really interesting. So the New York Times, I don't know if you've been reading my updates. I've been texting you, Anthony, but the New York Times has Trump officially leaning now. It was a toss-up in the beginning of the night. They have him now lean. And Polly Market, 80% likelihood of a Trump victory. And this is the big one for me. Trump has over 88 million in the popular vote, according to the
biggest election win in history. I told you guys, I called that at the beginning of the night. I said, you're going to see Trump get the biggest election win in the history of president. Like, this is, there's no, this smash is 2020, smash Biden's 2020. I knew this was going to happen. Look, we got this one. It really is going to be. It's going to be a wild couple of weeks after this election.
Yeah, we will see. We will see. So, yeah, it's looking good. Looking good info at the moment. We will see. Colorado also, by the way, Colorado was called a little bit ago for Kamala Harris, but that's not surprising.
What do you expect from a bunch of pot smokers?
Exactly.
All right, Michael, man, keep in touch, brother. We'll talk soon.
All right. God bless you all.
Adios. All right, so Nick, we're looking
guys. I'm
good,
going to run here in a minute too, real quick. How's Arizona looking? That's a big one.
Not expected for 20
Arizona
more
just
minutes.
started. Arizona just started.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's the early data that we do have, it's lean Trump.
And New Mexico is leaning Trump
No
right now.
way.
Yeah,
Are you serious?
13% reporting.
Yeah, 14%
That's
reported.
huge.
So we'll
Nick,
see.
you're saying he has 88 million in the popular now, or
They're
projected?
expecting
Projected.
Well, according, let's see, let me pull back up what I had here.
because right now it
So,
shows 33 million.
They're
Yeah,
still
no, it's
showing
fine.
the blue wall as a toss up. They're saying
according
Nevada's
to
not in
Decision
yet.
Desk HQ, a Decision Desk HQ, Trump has 88 million.
Wow. Fox called Arizona. Yeah. I tweeted that earlier. I said at like 2 p.m. I said Brett Baer just called Arizona for Trump.
Guys, I'm going to go get
Wagner was
another bowl of tortilla soup. And
all right, Father Nix, thank you for stopping by. It was always fun talking with you,
always
brother.
fun. If we hit 272, I might pop back on.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know how late we're going to stay on, but yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
I do have work in the morning, but
God bless you all.
Yeah. Thanks, Father.
Thanks. Bye.
This was what a fun night, man. Holy cow. I'm so glad we did a stream tonight. Like it was because I was worried that there would be too much other stuff going on and nobody would even tune in for this, but it seems like people really did enjoy it. It was very cool having Father Robinson pop in, Father Nick's always, but not saying we have to stay on until the winner is declared. I kind of want to. It's not like I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm going to be awake too. But here's the thing: it is going to kick us off of locals at 3 hours.
At 3 hours, but I mean, I don't. Oof! I'm gonna have to take a pee break.
I'm
definitely gonna have to take a pee break. You guys hold it down for 2 minutes. Let me go pee real quick.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Hold it down. I'll be back. Let me go get my. All right, we're in for the long haul, boys.
So, Nick, you said North Carolina's been called?
Yeah, North Carolina's been called by some outlets. It's not been called by a couple others yet.
Georgia
is by 4
Georgia's
points.
got a bigger. Trump's got a bigger lead in Georgia with more reporting, so I imagine that's going to go Trump.
Yeah, Georgia's going to go Trump. He's at, let's see here, around 5 to 6 points ahead, which is pretty good. I mean, if he manages to hold that, it will do a little bit better than I was initially predicting, which would be pretty cool. So,
in Virginia is looking
Virginia's
good too.
neck and neck. Apparently, a lot of Fairfax County has yet to be, and Richmond County has yet to be opened up. What I'm interested in is so one of the things I don't know if Anthony read this on the show, but according to the Wisconsin exit polling, Trump has doubled his support amongst Black voters in the state, which is pretty good. That's very, very good. At the moment, of course, it's lean blue, but it's just because we see, all of those cities being the result being the ones.
Madison and Milwaukee, we're always going to go blue, of course.
Exactly.
This has got to be like La Crosse, which is pretty blue there. So Superior up here will probably go blue, but the rest of this is all going to be red.
It's all going to be red, yeah. So we will see. Fairfax, people are saying it's 79%. I mean, if it manages to hold, I don't know how much. Can you guys let me know the county that Richmond is in? What is that at the moment?
I wish it told me here.
Yeah, it's so small. But I mean, if hypothetically Trump manages to hold and flip, it would be amazing. How is Pennsylvania? People are asking. It's about the same. It's 32% ahead reporting. It's narrowed a lot. Kamala still has a lead, but then when you look at the results, one thing that I am happy to see is that Erie County, which is up in the northwest portion of the state, right along the Great Lakes.
Oh, they did go red.
It's trending red, which is a good sign because it was red for Trump, and it was one of the things that led Trump to win the state. And then Biden won it back in 2020. Yeah, in 2016, and then Biden won it back in 2020, and so that's why. It should be interesting to see. I mean, there's a lot of the middle that's not been called, and let me take a look here real quick.
Here's the thing: Trump was not up this big in 2020.
No, nowhere near.
Or, not even close.
No, not as much.
The thing is, they still pulled shenanigans. Like they still
They still did, but see, here's where I think people have to be a bit realistic. I do believe there was a ton of shenanigans. So let me first preface it with that, because some people just decide not to listen to that part. But the one area where it is legit is that the Dems did outperform with low propensity voters. They did do a good job in their ground game with that. So as an example, they had around 120 million votes in early voting by yesterday's time. In 2020, whereas by this time we only had around 80. So
they way underperformed with Kamala. Like she just didn't. They didn't have the momentum of evil Trump like they did last time. Like Trump is so much more palatable in 2024 than he was in 2020. It was 4 years of nonstop. He's the most evil man in the world, and they got everybody off their asses to go and vote. Plus, they made voting so easy in 2020 with the stupid pandemic that it was just like, oh, you got the thing sent to your house, just send it in. They just didn't have that going for this time.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Again, we'll still have to keep an eye on these Rust Belt states. But I don't know if you saw, Anthony, whenever I texted you this one, but I mean, some good news, at least Wisconsin. According to exit polling, Trump has doubled his lead from 2020 amongst black voters, which is great. That's around like 20+%. But see, that's actually pretty good, because if it is 20+%, that's around where I was estimating the overall national black vote to go for Trump. 20% may not sound like a lot to some viewers, but a Republican these days winning around 20% is a seismic shift.
Winning 20% and them getting a low turnout on their end.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, election day is next Super Bowl day. It is, but it honestly sucks when you lose, though, because then I hate it. I hated 2020 so much, y'all. I was depressed, straight up depressed, more than I normally am.
Yeah, dude, but there was still insane, crazy ballot stuff.
There was. I don't deny that. I just want people to recognize that, like, it was a combination of that, as well as, like, there was a lot. I mean, we've talked about it. Like, there was a lot of TDS from the media and social media and the medicine world and everything coming together around them. You know what I'm saying? They like all just turned it up to 12 in 2020.
This is what I'm curious if they can do this. I don't know. I don't think they can do this time. Like I
look at the states they'd have to do it in. I mean, they did it in Pennsylvania. So, okay, let's say they do that again, but they'd have to, I mean, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota are all still toss-ups. Yeah, if he gets all of these, if he gets Virginia, North Carolina, South, and Georgia, and even just one of Michigan, Wisconsin, or Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, then it's over.
Yeah, he's won. That's why I said yesterday in my video that he has a lot more paths to victory. And at the moment, I'll give you guys a little bit of just a percentage update. So again, they're predicting. Oh, it's even gone up now. Wow. It just went up again.
What are you talking about?
New York Times has a lean. You know that dial, that famous dial from the New York Times that went back and forth. They have now Trump.
The needle.
The needle. At the beginning of the night, they had it 50-50, right? They had a toss-up, but they now would have it at 71% chance of a Trump victory.
Are you
estimating?
You must be paying for that, because I can't see it.
No. I got the free version. They're offering a free, I guess, for tonight. So. But they have an estimate at the moment. They have an estimate of Trump winning with 288. So what they're predicting from this, again, we'll have to look and see. But from this, they're saying that Trump will win the Sun Belt and then one of the Rust Belt, which would be amazing, because they're already saying Arizona's leaning toward Trump. The polls are great for Trump in Arizona, which means Kamala there. If Trump wins just these, my friends, if he just wins Georgia and Arizona, she only has one path to victory. And it's to sweep every single Rust Belt state, every single one.
Man, I want to hear the tone on.
Russia messed with the wrong Georgians when it came to your.
I want to hear. I want to pull up. I want to hear what they're saying on the news. Like it's too good to miss out on the. Like I got. You know what we got to do? We got to check in on JoJo from Jers.
Oh no!
We got to check in on JoJo from Jers.
Hold on, let me pull up her.
Night's going.
Let me pull this up here. What is her actual handle?
Okay, so it's Joe. Her handle is JoJo from Jers. Okay, so she just reposted. Do not panic during the first part of the evening. Rural counties report first because they have fewer votes to count. Tends to result in Republicans coming in. Like, she tweeted this an hour ago. They have no idea.
She hasn't tweeted in an hour. That tells you.
Yeah, that's bad news.
We will see. We'll see. The the needle will go up and down. It's just going to go up and down the whole time. Polling market at the moment, yeah, it's almost at 80% still for a Trump victory. So we will see. I mean, it's really going to come down to those Rust Belt swing states. It really is.
Hey, out of all the people watching, if you guys are not subscribed to our channel, please subscribe because
we do fun stuff like this even when there's no election.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've been stuck in the 14,000 range for so long. I cannot believe I thought we were going to hit 20 by the end of the year, and we've just been stuck between 14 and 15,000 for so long. So if you guys are not subscribed, please subscribe. Yeah, that's Siciliana's and then Joe. I just love the lunacy of her account. It's just so preposterous.
Thank you very much, Gustavo.
Yes, we appreciate you guys, man. This is so nuts, man.
Is Crypto Catholic Crypto Ducat?
No, it's different. That's a different guy.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you too.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate that very much. Samus does not have more followers than us.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not anymore.
We passed him up.
A while ago. But Christian Wagner does.
Yeah.
Yeah, Protestia. I love Protestia too because
definitely the best Catholic account out there.
He just posts glorious Catholic videos all the time. I don't know if they had no choice. I don't know what the hell this was about, man.
Well, they had to keep Kamala because her name was tied to the printed ballots, and then her name was also tied to finances.
The finances. That's like probably what.
The pact finances. I mean, the thing is, I mean, this is where it all comes down to. I mean, like, it is a tight race. I don't want us to like assume again that she's going to or that he's going to pull it out of nowhere, but like, it looks good for him at the moment. But again, like, there's less than 40% of the votes.
Bro, just start gloating. Come on. That's why I voted for this guy today. Let's do it.
Your joke was hilarious, not gonna lie. It was very, very funny. I laughed very hard.
It is still too early to gloat. Look, we just got 4 new subscribers, and just from me saying that. Yeah, it is still too early to gloat, though. It's
what, Nick?
So, well, I'm looking at the Pennsylvania results now, and again, like, it was mostly Democrat for a long time tonight, just because it was Philadelphia and Pittsburgh that was coming in. But the rural states are coming in pretty heftily now, and she's only ahead by 1 point, and only 38% of the votes tallied. But again, big thing that I'm happy about is, again, it's only 2% that's reported, but we are seeing Erie County thus far trending in Trump's favor, which again is still early. But
Trump's closed the distance in Wisconsin. He's only a point away there too.
Yeah, he's closed these things, and so that's what's good. So I mean, this is why I tell people, like, I mean, again, I'm not trying to get on my proud horse, but it's like, you know, it's really, really important, because again, it's like if we lose tonight and it's by just a slim margin, you know what I'm saying? Like a realistic loss of, like, you know, again, 1 million votes across a few states or something like that. I'll be mad, but I'll know that, like, we could have done so much more. And I hope, of course,
you're saying if we pull out a slim win.
No. If we lost by a slim margin, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
If she just barely squeaked over, I would be very upset, because I would say that one of the faults would be both Catholics and then evangelicals just deciding not to vote because they're being very puristic about it. And the result would be not just, of course, abortion legislation, but then also just massive economic downturn.
So I don't think there was that many abstaining. Look, I went to the Catholic Identity Conference, and Michael Matt publicly came out and said he's not voting for Trump. And he actually, you know, he said, you know, we have to stand our ground on the abortion issue. And the entire crowd at the CIC was like not having it. Like, and they all went there for his conference. They were not having it. Like, they were like, at one point they were like had like this prayer for Trump. Like it was like a very spontaneous thing. Those boomers were not voting for Trump. You know what I mean? Like they were voting for Trump. Those like there was one speaker, I think, that they had a guy from, I don't know if he's from OAN, maybe a guy from OAN that gave a talk at the conference, and he was like pro Trump, and when he said something about Trump, they like lost their minds. They went ballistic. They were like, Trump. So I think Michael Matt really didn't appease his audience's opinion. Yeah, he didn't know how to read the room there.
Yeah,
so
it's we're doing really well.
Oh, he's from Newsmax.
Again, we'll just have to wait and see.
If PA goes to Trump, don't forget to give Grover a shout out.
Did Grover end up actually voting for Trump?
Wait, why is she saying that?
I don't know.
I was proud of Rob, honestly, for voting. Rob and a few other people that I knew were in a similar boat. And I just was like, come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's be all homies.
I'll tell you
here.
what sealed it for me, Nick. I think it was because I was not going to vote this election because I was so angry in 2020, and it really did stick with me. But when they tried to assassinate him, like something, I mean, I probably would have voted anyway. Like I still think, but something happened with that assassination attempt. I think it motivated a lot of people. Like they've gone too far with this. Like they threw all these other things nonstop at him, but when they tried to assassinate him, I think it was something different, man. It's like you guys are going way too far with this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that when you look at individuals like Elon Musk and Joe Rogan, they mentioned this in their podcast the other night that those were kind of the moments that really like opened their eyes to just how insane this stuff is.
Yeah.
We got to see. I mean, again, like I hope that we win, honestly, by, a larger margin, but it's going to be tight. It's going to be close. This is why I told Tim Flanders up in Michigan. I was like, get out and vote, Tim. I don't care about your long extrapolated theories about how America could be this or that or the other. Just go vote.
Oh,
go
was he not going to vote?
No, he was still going to vote Trump. He was going to vote for Trump regardless. I think he wrote an article for 1 Peter 5 on like why he's voting for the Trump for the third time or something. I forget exactly what the title was, but like when he made his video the other day on Monday morning, he was like, I do think that Trump is an antichrist in a way, but I'm still going to vote for him. And he was giving examples. He's like, religious liberty, et cetera, et cetera. And then I was like, I put in the comments, I was like, but yo, Tim, one of the popes that you call saint did that in the church too, but you ain't going to call him an antichrist.
Yeah, dude, I just think it's like I said before, we could put these idealistic expectations on what we want for a president, but our own hierarchy is not that. Like our own pope is not that. What'd we get?
Poly market just shot up even more. It's almost at 83% chance of a Trump victory. Let me go over to New York Times. Yeah, New York Times now has it 73% chance. We're growing 73% chance with a 289 electoral victory for Donald Trump. So we're moving into the middle of lean, closer to likely victory. So now what I'm curious about.
Ooh,
they
also have the popular vote listed as even now.
Oh, it's even. Where on New York Times?
On New York Times, they had Harris, up on the popular vote, but.
Oh, did they? Interesting.
Yeah.
I think, well, I mean, again, Decision Desk HQ gets a lot of info really quick. They have Trump at 88 million. So,
you guys think, Cigar was saying the blue wall's about to collapse. I think so too.
One thing you can look at, Rob, if you want, you can show the audience as if, let me look here. Oh, on the left-hand side of the tab, if you go to you'll see underneath the Kamala Harris, you'll see the section by winner, live forecast and stuff. Look at the one that says shift from 2020, if you can.
Where?
On the New York Times one, on the New York Times page. It will have, let's see, yeah. And then look under her name at the very top. Go to the very top of the screen. Oh, do you have it by state? Can you go back to the state tab?
So I guess the Groypers' war against Trump didn't rob him of the vote.
It's almost like they are insignificant.
Yeah, can you go to the one where it's the map? The one of the map, if you can.
Bro, what are you doing to me? Where's the map?
I take back everything I said. Jamie would have had it.
Hold on.
Did you guys see the meme over the last few hours about like Jeb Bush out of nowhere taking over?
Yeah, I saw that one earlier. I saw the one with Trump's hair. Trump's hair was the prophecy. That one was hilarious.
That was great. Let's see. Yeah, there you go, Rob. Okay, so now scroll down to where.
Oh my! Oh, I hate this web page.
Okay, you see shift from 2020 on the left side right there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh my
Look at that.
gosh.
So now this is what I'm interested in. Look at Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Those big sections that are trending very, very right. Everything is trending right except for a little bit of area around Atlanta, essentially.
Some of the reservations in Oklahoma.
Yeah, exactly. Those Comanches out there, bro.
Whoa.
You guys all
You gotta
harp
be
on
careful.
the Amish all the time on this show. And I'm like, let's go back to classic traditional American racism. You know,
yeah, Anthony tried that once and got us our first strike.
No. But yeah, point is, look at the trends. So we don't have a ton of info right now on Wisconsin or Michigan, but if we're seeing these trends in Pennsylvania, like look how sharp those are. Those are good numbers. So
what it really shows is in all the areas that you would expect Trump to be ahead in anyways, people came out and voted more than they did in 2020.
Yeah,
by far. Did you guys, I mean, like as an example, like let's take a look here. Yeah, Trump, oh my goodness, look at the Florida vote with 97% in. Trump won 56 to 40 or to 43. 56 to 43.
The thing is Florida, it's not just that they're shifting red. They did shift red, but they also cleaned up their voting stuff under
DeSantis,
DeSantis. Like he really cleaned up the voting rolls and he did a lot to make sure that there's no shenanigans in his state.
I mean, it looked like Miami. I mean, Miami even went red, kind of.
Yeah, Nick, this is definitely. He's up in PA now. My son was a little nervous before, but he's got this. We're gonna be.
He's just catching up.
Yeah, it's he's. There's no way they're gonna be able.
Except for Michigan, which he's not even up by a point. So.
Yeah, I think we're good. Like the New York Times is predicting he's gonna win. Everybody's
Donald Trump predict Donald Trump wins the state of Montana. Okay.
No, but it's way more like he's winning. He's winning states that they didn't even.
Yeah. Like, Jersey's
is
Arizona's coming in strongly.
Josh, you missed a lot, man. We had Father Calvin Robinson on. We had
Michael
Hitchborn on. You missed a lot, bud.
Arizona's starting to come in, and it looks strong for Trump. Initially.
Arizona's looking strong for Trump.
Jersey's within 6%.
I told you. My son, what'd you bet?
Within 10%.
My son, I told him before because the bet was over under 10% in Jersey. I said she's not going to win by 10% in Jersey.
I don't know about New York though. New York's still like 20%.
Yeah, but they count the cities first.
Yeah. They just started something.
Yeah, they have polling market has Trump up by 85%. That's really high.
I still think they called New Jersey too early.
What is New Jersey's total at, Rob, percentage wise? Let's look. Oh, well, I mean, look how close that is, though. Like that's really good. That's what I'm saying.
Over to
71% reporting. If there's only like a 6, what's the overall like?
Like Atlantic City's only 53% in.
But if she only wins by like any under 10, like that's a huge movement away from 2020.
Yeah, let's look at this. Oh, it doesn't show.
Yeah, it doesn't really show anything yet. Come on, New York Times.
Do we want to look at New York here?
There's a lot of New York.
Obviously, New York City. Long Island's 53% in. Strong for Trump.
Yeah, Anthony threatened everybody there.
But look, I mean, most of like upstate New York's hardly come in.
Yeah, a lot of
upstate New York's all going to go red.
Yeah.
Yeah, traditional.
I just texted Joshua Charles. Somebody mentioned Joshua Charles in the chat. I just texted him. We'll see if he wants to come hang.
Let's look at Wisconsin.
Joshua Charles comes on. He's like, the church fathers would condemn this, this, and this. All right, y'all.
I'll tell you. So he was Pence's speechwriter, and Josh came into the church same time as you, Nick, during COVID, right?
Yeah,
and he is very he's very much upset with the way Trump handles COVID. I know that.
It's
like
rational.
He's very upset with the way Trump handled COVID. So he clearly, like, he obviously wanted Trump to win over Kamala, but he wasn't like gung ho about being like out there pushing for Trump or anything. So, but it might be interesting to hear his takes.
I'm curious about some of his church politics takes. I never really talked to him about that.
Yeah, he's got some interesting ideas. He looks at it similar to the way we do.
80. Oh my goodness. Polymarket now has it at 88% chance of a Trump victory. 88% chance. And again, that's just the betting. So calm down a little bit, y'all. But
Pennsylvania. Did it just flip?
Yep.
Yeah. So the question is, where are those votes coming in from? Is it?
Let's see what New York Times has.
It'd be crazy if Trump like demolishes in Pennsylvania. Like he just like completely slaughters.
Trump has increased his electoral college prediction, though, at least in the New York Times estimate, to 91 now.
Here's Pennsylvania. I mean, there's some counties that have 0% in, 3% in, and they're going to be heavy red counties.
They are.
Rob, you're like really good at this election stuff, and you didn't want to do it.
I know. That's because it was my life for a long time, and I got
really.
Yeah.
What did you do beforehand?
Well, I mean, it was like a hobby.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm the same way.
I mean, I did political science and international relations and political science in college.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Not to brag, but like my video yesterday, you guys see the final vote? What did
you wind up getting?
Last I checked, but it was again 5 hours ago. It was over 160K.
That's awesome, crazy. Nick. A lot of subs out of it.
I got about 1,000 or like 1,200 out of it. So I'm like just shy.
Did you mention avoiding Babylon in it?
No.
I did mention it in the show. I did, but it was as a joke because I didn't think that would be people.
Is that what we are to you? The joke.
Well, the joke was I was calling Pennsylvania and I was just like, so Trump's got the unions, he's got the Amish, the real Amish, y'all. If you're from Avoiding Babylon, the real Amish. So I mentioned.
No, but how would he have any idea that video was going to blow up? He was just throwing a video up. You put a video out and you just assume it's going to be like your other videos.
Well, I thought it. I was attempting to try to make it. Nick is just trying to make me jealous. Look, girl, go find yourself a nice Jewish boy because you're Jewish and you like pancakes, and I'm sure that the Jews like pancakes.
Well, look, the thing is, I want nothing more than your channel to blow up and be successful. Like I want you to have.
That's because you want to ride his coattails.
Well, that would be great, of course, but that's not even why. No, it's like the whole, like the biggest benefit he gets from coming on with us and our audience growing is that they get exposed to him and his audience should grow along with ours. Mm-hmm. So if he finds a way outside of our audience, like that's amazing. God willing, you'll be the one inviting us on your channel and helping us grow one day.
Man, wow. Okay, the New York Times is saying 77% chance of a Trump victory now with 293 in the Electoral College. So they're increasing their vote totals. And they've called Colorado finally, but we already called Colorado earlier.
Now they're saying Trump in the popular vote too.
No, I mean, oh, yeah. Where are you seeing the popular vote tab? I'm just
New York Times on the live forecast. See, right down here.
Oh, yeah. Let me see here. Let me look at your screen. Oh, that part. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Someone on X said they would move to vote after seeing your video, Nick.
Hey, I appreciate it. That's awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, my heart really was just like, okay, I'll just put it this way. Like, part of the reason I just fought so hard in this election was, like, I'm dead serious that I want to try within the next, 2 years to, find the right girl, get married, start a family, try to live the American dream. But just seeing the affordability issue, I was like, that's not going to be a thing. So
Did
that's
you ever-
partially one reason why I was so belligerent.
Did you ever consider getting into politics yourself?
I'm already considering it a little bit. I just don't know fully how I get through the door. That's more or less my question. So if y'all have any
City
ideas for me,
council.
let me know.
Start with city council, mayor, things like
Work
that.
my way up to emperor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could be an Emperor Palpatine one day.
Joey West. Stop doom glooming, bro. She's not winning.
He only wants an Eastern European pro. Okay, well, this is only partially true. I wouldn't mind. But it's all in God's timing. I have some ideas. I'll just say I have some ideas.
Yeah, go to Poland and scoop a chick that don't even speak English. That's the best route.
I'll tell
They
Anthony
speak
Rob
English in Poland.
off stream because they're my homies. I'll tell them off stream. It's not at the moment. I can tell you guys at the moment I'm not going overseas. I'm staying in the U.S. to still look for a wife.
FBI command post monitoring election threats nationwide.
Nick, that's what mail order's for, bro. You stay in the U.S., they come over here.
So true. Let's see. With 0% reporting, we can predict. That's just.
I'm the Senate Emperor Kavazatine.
That's funny. We can report now that Utah will go for Donald Trump.
Was that expected?
Which
again, the Mormons.
It's not surprising, really.
Yeah, okay.
We still have to have though our first.
Are we gonna see 270 tonight?
I think so. We might see it in the next hour.
I hope so. I pray we do. I pray that we do so I can get some sleep. When I was out there, bro, I was out there in front of our little central, Texas. Someone's asking, am I from Central Texas? I am from the proud town of Wimberley. I don't care if you guys know where I live. I'm from Wimberley, Texas. And I was out in front of our polling place.
5 million ahead in the popular vote.
I know he's doing really well right now. Now we got to get out to California. That's going to be the big question when we get to California. But the thing is that again, if Trump can shave off like 5 or 6 points in California, then that's not bad again. Because it's like New Jersey. New Jersey, he shaved a lot off.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to see.
Joshua Charles responded. He's got his men's group over for an election party.
He's got his.
They can all come on.
Yeah, they all come. Hey, Aunt Jemima, I hope you find the most Chad husband. I really do. I really do.
Well, once again, no hanging chads tonight.
No hanging chads tonight, yes. And then I do lift weights a lot. You guys can only see me from like the shoulders down. But I do lift weights. 5 days.
You whiff weights.
I whiff weights, yeah. Lift.
You definitely need some sleep, man.
Dude, I need some sleep. I was out there for 6 hours holding signs and flags. I got so many people who were like, yeah, I go Trump. And then like 20 old ladies who were like, how dare you? They're like, why are you voting for that molester? Because I don't want to die in World War III, ma'am.
Yeah, right. Speaking of Marshall and Wagner, when are those two coming out?
Well, Marshall's obviously not coming, but Wagner, I forgot to send the link to. I got to send the link to him.
Dude, so true, Sam. I do bench press the manuals and the sumo all the time.
All right, Wagner's gonna come.
Nick is drunk. Get out of here, coach. I'm gonna go look at some more data, but I'll let you guys jump on with him. But Anthony, keep your phone on because I might take.
All right, I'll keep it on.
I'll be back in a bit.
Sounds good.
All right, let's check in. Let's see
what they are in other countries. And in this final week of the election, these sobering costs remain central in both Kamala Harris's and Donald Trump's campaigns. CNN's Dr. Sanjay Gupta has more.
22-year-old nonsense. They're talking about drugs. Let's see. Let's see if Wagner's going to come. He texted
is Gordon streaming
an hour ago? Is he still streaming?
Who?
Wagner?
I don't know.
Let's see. Yep, here he is.
Hold on, Nick's back.
Oh, Nick's back.
I left too soon because we have
We
have some cool breaking news. So yeah, polling market 90% chance of a Trump victory, and now it has shifted almost to 80% on New York Times. Those are big. Those are big. All right, I'll be back.
Okay, bye.
Enjoy the fake Thomist. I'm just joking.
Wow.
Christian's great. Christian's great. I want to do more collabs with Christian eventually.
Josh just texted me. He wants to come on without the camera. I said no.
He can come on without the camera.
No, I don't want him to.
Why?
No.
Gosh. You know what? You know what? Screw you then. Ha. No camera. What are you gonna do about it?
I don't care if you don't have a camera.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
I just want to. No, he's not coming on without the camera.
Oh man.
All right, Josh is coming. It looks like Christian Wagner is on. Let's see.
The first time watching live, listen to the audio when I'm at work. You boys sound drunk when you're not at 1.5 times speed.
That's actually hilarious.
That's funny. Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny because I'll like if I listen to a podcast, I'll usually bump it up to at least 1.25. Oh well, Wagner's got people on, so yeah, I don't know if I want to hang with
another first time live viewer.
That's it. Do you guys get video on Spotify? Like, do you put the video up there, or is it just
no? It's just
audio on Spotify. Yeah. Like, how does some shows get the video on there? Is it like a process you got to do or something? Or
I don't know, honestly. So it just goes through my audio podcast program that puts it on
all
everything. That puts it on everything.
Yeah, because I remember like it's not just Rogan. Like other people have their visual podcasts on there too. I wonder how that works.
Other like people our size though?
Yeah, our size. I wonder if it's a simple thing. I don't know.
They might upload specifically to Spotify and
yeah, I think they weren't on YouTube. That's why like they lost their YouTube or something.
Well, if Jimmy Aiken has it, then we got to fix that.
Yeah, Coach P is typically here for all our live shows. We appreciate that. We love our live viewers. Where are we at with we still got almost 500 watching on YouTube.
We're at 3,200 views on YouTube right now.
That's wild. I really didn't think anybody was gonna watch us tonight.
I didn't think so either.
I thought we were gonna just, there's so like Crowder's on and for everybody's
who watches Crowder anymore though.
I think that's what my son's. I think he's got like a lot of young audience. My son's watching Crowder. Got Wagner's audience in here. Okay, so you want to try and pop up one of the news feeds? What do you think? I would like to hear what they're saying.
Who do we want to try to put up?
Kale, you want to come on?
Yeah.
Let's see if Kale wants to
Kale's
come
always fun. He'll make fun of, my background, my guns,
Nick just texted,
my pipes,
breaking
my cigars.
Wait, Nick just texted. That was a while ago. Wait. Trump is outperforming Wisconsin counties. Harris counties are almost done. If he wins any of the Rust Belt states, it's over. Kale's going to bed. Yeah, it is late. Yeah, there's almost 500,000 people watching Crowder right now. He gets plenty of views.
Sleep is
man, this is all right. We could dwindle this one out, man. Everybody could go watch on their own.
You think so?
Yeah, this was fun. I don't know. It's without Nick here to like update us on stuff. Like I don't know what to cover. It's like it's just like I'm Anthony's. These guys don't want us to stop. Keep it on. All right, I'll stay on. I just we got to figure out what we're going to display. Like it's getting late in the game.
So Wisconsin's almost half in, and Trump's a little bit ahead still. So that's
all right. Josh
good.
is coming.
Okay. We got a first-time super chat. That's
Breaking
awesome.
decision desk calls Iowa for Trump.
Nice. That's not
First time
unexpected.
super chatting. I pray my Virginia goes red again.
Virginia's
JG.
looking pretty good right now. Don't stop. There's nothing else worth watching.
All right, we're gonna hang. Joshua Charles is coming. Iowa goes for Trump. Sound like the comeback. Oh, what are you doing? It's funny, like that people still want us to say
Arizona's close. New Mexico looks like might go to Kamala. I still don't know why Georgia hasn't called. That seems suspicious.
Is interesting. It seems he's up. How is Georgia? Like, can you zoom in on Georgia and like do the? Let's see what we're still waiting on.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go to this one. Give me a second. Okay, let me switch. So, I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, even these are like. So here's a county with 0%, but that's probably going to be red. You know, here's another county with 0%. But
how do they have 0% counted though? Like, how does that?
They're probably almost done counting. They just haven't reported any
reported
results.
The tabulation.
They're probably waiting till the end.
Yeah, fishy business going on in Georgia.
But like the counties where where they haven't reported it, they're probably gonna be Trump.
Chris Crash 92. I'd have to check your channel out before I can't just wing that. I have to know who you are, man, because you never know. Like, it's not about your sub count either. Like if you follow me on Twitter, DM me your channel and stuff. I'll check you out. And if you guys are similar content, we don't mind promoting fellow channels. But we'll highlight your channel. Like if you put your channel name in, we'll promote it for you right now.
Let's take a look at
Joey Weston. There'll be a chicken to bite him on. Breaking Trump with 81% chance of winning, according to the New York Times. It's going up. Our Avoiding Babylon correspondent, Nicholas Cavazos.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty strong into
leaning. Man, look at the Trump win, man. This is
they're saying the New York Times is saying Trump with 296. Man. And with a popular vote win too.
It was too big to rig. Yeah. Trillcast. We have a few channels. Our biggest channels. If anybody wants to go and subscribe to Trillcast or Krillcast, is that like Christ or Krillcast? Like, I wonder.
Joey, you live in the Caribbean. Why would we have you on for an American election stream? Plus, you're from Canada.
When it's Colby headphones. Adrian wants to come on though. Adrian can come on.
Yeah. Well, we got Josh's audio.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but what do you mean you're not dressed appropriately? I don't understand. What do you think this is?
I'm just casual. I'm just casual.
Look at me.
We're wearing the same t-shirts.
What show do you think you're on?
That's true. That's true. But I just I'm just unkempt. But
he has an image.
Is this the 2024 New York Times?
Yeah.
Right
now.
I remember I have a thread with law school friends of mine. We all were at my apartment in 2016. And I remember being I had my iPad and the TV was on and people were having fun. And I was like, hold up, everybody. And everybody got dead silent. I was like, the New York Times dial just went 51% likely Trump was going to win, and 49 for Hillary. And everybody was just blown away and was like, holy crap, this is crazy. And so it feels like similar vibes tonight. So.
How are you feeling about this?
I mean, I've always thought Trump was going to win. I've said that literally for years. I said I think he's going to come back, for various reasons. And but we'll see. I am very concerned about violence either way, frankly.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. So what happens? Okay, so Trump becomes president-elect. Let's even say tonight, right? What do you think the next few months before January 20th comes? Like, what does that look like?
I don't claim to know. I mean, again, I have some theories that I don't want to put out in public just yet, just because they're a little too speculative. But I mean, I think I wouldn't be surprised if there are some other attempts on Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if there are international incidents. You know, it's interesting. I don't know if you guys saw, Jill Biden apparently went to the polls wearing a really, really dark red dress.
No.
You know, yeah, totally red dress. And apparently Biden is not attending Kamala.
Yeah, that I saw, yeah.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, it's Kamala. I was at, when I was at the White House in the campaign in 2020, like everybody was like, how do you pronounce it? And it was like comma, as in the pronunciation point, la, comma, la, comma, la.
Yeah, but we say Kamala just to troll her.
Well, I don't believe in calling people men if they're women or vice versa, but I do believe in pronouncing their names right. So, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there are international incidents. I mean, Trump has said that as president-elect, he could bring the Ukraine war to an end. So we'll see if that happens. It is interesting. I have some politically connected friends who actually think Biden. This is way too speculative. I'm just telling you what smart people I know who, they're not right about everything, but they have some very interesting theories and they're pretty informed. They think Biden actually may be kind of tamping things down a bit right now. We were just having our great rosary campaign. We announce every Sundays we're praying for some new target and having a suggested penance, usually following away Catholics and Protestants, etc. So this week was Trump, but we did the second week was Biden. And so I think we all need to be praying for President Biden because there's a whole lot of horrifically wicked things he could do between a Trump victory and a Trump inauguration. And on the international stage, domestically, etc. I'm not optimistic based on his past behavior that he'll make the right choice, but he is a baptized Catholic, and we should pray for him in these intervening months. By the way, where's Nick Cavazos? I was like way more interested in talking with him.
He keeps popping in. Okay, so let me tell him you're
tell
on.
him to come on.
Yeah, let me tell him to come on.
I was joking on that, Anthony. I want to talk with you too. Who doesn't want to talk with you, Anthony?
Yeah, but hang on. Let me see. I'm sorry. I'm texting him. So
no, Rob, you just don't want to co-sleep with Anthony. I'm just kidding. I
won't, look at this guy coming in and brewing trouble.
I'm sorry. Oh my gosh,
that was a good line, Josh. Yeah, that was a good.
I can't be with my closest New Yorker friend and not cause some crap. Run my mouth as if I was a New Yorker, being all loudmouth and causing problems.
Honestly, I think it's perfect. The sense. All right, Nick's coming. Yeah. So Michael Hitchborn came on and he was saying he's like, look, I'm not expecting this. He goes, this is my biggest fear is that some kind of international situation arises and they have to enact some kind of executive power for Biden, and Biden has to do that. Like there are many things that can still be done to inhibit Trump being inaugurated on January 20th. There's just a lot of variables that we're coming on to. It's just it's not so simple as Trump wins, and I don't see him just walking himself right into the White House on January 20th and having a locked House and Senate and being able to get things done.
I'm trying to put a picture in here that I got from a White House buddy of mine earlier this evening. Not the current White House, but the last one. How would I upload a picture?
Send it to the private chat.
We have some cool breaking news.
All right, Nick's bringing breaking news.
Or,
what do we got,
or Josh, text it to me and Ant, and I can get it on.
All right.
Some cool breaking news. So New York Times is now 82% chance of a Trump victory with 295.
Yeah, we saw that.
297. No, now they have it at 83. Okay, 83% chance of a Trump victory with 297 in the Electoral College. And then also, I texted this to Anthony. But what's really encouraging about this is, this part I didn't mention, my bad. So it's almost, New York Times has shifted the popular votes to almost a point. Trump will win the popular vote by a point at the current estimate, which is
Wow.
pretty good. And then also, what's good about this is that particularly in states like, for instance, Wisconsin, the heavy blue counties of places like around Milwaukee and stuff have been essentially maxed out in the sense like that they're done voting. And it's all the rural counties which now have to be counted. A lot of the rural counties.
Yep.
So at the moment, and as you can see right there, we're almost at, what are we at now? It's not just leaning
Also,
Trump, but almost
also
likely Trump's
breaking
now.
non-credible threats briefly disrupt voting at 2 Georgia locations. Georgia Secretary of State bomb threats.
Weren't those the ones from Russia?
Oh, those were earlier today. Yeah, because they're done voting in Georgia.
Rob,
Can
did
you
you get the
scroll up
picture I
again,
sent
Rob?
you?
Let me take. Yep, I'll take a look, Josh.
And Rob is the popular one tonight. Yeah, look at that. Look at that, Anthony. We're almost into likely now.
Anthony,
Yeah,
I have a
saw that.
priest friend who's listening. I won't say his name, but he's a good buddy of mine. Well, I shouldn't say buddy because there's always that respect for a priest, but he's a really good guy. And he was saying that his brother told him he was listening to me too, and he said I was dressed very inappropriately. Nicholas Cavazos, it's great to make your acquaintance. I was actually coming on just because you were on here, so thanks for joining us.
This is what Josh
So
wanted
this
to show.
is the picture that my White House buddy of mine sent me a few hours ago.
That's great.
But
great, yeah. Yeah, no, it's
but
nice
yeah,
to meet
I mean, Nick, I was saying at 2016 and at an election night party with some law school friends, I remember the moment when the New York Times dial, this thing, switched to, it was 50-50 Trump Clinton, and we were shocked because everybody was saying, oh, she's 98% or whatever guaranteed to win. But then when it switched 51-49, I like screamed. I was like, everyone be quiet. And it got all quiet. And I announced, and like everybody was freaking out about that. So I mean, this seems very significant, but you never know with the shenanigans that may be pulled. So.
Exactly. I would just always say, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, man. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
It ain't over until he's inaugurated on January 20th. That's how I like even him becoming president elect tonight or in the coming days. I don't consider it a victory until he's actually sworn in. And then once he's in, like then comes, okay, does he have the House and Senate? And if he does that mean, okay, now we get our border wall?
Here, I think the Senate's going to be Republican. I think the House will likely be Republican. But, it's funny. I don't know if you guys, by the way, sorry, I'm a millennial, but I've always been a dinosaur, even among my own generation. So what's cosplaying? Somebody commented I was cosplaying Trump.
Cosplaying is like
costume playing.
Yeah, pretending to be one thing, role playing essentially with costume.
Oh, okay.
You're in costume basically.
I've never been accused of trying to imitate Trump, so that's funny. No, but I don't know if you guys remember the movie Lincoln about the passage of the 13th Amendment. Really, really interesting. I think it's a great movie. But there's a comment.
Is that the one where he slays vampires?
Yeah, exactly. No, I forget the comment, but it was one of the Republicans, and they said, when has our party ever been united about anything? And so, just because there's a Republican Senate and even a Republican House, I mean, we're looking at, especially in the House, razor-thin margins, most likely. And as you guys all know, I mean, I've been releasing these great rosary campaign videos. I am very concerned about Trump's turn on life and IVF and things of this sort. And I hope if he wins, I hope that ends up being more of an election tactic than a persistent and substantive policy stance. How pro-life he was a big reason I felt very honored to be in the administration last time. So if that came to an end, I'd be very concerned. So, but proof will be in the pudding. We'll see what happens.
How are you? Go ahead, Nick.
I was just gonna say, I think I agree with your criticisms. But yeah, I think that really, I don't think the life issues in the sense of like him, putting down any type of potential pro-life legislation. I don't think that's even a scenario in which it's going to happen, mostly because, as I was talking with people today and at the voting place, when you look at the Supreme Court's ruling, it's really clear that it just brings everything very much so back down to states. And when you think about it, it's like, okay, could you feasibly get a federal law passed Well, I wouldn't put it past some of the neocons, right, to just sell out and to do that. But overall, I don't think it's going to be a thing. If we have a hotly divided thing, I don't think it's going to be something that would be passed. I don't think it would pass the Senate because it does look like we're going to have success with that tonight. But it's okay. Like, we can critique Trump. It's like I heard someone say today who reluctantly, they're in Nebraska, but they said I held my nose, but I went and voted for him. They said, if we have him in office, it's way easier, like, calling him out on the life stuff while he's the president and doing a bunch of other good stuff, as opposed to the alternative. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I think that's a reasonable position. I understand.
Well, Josh, your biggest issue with Trump was the way he handled COVID, right? I mean, that's what it really.
Well, I want to be careful what I say. But yeah, suffice it to say, I
Anthony, keep in mind we still have a warning on medical misinformation.
Oh yeah.
I was and remain very concerned about it, and I'm gonna keep my thoughts mostly to myself for the time being. There are people, look, if I can help the president in the next administration, that's something I would be prayerfully willing to consider. I hate DC. I hate the traffic. I hate the culture. I hate the weather. There's virtually nothing I like about it. I love what we're doing with Eternal Christum. I believe in it. And so it would be a very, very heavy burden to potentially go there. But, if there was an opportunity to help a president again, I would very prayerfully consider. So I want to be, I believe there's a time for criticism, but on election night, I'll leave it for another conversation. But yes, I was very concerned. One thing I will point out, just to kind of as a preview, is I came into the church July 2019. I'm a fellow convert, Nick. And by the way, Nick or Nicholas, do you prefer?
Either one, literally either one, because if I introduce myself as Nicholas, they immediately say, "Good to meet you, Nick."
Well, I'll respect whichever one you want to be called. I just remember Christopher Hitchens. He every time somebody called him Chris, he would say in his inimitable British accent, Christopher. So I'll call you Nicholas then. But yeah, so I came in July 2019. So my first Easter was 2020, and I didn't get to go to Mass because of the churches being closed. And I was in Northern Virginia. How I ended up there, I lived in California, but then in adoration, I sensed I needed to go, and that's a whole other story. It was a crazy turn of events, but I came to the church mostly through reading the church fathers, and St. Robert Bellarmine, in his treatise on Antichrist, chapter 7, he talks about the fathers being unanimous, that essentially unanimous, that Antichrist will bring the public sacrifice of the Mass to an end for 3.5 years. And so when I remember, you guys probably remember, we all love Eric Sammons, but he's like the grandfather of the church, right? He's like, or the suburban white dad of Catholics. So, but the most entertaining thing he did, and not entertaining, it was awful, but I thought it was very compelling the way he did it. I don't know if you guys remember the blackout map.
Yeah.
He would black out each diocese as public worship was suspended because of COVID. And then eventually the whole country was blacked out. And of course, we know that extended to much of the earth. So here I am coming into the church, mostly the fathers. I had actually just done a pilgrimage to Norcia, Italy, where St. Benedict was born. Me and a buddy of mine went, and we both got sick with a respiratory thing. We now know COVID had been there for at least a month or so by then. So we probably got COVID. It was pretty tough on my buddy. I was fine. It was kind of like a mild flu for me. But right when I come back, all this eschatological stuff is coming up in my research, and then COVID happens. And then I'm realizing, oh my gosh, the fathers are unanimous that public worship, the sacrifice of the Mass, will be brought to an end. So obviously that wasn't the 3.5 years, but whatever it was antichristic in nature. And who or what is ultimately responsible for that is something I don't fully claim to know yet. But yeah, whatever happened with COVID, it was not devoid of theological implications in my opinion.
Yeah, no, for sure. Speaking of, let me say this real quick, just because I don't want to forget it. But Polymarket has a 91.4% chance of a Trump victory, and then we also have according to New York Times, it's now slung on to 86% chance of a Trump victory with 297 elected. points. And then Rob,
Crazy.
you had a second ago, I think. Yeah, that in front of me. My bad.
So this is what they say
percentage.
are the 7 battleground in that Trump basically Trump needs 51 of these votes, but they're saying he's leaning on all of them.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
which is what I predicted. I predicted all 7 would go to Trump.
So he wins Iowa. That just came in now.
Yeah, Iowa.
Who's
And he's
announcing
won
Iowa?
North Carolina. He's won North Carolina. The New York Times is just being stubborn. But
What I found interesting was Nevada allows mail-in ballots that are postmarked up to November 9th to be counted.
That's
How
absurd.
is that? That is
That's
insane because that means they could know what they got and then send in ballots after.
Yeah. I want to ask Josh a question about voting in a second, but before I forget, I was going to mention a comment about the theological thing. One, I think you would agree with me that it would have been so amazing if Luther and Bellarmine were in the same period of time and could have had a scholastic debate. Oh man, like
I don't think Luther would have done it.
I don't think it would have either, because again, if people, this is what's sad about people today with St. Robert Bellarmine. People today only not talk about St. Robert Bellarmine in the context of on the Roman pontiff, can a pope be a heretic or not? Like with the sede argument. That's the only thing we hear about him. But there's a great semi-traditionalist priest, Father Kenneth Baker. He's done some phenomenal translations. The church owes him a great deal of a debt in the United States. He's translated the first 3 books on the controversies of the Christian religion by St. Robert Bellarmine, as well as the whole Sacra Theologia Summa, which is the 1950s Spanish Jesuit manual series. I'm going to do a series on that later, hopefully this next year. But on the Roman on the controversy of the Christian religion, for people who don't know, he basically refutes not just Luther and Calvin, but then also the post-Tridentine era Protestant reformers, and he does it from the church fathers,
like Turretin and whatnot.
Turretin, exactly. Yeah, he does it from the church fathers. The church fathers, the first 7 ecumenical councils that the Protestants would agree with. He also refutes the Orthodox while he's just, I guess, on the subject when it comes to certain things. I mean, he does this all. He doesn't quote from St. Thomas very much. He doesn't quote from anything later because he knows that most Protestants aren't going to accept those as authorities. So it's brilliant. Yep. And he does all of this from memory. And then finally, the Jesuits get him to write down in his notes, like notes for, his classes, and his notes become on the controversy of the Christian religion. If people don't know, the controversy of the Christian religion is 13 massive 1,000-page volumes. Those are his notes, but yet he's teaching from memory. He was a guy that could literally just read something and it would just be absorbed, if you will, into the intellect. And so, phenomenal guy that he really needs to be dug more. It's really, really just a sad thing that he's only really talked about today in the context of the SETA debate.
Yeah, I agree. He's brilliant. People need to read his work on Antichrist. Very, very interesting. It's not very long. I think Mediatrix Press put it out. What were you going to ask about voting?
Oh, about voting. Yeah. So I was going to ask you, I've been wrestling with this question. So my dad and myself, as well as Anthony and Rob, we were debating of this earlier about what is like the best way that we can reform elections, particularly in the context of federal versus state, who controls them, who regulates them, etc. Because on the one hand, like we hear, like Anthony brought up with Nevada, this just wild stuff where it's like, okay, literally just, 4 days afterward, we're still looking at ballots. We're still accepting ballots. But then on the other side of it, it's like, okay, do you want the federal government to be involved? Do you want the states to be involved? Who should be involved in all of this? So I was just curious on what your thoughts are on that entire situation.
I haven't thought about it in sufficient detail, so I wouldn't want to put my opinion as somehow worth listening to. But one thing I will say is, in general, having been in the political world and kind of para the political world for 15 years, we don't do things in an enduring fashion very well in this country. And even as so-called conservatives, I don't even like that term anymore because I think it can mean Reaganite versus an or an integralist, and a Reaganite and an integralist are very, very different, and so in many ways. So I remember there was a tax day rally I spoke at in California in like 2014 or something, and it was like Tea Party stuff. There were still remnants of the Tea Party, and I remember I read a portion of a letter from John Adams to Abigail Adams, literally dated April 15th, 1776, and it was perfect. But he was basically saying that if my children don't accept the fact that I'm doing this out of love for our country and to give them a better future, then they're not my children. And it was very, very eloquent the way he stated it. Maybe he stated it a little too strong, but it was a powerful quote. And I basically told everybody, like, look, we can do all this demonstrating, but if we're not being good fathers, good mothers, good parents, good children in our churches, in our schools, in our businesses, if we're not educating, handing something on to the next generation, mentorship's been a huge concern of my life. Mentorship has changed my life. Having older men in my life, I never make a big decision without running it by like 5 or 6 men who are all 20 or more years older than me. It's been, and so I was just telling him, like, if we're not passing any of this on, all these demonstrations at state capitals are going to be for nothing. So in general, if we're going to make any long-term changes, like there has to be a long-term effort. Unfortunately, our whole culture has become organized around microwave thinking, as I call it, and that's not how you build enduring things. Now, and part of the nature of this life, as you well know, is that it's not particularly enduring. So it's very hard to build stable things in an unstable world that's awaiting the revelation of the sons of God, right? We're not, this is not our home. So whatever the solutions end up being, there needs to be a lot more concerted and steady focus on it. And if President Trump is reelected, and if he really wants to have a lasting legacy on the election integrity issue, he doesn't have another 4 years to go for at this point. But so he should devote significant PR support and whatnot to even off-year referendums and ballot initiatives or whatever it may be to get better laws in place at the state level. Because you know what I mean? So he should do that. That would be one of his most enduring legacy points, I think, if he was able to help election integrity measures get in better place. So in a more secure place.
I agree with that. It's something that has to be done. Something has to be done. Rob, could you go back to the New York Times percentages by those
real quick? They just showed on CNN the Kamala room versus the Trump room. The Trump room is jumping in jubilation, and the Kamala room looks very similar to the Hillary Clinton room.
To Hillary Clinton, yeah.
It's just everybody's just standing there like this. Debbie Downer. CNN just said, people who are hoping to get an election answer tonight are just being unrealistic. Lucci did this.
The loose wars. Oh no. Can you guys clarify? Maybe Nicholas, you'll know. Is loose meant for just kids, or is it? My understanding is it was for the entire Jubilee year.
The thing is, I'm an old soul like you too, and I personally thought it was really. I didn't freak out as much as some of the boomers did on it. I just thought it was dumb. But I think it's supposed to be, from what I read, it's supposed to be like an expression of joy for the youthful hearts in the church.
So the boomers who haven't divested themselves of their 70s pretensions. Is that what that means?
I was actually surprised. We had Kel Zeldin in the chat last night, and he admitted to me, he was just like, yeah, traditionalism is going to be it's going to win out in the end. I was like, wow, surprised the Comunio guy is telling me that, but I agree with that. Welcome, brother.
I'm fine with loose being a mascot for children. But I think what people were failing to recognize is that to the extent you make something like loose the mascot for a grown man, like that's extremely emasculating.
Yeah, it was.
It's like no grown man would accept that as his mascot. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. So
yeah, it was just very foolish.
Man.
So anyway, not to change the topic.
No, you're good. I don't know why yours, Rob, is saying 77% chance because mine is at 87. So I don't know. It's like just
there you go.
Yeah, refresh the page. Yeah. I was like,
That's
it's
amazing. Gosh, this is like such flashbacks to 2016.
Look at the popular vote. It's now gone over a point. The point in the needle.
Josh, how many people you got at your house? You have your men's group over?
Some people haven't gotten over here yet because they're not done with work, but we've got at least 2 or 3 over right now. But we normally have like 8 to 10. So
what time is it over there? 7:50?
7:50, yeah.
What state are you in?
California.
Oh, you're all the way in California. Wow.
Yeah.
Rip.
Friends, family, and weather. That's why I stay.
You're nicer than I would, man. You're nice. I'm actually really one thing, whether we win or lose tonight, one thing I'm actually really happy about though is that my state of Texas, 80% of the vote is cast and Trump is ahead by 13 points, I think it is.
That's bigger than 2020.
That's
a
great.
bigger margin than 2020, I think.
It was, yeah. No, I was scared. It was 5.5. That was the final result. 5.5 or 5.7.
Yeah.
I forget. But it was scary. I was really scared because I was like, I had 2 friends though too who were like, yeah,
hey,
like
John.
we love Trump, and they just didn't vote because they were lazy.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, this doesn't feel like 2020. Again, I'm not going to get into all the reasons for it. I've always believed he was going to win. I've always believed he was going to come back. So I'm not that surprised. I also think, I haven't followed it super closely, but I know some states have tightened up some of the election stuff. I also know that, sorry,
defortification and stuff like that.
And I have even from those who have pushed the election fraud subject more, I've heard many of them say that if the margin of victory was big enough, it really wouldn't be plausible for the election to be stolen. You can only do it if it's at the edges, and if Trump. Now I heard some data earlier. I wonder what the status is right now. So Loudoun County is a Northern Virginia county. It's in the D.C. Beltway. Very wealthy, very Democrat. Apparently, the Dem numbers there were quite low compared to 2020, which would bode. It's part of why Virginia has been so close tonight, which bodes ill for the Democrats. So that was from a very close mentor of mine. He was tracking. He used to live in Northern Virginia. Yeah. Do we have information on Loudoun County? Loudon, I believe.
It went 57 to Harris.
I wonder what that's like compared to 2020. Can you look up the final 2020 vote from Loudoun County?
Oh boy.
I'm giving you guys a heads up. I'm bailing in 10 minutes. I have to get up at 4 a.m.
Well, I'll let you guys get going. I've got guests. I was only going to be on for a little bit, but this was fun. And Anthony, you're weak. I know you've been up way later. And if you're going to
dude, I gotta go to work in 5 hours, and then I'm flying to Florida after work tomorrow. I got
you've made it on 2 hours.
Joshua. Loudoun County, 9 points more Republican this year.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big shift. And it's 95% in.
Now has it. Yeah, Polymarket
that's a big
now
shift.
has Trump at 95% chance of winning. Polymarket again, just the betting.
Wow.
Wow. Look at all these shifts.
Wow. It's inflation, man. At the end of the day, for better or for worse, American voters tend to be very focused on money. I think some of that's naturally appropriate. How people are doing financially is part of the common good. But we do have a very unhealthy attitude towards money. But this inflation. Just a quick anecdote. There's a In-N-Out in my area. In-N-Out Burger, best burger place in America. We're not going to debate it because we all know it's true. But anyway, so I go to the same exact place, and I actually jotted down what the price. I've gotten the same exact order since high school, and I jotted down the price in February 2021 when I got back from the White House. It was like $5.19, something like that. The exact same order, exact same restaurant is $7.76 now. So I forget. It's been a while since I've done the math. I think it's over 40% inflation in the exact same order. And I have certainly seen it in groceries. I have family, friends all over the country who have seen their grocery bills more than double. It's like, how is this possible? How can you this is not sustainable. So
yeah, it was one thing
Thank
that
you,
I
Miss C. You are right. Mrs. C, she's cued in. That's right. Every time a Californians, if we don't have In-N-Out, it's like our life force. Like anytime a Californian is outside California, and even if they're on a brief business trip and they come back, like we will go right to In-N-Out. That's how I was when I was in law school. I'd come back and visit family, land at the airport. I don't care how late it is, we're going to In-N-Out.
We now, New York Times is now projecting, at least in the Electoral College, Trump winning 300 electoral.
Wow. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to bed. This is too much for
Anthony,
me.
you can't go to bed. You're gonna be doom joy scrolling for the rest of the night. You know.
I'm going upstairs. I'm going to bed.
Two things, Anthony. Number one, you told me, quote, when I went to bed last time, I thought we were going to win, and then I woke up and it was a problem. But then two, you forced me to come on here.
Something happened. I'm going to lose my mind.
You forced me to come on here on my Super Bowl night, hang out with
fun
numb
tonight.
nuts.
Are you kidding me?
You got to stay here.
I think this is an epic stream. I think we had a lot of fun tonight, Nick.
You gotta see the end of the movie, homie. You gotta see the end of the movie. We can't.
I have to function at work. I have to drive heavy equipment tomorrow. Come on, you guys can't do this.
What you do is you just call it. You call in from pure exhaustion.
We don't want Anthony to be confused with a woman by his driving tomorrow.
No, I will. I have lives.
I'm kidding. Anthony is the Catholic. If only.
Look at these percentages, y'all. Like almost 70% chance of Wisconsin, 66.
Joseph, that's funny. That's funny, Joseph.
Anthony's going to
final comment I make, Anthony, is I've now been on your show, so I get another 2 weeks of you getting off my back about coming on again.
Oh, I will not stop bothering you until your face is on the show.
We got our new studio set up, but yeah, I will definitely be on again. So, Nick, great to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you.
Hope we get to talk some more. I'm praying for you and your vocation, by the way.
Thank you.
And what's going on. I think about that a lot because I think you've got some incredible gifts of the mind. And I also love how you go about things in a very humble way. I don't agree with you on everything. We don't fully agree on the SSPX stuff, but I love how you go about it. And Anthony has frequently told me he hopes I remain celibate so I can do intellectual type stuff and teach whatever. I feel a little bit the same way about you, but it's also between you and God. But I'm praying that our Blessed Mother will guide you in that path. So,
I appreciate it.
Whatever path it may be. So, all right. Good night, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
All right. Good night. Bye.
Anthony, you're staying on this stream. You are.
We're making money the longer you stay on, Ant.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. We make more money. Look, Anthony, send your son into work. He says working with you.
I have to function tomorrow. Like I can't.
Bro, I don't care. We ride or die here.
You might not need to function tomorrow. There might be riots. You might not have to worry about
That's
that
true.
all.
Rob is thinking about your health now, so you need to take.
You gotta understand. Also, it takes about a half an hour for my brain to shut down. Like I'm not gonna get to bed till midnight. I cannot function on 4 hours.
Russia's shooting down your plane tomorrow. Like
there's no way you're gonna. There's no way you're going to be able to go to sleep anyway because you're going to be so hyped up. You're like, did he win? Did he win?
No,
did he win?
I'm done. I'm tapping out. You guys can stay on as long as you want. I gotta go. I really do. Oh man, this is a fun stream.
Stay? Should we stay on or should we quit?
See, what makes me mad? What makes me mad is I'm like, look, guys, we're so close to victory.
I'll watch, and I'll chat.
Anthony's going to bail on us.
I'll chat in the comments if you guys stay on. I gotta go to bed.
You're gonna chat in the What is that? What is that?
Like, I'll go up in my bed, and as long as I can, until I fall asleep, I'll stay. I'll be in the chat.
Connect with your phone. Turn the camera off.
I'm not bringing
my
wife in bed. That's not happening. I'm going to bed.
More money.
Yeah, look, everyone sends super chats if you want Anthony to stay.
I'm not staying. I don't care. It's not worth the money.
Homie, you gotta stay, bro.
If we make $100 in the next minute, he will stay on.
Hey, Taffy's throwing money at you, dude.
Just tell Nicole she's co-sleeping with Avoiding Babylon tonight.
Wait, I'm done. I'm tapping.
Yeah, exactly. I voted for Trump because of you, and you're ditching me.
I love you guys. I love all of you who super chatted tonight. Thank you so much. Mrs. Abadi will come on after Italy. I'll have her on and I'll interview her after our Italy show.
I'm talking about your wife or your mother.
Okay, you have to admit this though. If we by God win, all right, I don't care where you are, but on Thursday, right, we're doing a show called Nick Cavazos Was Right.
I will absolutely tune in for that, but I will be in Florida, so I won't be on for it. I'll tune in. You guys can do it.
You are the worst friend.
I'm going to be in Florida. All right. I'm done. You guys wrap this show up. I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
See ya.
Adios, Anthony.
Okay, who do we want to get on that's going to be real fun?
What a wuss, man. Yeah, no, for real. Oh, did you guys have Wagner on? Did I just miss him?
No.
Okay.
No. Hope we don't let women on.
Oh my
you know
goodness.
this.
No, I'm going to crash this stream.
He took a bullet for you, Anthony.
That's great.
He took a bullet for you, and you just abandoned him in his time of need. Yeah,
Classic
where's Adrian?
Italian, dude. He doesn't even care. Still, we're at okay. So we've updated now. Electoral College estimate now 301 for Trump. So my question is this: so like
Trump wins Idaho. That's not unexpected.
Yeah, that's a given one.
We're almost 90% chance of victory.
I know. Okay, what are the other two districts in Nebraska go? I didn't really take it. I knew that one was probably going to go for Harris. Let's see. So you got the third, first, and the second haven't even been called yet. Are they even? Let's see. Okay, she's leading barely.
That's
in the first
Lincoln
one, which is unexpected.
That's Lincoln and Omaha, so they're going to take the longest, and they're going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Trump is winning Pennsylvania by 3 points, roughly, which is not bad. Like, that's pretty good. And then winning Wisconsin by 2. So the question is that, and I'm surprised Michigan isn't like being like, there's not more data out of it. It's just 29%.
Well, look at Minnesota. Minnesota polls closed the same time as Wisconsin.
I know, dude. Like, there's like so much. When you click the state, there's like barely.
So yeah, in Minnesota right now, you basically have St. Cloud. St. Cloud is in. The city's like is like 1% in. Yeah, so basically right now it's St. Cloud and Rochester are all that's in.
Oh man, we just went up in the meter again. Now we're at 89% chance of victory.
Mm-hmm.
So we're solidly in the likely category now. So
locals cut us off at 3 hours.
It's all good. Adios, locals.
Sorry, guys.
How many of you guys think that Michael Lofton ends up becoming the president tonight? What percentage would you guys put that at?
This much excitement from Rob is unsettling.
Actually, I don't think I have seen you this excited for an episode.
I'm a beer and a half in.
Yeah, that's fair.
Need some nicotine too. Hold on.
Man, oh man.
Oh man.
This is really this is very, very interesting seeing. So so here's the question then really. So Trump's ahead in Arizona. A lot of Arizona isn't called yet.
California called 0%.
Yeah, exactly. And Washington State, of course.
Yeah.
Neither of those are. I mean, California, if she doesn't win this thing, then California will be her biggest win of the night. But that's not to be unexpected. Was Louisiana called and I just
Louisiana was called a while
I don't know why they haven't called. Yeah. I don't know why they haven't called at least the New York Times. Why they haven't called North Carolina. Yeah, because it's like notice he's 3 points ahead in Georgia. That's exactly where I had him, 3 points ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So he squeaks out a victory there, 3-point victory. That'd be good.
3 in North Carolina.
So what I think we can safely say again is if he wins any of the Rust Belt states, hypothetically, just before Georgia, which I don't think will be a thing, but hypothetically, I think you and I can call the race then, because all it's needed is.
But look, he's just as far up in Pennsylvania as he is in North Carolina and Georgia. He's almost.
There's a lot of. We're not getting Mike Parrott on. I'm sorry. we have memories. We'll just say it that way, memories. Christian B. Wagner.
Yo.
Owen.
What's up? What's up, dude? Hey, how does it feel real quick before we get into politics? How does it feel to be exposed by the Diamond Brothers?
Oh my gosh, dude, that was an ending for me. I mean,
Dude, so I watched it, and I was like, some of their criticisms, I was like, okay, yeah, fair. But then some of them, I was like, bro, you don't understand trolling at all. You do not like when I was like, this is sad. So
Oh yeah, it was absolutely terrible. So my friend Alan, he was just on with me. He's done like campaign management stuff. Do you mind if I send him a link?
No, go for it.
Okay, great. Okay, let me.
If enough of you guys get on, I'll hop back off and do more analysis and then hop back on.
You're gonna do more analysis?
Rob,
yeah, I mean, we've been checking out. We've been
Rob
checking
will
out
be the king of
counties.
this
I mean,
show.
we've been going hard on our analysis. Okay, let me copy link address, send it to Alan. Boom, we're so back. I'm gonna pop it like this, and then like this. And that should be full screen for you guys on my stream.
Oh, hello, all of Wagner's little Wagnerites.
Yeah, the little Wagnerites. So how are you? How are you guys feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. I put out a video yesterday of my prediction of what I thought was going to happen, and thus far it's lining up exactly how it is. So thus far it's looking pretty good. The only thing I'm curious to see will be the returns on Pennsylvania, in the sense of like if there's any just major holdout stuff. So, but other than that, I'm feeling fairly good at the moment. I'll freak out if Trump wins.
I mean, I got a champagne bottle and everything that I'll pop.
Nice.
Very astute of you. Very astute.
Yeah. So what kind of with my I want to go back up to my map. I'll tell you.
Oh,
guys
I know this gentleman. I know this gentleman from the interwebs.
Hello.
Howdy, sir.
Hi. It's an honor to be here.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, nice to have you on.
Yeah, no, I was just on Wagner's channel. He's like, I'm leaving. It's like, wait, I'll see if I can get you in on the other one.
Leaves and abandons you to host the show. Classic.
For me right now, Georgia and North Carolina are called. I'm about to call Virginia, although I'm kind of weirded out because of some of the different places that are like county-wise reporting. Pennsylvania, 72% in, and he's up 3%. I mean, I don't see how he could possibly fumble this. New Hampshire, I'm still holding out hope. Maine, I mean, it's looking bad in Maine, but it's still only 20% in, so that doesn't really mean that much. Michigan and Minnesota, I can't really comment. What do you say?
Oh, yeah, no, I was kind of talking to myself. What I was going to say about Virginia, we had Joshua Charles on maybe like 10 minutes ago, and he brought up...
Yo, I love Joshua Charles.
Oh, nice. Based.
He's a good guy. We've had a lot of interesting guests on tonight, but we were talking about Loudoun County in North Virginia, and Loudoun County has it's about 95% in at the moment, right? It's a blue county, but it shifted about 9 points from 2020 to the right, which is fairly impressive. And
well, that's what Wagner and I were noticing in all these states that he's going to lose. He's doing a lot better than he did in.
Yeah, have you guys checked out? Because what I've been looking at the Northeast. If you check out New Jersey, Trump's only down by 6% in New Jersey. Trump lost 16 last time. You look at Rhode Island. Same story with Rhode Island. Trump is only losing by 9% in Rhode Island, and he lost.
Goodness gracious! I didn't look at that one.
Yeah, so I've been looking at some of the smaller Northeast. I mean, Connecticut, he's only losing by 10%, which that doesn't really mean much because there's only 26% in. But you're looking at these other states, which a lot of people aren't really like, even thinking to look at because it's like, okay, well, he's just going to lose them anyways. But I'm looking at some of these smaller states and I'm comparing also like poll numbers and such, and Trump is doing amazing. Like, absolutely. I think he's going to win the popular vote, to be honest.
Keep in mind, I haven't counted the West Coast, though. That's pure coal.
Tony says that you were on point yesterday.
Who was?
Tony, somebody from my live chat.
Oh, yeah. No, one thing I mentioned, though, I mean, even you could take California as an example because it's going to be coming up. But California, if the West Coast is going to be anything like the East Coast, he'll shave off some points from California as well. And so this is why I encourage people, no matter where they were, to go vote, because I knew that the popular vote was legitimate in play this time. And so we might have a great night. It would really, really suck if we all get disappointed, but I'm expecting. So
PA is increased and Trump's lead has increased. He almost has a 200,000 vote lead. It's 190 there.
Yeah, 51% to 48%. That's PA. I mean, I'm pretty ready, and if this holds up for another 10%, I'm pretty ready to call PA. Virginia really hasn't moved much. I mean, this is just like the waiting game, of just when are they going to start adding on? Arizona is looking about the same. I mean, it's just
if they call any one of the swing states, if they call any one of the Rust Belt states, then we can call the election then.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would just call it, end the stream, pop the champagne, and watch Fox News or something for another hour.
Well, come on, guys. I don't drink. What am I going to do with champagne?
That's true.
My first alcohol ever that I had. So for people who don't know out there, I was raised as a very anti-Catholic Baptist, kind of like Christian was, and except that he was more in the Reformed Baptist world. I was more in the IFB world, a little bit more in the IFB world. But my family, when they left that, they kept a lot of their anti-Catholicness, but they would drink. But I didn't really go far with that. So I used to be like hardcore against alcohol, like hardcore against it, intrinsically evil, all that stuff. And so my first alcohol after becoming Catholic was like a year and a half after conversion. And it was beer with the monks at Clear Creek Abbey, my second home away from home. And I remember tasting it and being like, yeah, I like root beer. So I'm not a teetotal. I'll have alcohol every once in a while. I'll probably, if Trump wins early tonight, I probably will force myself, because that feels very fitting to have something nice. So,
yeah, exactly.
But what is Pope St. Michael Lofton's patron saint of? People out there.
Dude, Michael Lofton was freaking out on me earlier because we did a little bit of a raid of his live stream that he was doing.
Awesome.
I went in the chat, and because he was blackpilling the whole time, because Lofton, this kind of confirms that he's a little bit, and I don't mean to be like super mean here, because like this doesn't mean anything about somebody being like less, having less worth before God, or any being less moral or anything like that. But he doesn't really have strong powers of analysis. So he was just like super blackpilling about, like North Carolina early on, like the first 50%. He was blackpilling about like all of these different things. And I'm like, dude, you just look at the counties. Like it literally all you have to do is look at the counties and see like, oh, wow, this county that's very, very blue and has a major city has like 80%, and everything else has like 10%. It's like, obviously, there's going to be a shift to the left, but he was just blackpilling the whole time. So I'm like, everybody go into Lofton's chat and just say, Lofton, stop blackpilling, hail wagon.
I really liked
he was freaking out about it.
I really liked your video that you made like 2 months ago. I forget, but you were doing it over private versus public judgment. And I forget what the title was, but you were talking about like the broader dissenters question and like why that shouldn't be used as just a blanket insult. And it was just such a good video. People should go and check it out if they haven't seen it.
Guys, like, bring on Alan Rule. I'm here,
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see this. Somebody on mine said Georgia went down from 90% to 88%. They're rigging live. I did see some of them have been going up and down, but Georgia's up to 93% now, and it's still Trump leading by 3%. So it's kind of game over. North Carolina, 88% reporting with 3% over. Virginia, it's 82%. Kind of the question of Richmond, because Richmond, weirdly enough, is just not reporting.
I know. I don't know why did Virginia become so cringe, man? It used to be the heartland of the Confederacy.
I know. Cringe. Used to be epic. So Arizona, nothing. Nevada. Okay, the weird thing for me, the polls closed in Nevada an hour and 15 minutes ago, and there's been not a single report. Wait, never mind. Oregon, Trump's down 18% in Oregon. Okay. Ouch. We're calling Oregon, boys. We're calling Oregon. We lost.
Dude, so true, man.
So true.
If there was a Protestant that I believed was definitive to live in heaven, I would probably make the case for Robert E. Lee.
That was
Trump is still ahead in Michigan with 30% reporting.
Yeah, no, I was
let's see. Detroit only has in 1%, so that doesn't really mean that much. I mean, the Oakland County, which is right next, has a bunch, 77%. So that kind of means something, but it really just you need to have the county exactly with Detroit in it, and not the neighboring county. Once you have that, I mean, it's going to be pretty obvious. But what's based is that Trump is leading in Flint.
Yeah.
That's Michael Moore's hometown.
How is Trump leading 10% in Flint?
Did you guys see, it was early in the night, but I forget what the county was, but it's in South Carolina. Trump ended up winning it, but the second place was Jill Stein. It was a historically Democrat county.
Yeah,
it's like Jill Stein manages to eke out there a win over Kamala.
So this is why Nevada is not reporting at all. They can't start counting until all votes are counted.
Gotcha. But that's the well, that begs the question. Then why is it that they allow their voting? What was the rule? Rob, that Anthony brought up? It was like they can continue counting stuff until November 9th.
Mail it. So they all take mail-in ballots as long as they're postmarked by November 9th or something like that.
What? That's ridiculous.
I know.
Like, that is so sketchy. That's an avenue to cheat, if you ask me.
It probably comes from when they had to ride horses to the post office or something.
Yeah, but now
some Democrats use that as leeway as an excuse.
It's like, okay, they'll find out how many votes they need tonight. They'll write down how many we need. They'll call it up. All right, we need this many votes mailed in. Frickin' cheaters.
Dude, it's almost impossible that Trump loses right now. Like, I hate to speak like that, but I mean, like, realistically, with how well he's doing in all the polling and the fact that he's already clinched Georgia and North Carolina, I mean, really, it would be an utter incomplete shock if he lost the West Coast, well, like all the West Coast and the Rust Belt.
And keep in mind, he's going to get Alaska. That's only 3 electoral votes, though.
Yeah. He just needs one Rust Belt state, and then we can call it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, Pennsylvania is the most conservative of the Rust Belt states. I think it's the most liberal is I can't remember whether it's Michigan or Wisconsin.
I think it's Michigan because of the
Michigan. So, like, if he wins, let's say Michigan, like he's going, or Wisconsin, he's going to win Pennsylvania.
What's funny is the New York Times is saying it's more likely he wins Michigan or Wisconsin right now than Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
that's insane. New York Times fake news.
Christian's calling it for Kamala. It's all fake.
It's all fake news. 76% Pennsylvania. Trump is still up 3%. But again, Philadelphia is 74% in. I don't see how she could win Pennsylvania with this, because there's no major strong Democratic strongholds that are low counts right now in Pennsylvania. They're all like high reporting.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy. Because Philadelphia was their last chance, and Trump still has 21% in Philadelphia. That's pretty great.
Yeah, Polymarket has Trump 95% right now.
What's Nevada? Do you expect
nothing? We see nothing in Nevada.
What do we expect?
Finally, the New York Times calls North Carolina. Goodness.
Yep, I just saw that. I just saw that right when you saw that.
Golly, man.
Okay, did I already call that my map? Yeah, I did.
I'll be back.
Okay, man. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 34 minutes.
That's quite a while.
Yep. And I still have 346 concurrent, which I was shocked by.
Nice.
So that's crazy that those 3 on the top, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, are at least for now red.
I mean, Trump is ahead by 24 points in Minnesota, but it's only 14 points. And the weird thing is Minneapolis isn't reporting.
What?
Rochester isn't reporting, and Duluth isn't reporting.
And those are all going to go probably Harris.
Yeah, so we literally can't even guess. We can't even give a guess because it's really dependent on how great Trump is doing in each one of those counties. Because it could be a situation like Virginia where, I mean, he's doing 8% better in those counties. And in that case, it's like he's clinched it. But we literally just can't tell.
We just hit 90% in the ticker for on the New York Times for likely Trump. 90%
Really?
now, a 90% chance.
Wow, the ticker.
With 301 electoral votes at the current juncture. Can you go back, Rob, real quick?
Get under 300. I'd be shocked if he gets under 300. Right now, he's clinched 250.
I predicted on my video 312. That's kind of what a lot of people were predicting. Could you go back, Rob, to the like the one I had you earlier? It was like the right or the leftward trend. I'm curious if we can glean a little bit about that. Yeah.
Let me zoom out.
Yeah. Because, like, I mean, look at that, guys. Look at that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Just Colorado and the Indians and the blacks in Atlanta.
The Northeast right trend goes insane.
Yeah, look at that.
Real dude. Look at that. What is that in
people were doubting me in the Northeast. I mean, I might have been a little bit too bold to actually call them for them rather than do like a tilt. But like the Northeast will be in many cases like within 10% where they were close to 20% last time.
Christian, how the heck, and I'm just saying this more as an exasperation, but how the heck did the Northeast go from Puritan colonies to like mainline gay
with the Democratic Party? I mean, the Democratic Party was a stronghold in many cases, which allied itself with the Catholic faith, and then the Democratic Party just became demonic and took down the Catholics with them. Which, I mean, chicken and the egg situation. So you take it for what that is.
Mike's saying New Jersey within
New Jersey within 5%. That is nuts.
That's true, man. Like, I mean, but see, that's what's good. That's why
4% New Jersey. What the heck?
4%.
What the frick?
And
4%.
And they're still not calling PA yet.
Dude.
See that this
4%
is
New Jersey.
If New Jersey is that red, how can that translate over to Pennsylvania, which is presumably more red? Yeah, we're almost at 80% in Pennsylvania with a 3-point lead still, which is where Rasmussen had it. They kept saying Rasmussen kept having it for months, 3 points.
I don't know why they're not calling Georgia either.
You know how it is. Steal. They're stealing it.
I mean, if you guys remember from 2016, Fox News called the election way before CNN. CNN had it like Trump at like 211 for forever. They just refused.
Yeah, they're almost 95% with 3% lead. I mean, okay, so let's look at Georgia. Savannah's 54%, and it's literally going to be the rest of Savannah, but Savannah doesn't even have enough people to overturn it. You need 130,000.
Exactly. And there's what is this? Clinch County? Very, very bottom. There's 0% reporting, which is surrounded by red. So I'd assume it's red.
0% there's 0% in Jones County. So that's probably red too.
Oh yeah.
Look at Wisconsin and Michigan. Like, I am so impressed.
Oh, just called Oregon. Game over, boys. Oregon was
red. Pack it in, boys. We're done.
Yeah, I mean, y'all. Wisconsin outside of Milwaukee and Madison is pretty much all red.
Golly, man. I will stream if Trump wins. I'm not, well, not a we, but I probably will tear up. I'm not going to lie. I'm curious actually to hear your story, sir, Alan, because Christian mentioned that you had been doing some campaign work. I've been doing 6 months of campaign work, some in the Rust Belt states, and then a lot down here in Texas. I finished the last little bit today in my hometown, and it was so cool because my little town, it's Wimberley, Texas. It's in Hays County. Hays County still went blue this time around, but it's so cringe because it was red for forever. Everyone wants to move to Texas, and so a bunch of people moved into the surrounding Austin area and made it a blue county, but Wimberley is still like one of the last red holdout towns that's in the county. But I was out there for 5 hours today, and just seeing all the support for Trump. I had Trump flags out there. We were all out there hanging out, and people were supporting us. And we only got like 20 people giving us the bird, instead of like 4 years ago where you got hundreds of people giving you the bird.
Well, I don't know if Wagner told you. He told you I do a lot of work in politics, but he probably didn't tell you that I'm not American.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't.
Where are you from?
Can you tell by my accent?
I can. It sounds pretty American to me. Canadian. I was about to say, are you Canadian?
I'm just north of Montana, a place called Calgary. You heard of it?
Okay. I've not heard of it. No. But is it in Saskatchewan?
No, it's right next to Saskatchewan. It's
Gotcha.
a province called Alberta. But
Yeah,
in
Alberta,
October, I was in New Brunswick, on the other side of the country, the state that borders Maine, for their provincial election, which we unfortunately lost. But a guy used to live in Calgary.
91%, boys. Sorry to interrupt you. Oh, well, now it just went back down a little bit again. Keeps going up and down. But they have Trump at 302% chance of winning.
302 electoral votes.
302. Somebody needs to go to sleep. Look, 95 over 95% of votes in Georgia. 3% up. They still haven't called it. That's crazy.
Hey guys, I'm a bit concerned though, because last time in 2020, I went to bed thinking Trump had won, and I woke up and a lot of the states that were leaning red were leaning blue. I talked about this with Wagner, so now I know they've counted a lot of the mail-in votes earlier, which is refreshing, but
also the amount of I don't know if you guys saw Laura Trump's tweet from like 2 days ago, but she said that they have over 260,000 poll watchers, which is gargantuan in comparison to 2020, as well as over 500 lawyers in each of the battleground states to prosecute if any type of shenanigans goes on.
Who said that?
Somebody from my chat, John, he said that the diamonds are going to turn New York red by the next election. Truth.
So true. Convert them all to Sede faith. To a niche version of the Sede faith.
Okay, so there's somebody that said something else. Yeah, somebody was saying exactly to you, Nick, and Al. Basically saying we all went to bed thinking that Trump was going to win, and so none of us are going to bed tonight. I will finish that bottle of champagne. Not obviously me myself. I'm not going to drink an entire bottle of champagne myself, but
just me, myself, and I.
Yeah, just me, myself, and I. Yeah, but I will finish that bottle of champagne while I'm watching Fox News cautiously to make sure I didn't screw up by calling it.
Dude, if we saw anything of the last few days, we know that Jeb Bush is going to pull this one out.
So true.
It's going to skyrocket.
Jeb Bush.
Dude, if there was like an actual like underground mass meme movement of people who secretly voted for Jeb Bush, and he just like somehow managed to pull it out, I would be so depressed.
So remember when back in 2015, 2016 with the Trump debates when he was just roasting Jeb.
Look at that right there. So there's still a lot of vote left in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia, but Harris, to win, she would need to outperform Biden's numbers in 2020. So far, she's underperforming, Biden's results just about everywhere in the country.
Yeah, Trump is crushing it in so many of these states, like literally 5-10% over the polling numbers. Like it's insane with it. Because I checked through all the states that they called, and I was like, okay, how is this comparing to the polling numbers? Polling numbers were way under. So I mean, that's why I'm pretty confident on the Rust Belt. But you can't call it too soon. Yep, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere.
I ain't going to bed this time, y'all.
Well, what time zone are you guys? Well, if you're in Texas, it's what?
It's
like
10:29. Rob's in Minnesota. Same thing. Center of time.
If you guys want to look at California,
I'm 9:29 still
because
night is young here.
Look at
California. Okay, so how did California go in 2020? Obviously, I know how it went, but
it went cold in
California 2020 presidential election results.
Yeah, that will be good actually to look up, because if Trump manages to shave even just 5 points off.
Oh my gosh! So Biden won by 30%. Trump is only under by 20%. It's a 10% shift in California. That's nuts.
There's a 10%, then I'm just going to call the popular vote, at least that portion of the election, if he holds to that.
I mean, Trump's going to win the popular vote. I have no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, he's doing really good. Goodness gracious, man. What's interesting is that we still have, aside from North Carolina, we still have not gotten any battleground state called thus far. But we're doing good.
And
Georgia,
North Carolina was the one he won last time too. Like he won North Carolina in 2020.
And he won it by, it looks like roughly about the same percent overall. I mean, we'll have to wait for there's still 11% that needs to come in, but he won it by, I think it was 3 points if memory serves. Maybe it was maybe it was 1.3. I forget. But in 2016, he won it by 3 points. And so if he manages to do a tiny bit better, a 4-point victory would be a nice swing.
And we also have to keep,
really the big thing has to do with Mark Robinson. Like that's what's pulling him down in North Carolina. If he had a better governor choice, I mean, he would have definitely done a lot better. It really energized a lot of the Democrats to vote because they hated Mark Robinson so much.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And keep in mind, we have to keep our eye on the Montana Senate race. That's an important one.
That's true, yeah.
So far, it's good, but it's only 7% reporting.
Mm. We got a lot from Minnesota. Did you see that?
47%.
Well, that's for Senate.
No, we got a lot for president for Minnesota.
25, yeah, 25%, yeah.
Yeah, now it's 40. Now it's 46% for Minnesota, and Trump is down 12.
Stern County pulling out.
Trump is down in Arizona now.
Yeah, and they haven't even Minneapolis.
So Hennepin came in at 95%. So that's why. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Minnesota
what went in for 95%?
Hennepin County, that's where Minneapolis is.
Oh, wow. So Trump is actually doing really good if he's only down by.
Well, so Ramsey County, where St. Paul is only in at 1%. So that will probably be 60-70% for Harris too.
Okay, I'm gonna compare this. So Hennepin County.
It does look though that on
Minnesota
the shift
2020 results.
So on the shift from 2020, the New York Times has it going fairly red. Looks like literally everywhere is going fairly red, except for just these really random pockets.
Oh, Trump is leading slightly in all the swing states.
I had him winning it all. So I'd be very happy.
Well, in PA, we got some more data in.
So Hennepin, it was 27.3 Trump and 70.7 Biden.
So that's about the same.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, he's not overperforming, which is great. It's still crazy because, I mean, running with the literal governor, okay?
In Hennepin is where all your Somali immigrants live.
Which I thought the Somalians supported Trump, though, so I guess that wasn't. It's George Floyd County. It's George Floyd County. That's what somebody said.
It really is, yeah. It really is.
Rob
Nicholas. Question. Who do you said had all the scrutineers and the lawyers ready to go?
It was Laura Trump. Laura Trump tweeted it a day or two ago, but she did it kind of as a threat tweet. She said, if you attempt to cheat, we will prosecute you, so don't cheat. And then she listed off all the lawyers and all of the poll watchers. That is one reason. So one of the reasons that I've been talking about on the show for a while now of why I think that they are more likely than not going to allow Trump to win is because realistically there is, according to a lot of economists, a good chance that within the next 4 years we're going to hit a major economic downturn. And it's much easier for the Dems to play 4D chess and be like, okay, let's just let him win. Because we have a sucky candidate that we had to do with because she was tied to the finances. So let's let him win. Economy tanks. We get, we reorganize our base. We put in Newsom or whomever, and then we run again. Because that's the thing with politics. You can't be thinking about a few months ahead. You have to be thinking about literally like a decade ahead of where you're wanting to be.
And the question is, who's going to be the Republican next time? JD Vance, maybe?
If they do a good job, Vance, I think, is the heir apparent, which I'm very happy about, just because, again, when you actually like go into the weeds of Vance's issues, he's much more of a nativist, much more of an actual like principled paleocon. So those things make me happy.
And he's got a hot wife too. So
wait, what?
That's what everyone was saying. Like as soon as they picked him, everyone's like, "Wow, look at his wife." It's like, what?
Are you married?
Am I married? No.
Okay, I was about to wonder if I was the only bachelor on here.
I'm a bachelor.
You all of a sudden hear you see a cast iron pan throw directly at Al's head.
Are you married? No. Stream cuts off.
It's like, but
brother.
Wow. So actually, Hennepin County is named after Father Louis Hennepin, the Belgian Franciscan who explored the area. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, Minnesota.
Can you, Rob, go back to the battleground state percentages that you had, like those meters?
Yeah.
Trump is still within
Here's what
5% in Maine.
I'm surprised they haven't called the second district, honestly.
I don't know.
Look at that. 71% chance in Pennsylvania.
Nebraska second district, Trump is down with 75% in first district. Trump is only, oh wow, we're not even looking at this, but Nebraska first district, it looks like Trump is only 0.5%.
Is that
Trump might lose
the
Nebraska
first district Lincoln?
Sorry, what do you say?
Is the first district Lincoln in Nebraska?
I don't know.
I think so. And the
It's what
second is
happens.
Omaha.
It's what happens, bro, when the old bishop from like 90 years ago tries to export the SSPX, man. The wrath of God 20 years later comes down.
That's so true. Oy vey, $32 trillion to Israel. That's so true. Johannes Wiggers for Education Secretary.
My grandfather, God rest his soul, Laurel Cavazos, he was Secretary of Education for Ronald Reagan and George Senior Bush. And he was an awesome man, first Hispanic cabinet member. But I wish I could have interviewed him. But I was thinking about it when I was voting. I was like, Grandpa, you'd be proud of me. I'm voting to try to get rid of your old department because you and I would both agree right now. It's a total train wreck.
That's real. New Jersey still within 4%. New Hampshire and Maine still within 5%. It's not dead for those two. Pennsylvania, Trump up 3. Virginia, Trump is 3% behind now.
Oh,
Virginia,
wow. So yes, Poly Market.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Virginia.
You're
gonna
3.4.
I think Virginia. Yeah, I had Virginia going for Paris.
I had Virginia
Trump
leaning because I was unsure about my decision, but I was at least close.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Poly Market has Trump at 95% to win the election, and then so for guys who haven't tracked Poly Market, when it comes to Poly Market, they have all the different betting places. They have the popular vote. Trump was like yesterday. They had him at 40%. He's now at 90% in the popular vote. Amongst the actual individual states, he is winning Pennsylvania by 93, Michigan by 90, Wisconsin by 86, Nevada by 83. Yeah, and then balance of power, they're still predicting Republican 76% chance. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's looking for New Mexico 81% and Trump's down by 6. So I'm gonna call New Mexico as well.
Yeah, I didn't think New Mexico was gonna go for Trump.
What about Nevada?
Hasn't.
Yeah, well, it's like nothing.
Sorry. I meant Arizona. Sorry.
It's still nothing's.
Oh, Arizona. It's still close,
really,
but I've checked it 3 times now. Maricopa County has been at 54% for like 30 minutes now. And that's why in my prediction, I said that Arizona, I have going for Trump with a massive asterisk if things are fair in Maricopa County.
I mean,
so, but it's not
yeah.
changed any. It's stayed.
It's up to 55 now, but yeah.
What all you? ABC has a 230, 172. Interesting.
231, 230 to 172. I have it at 230 to 187. I think what did I call? I called
Wagner's numbers.
No, 230. No, I have it at 251 to 210. I've called way early because I called Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia already, and New Mexico. I mean, realistically, I might be wrong about the first district of. The second district of Nebraska, though. Second district of Nebraska.
I might be wrong about that too. Honestly, I had Trump losing that one, but I didn't know about the other one being that close.
Wisconsin looks pretty solid at 70%.
Yeah, what is it? Is that 3 points?
3 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
it looks like I'm extremely optimistic right now. To be honest, I think definitely with what's going on in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, that looks very good. Michigan, obviously, we can't tell yet, but it looks fine. New Hampshire and Maine, those are like throw ups, anyways. Virginia, it's not going to win Virginia. Georgia, he's going to win Georgia. And then Arizona, we don't know. And Nevada, we don't know. Doing great in California. I can't believe it.
Yeah, let's see. Look at these numbers. Yeah, 39%. Almost 40%.
I hope Trump declares victory tonight. That'd be great. They'd be so pissed. Like he did in 2020.
I told my dad.
They're so mad.
I told Anthony and Rob what would be the greatest move is if Biden comes out and declares Trump victory early before anybody declares victory and congratulates him. That would be hilarious. He comes out with a MAGA hat on. He's just like, hello, everyone. Congratulations, Donald. I never liked her anyway.
Yo, okay, this is insane.
Let's go, Brandon.
This is insane. Okay, so let's zoom in on New York. In New York City, Trump is getting 1/3 of the vote. In Queens, Trump is almost at 40%.
Wow.
That's insane. Wow.
Goodness.
I was not at all expecting that. He might win, bro. Staten Island, he's up 65%. Staten Island. Dang. Wow.
Goodness, man.
It's really just like Manhattan that's kind of dragging everyone down.
Yeah.
So if of the 3 battleground states, which one do you guys think they're going to, or the 3 Rust Belt states, which ones do you guys think are going to get called first?
Wisconsin.
I'm kind of thinking that. Yeah. Because if you look at the shift from
they just called Virginia.
Yeah, it's called Virginia for Harris. Yeah, she's up 4%. I mean,
it's always the same story in Virginia but I mean, even 4, that's essentially we'll have to wait till the final totals, but Hillary won it by 5. So she's underperforming Hillary in 2016. So that's fairly indicative. And Trump's still ahead by 3 points in Pennsylvania, man. 3 points in Wisconsin.
What's reporting in? According to ABC, I've got ABC there. I got on my TV. It's on mute. They said that 80% was reporting, and Trump's lead was 194,000 votes.
In which state?
For Penn.
Oh, for Penn.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, as I don't.
Right now, he's got 214,000 more votes.
Really, in Penn?
In Pennsylvania.
Nice. He does. He does, according to Associated Press.
Mike Johnson is not ready at all. What do you mean by this? What does he mean by this? What does he mean by this?
They just called the Senate race in Minnesota for Klobuchar.
Well,
yeah, it's not that surprising. Man, Rob, you got to get out of that state, bro.
It is perfectly fine where I'm at. It's just that we're under the thumb of Minneapolis and St. Paul.
I was gonna ask you, do you think that Minnesota, like if Biden hypothetically would have stayed in, do you think it would have gone to Trump? And Waltz wasn't the VP choice?
No, I don't think
you still
so.
think you still think would have gone blue?
Yeah.
Dang.
Because no one in Minnesota likes Walz. So like that's not I don't think that's a factor.
Interesting. Okay.
Why did Kamala choose Walz? It made no sense. Should have chose Josh Shapiro.
Dun, dun,
Well,
dun,
but
dun,
she
dun,
Actually, I have the music saved on my stream.
What music?
That's great.
The
bar mitzvah thing.
like the Jewish one.
I always call it my favorite Nova Sordo song.
I don't know, man. Trump might lose. Really? Who in my chat is saying that Trump might lose? You guys are blackpilling like a bunch of monkeys. Like, are you dumb enough to blackpill when we have these numbers? I mean, you be cautious, but don't blackpill about it.
I think we're gonna get Wisconsin is gonna be called next. Because
are you sure? Because both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are 3.
That or Georgia. Like Trump is up by 3 in Georgia, and it's 95+%.
Yeah, but if they haven't called that yet, then there's a reason.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, let's take a look at this.
Henry
well,
County.
they have it in Lynch
County
County. It's Lynch County.
It's literally. Oh, and Chatham County is at 60%. Both that's Savannah and. I could see him gaining a little bit, but
you have Clinch at 0%, Jones still at 0, Brooks at 0.
Been officially live for 5 hours now.
Dude, that's impressive. You should have been here earlier, Wagner, because we were myself and Father Nix were geeking out about our. We were debating, not really debating, but like, who is the greatest Thomistic moral manualist in particular? Who is the greatest?
Oh.
And
on election night?
There's some time to kill, you know. But I'm translating Merkelbach's 3 volumes right now into English.
Nice.
And I was making the assertion that I think Merkelbach is, but we were talking about just how it's so tragic. So few know about him. Rip.
So true.
St. Alphonsus is the greatest moral theologian. I would say yes.
So true.
What I made a more niche question, which was more like, who is the greatest Thomistic moral manualist? So kind of like that particular category. And the thing is, like, again, just to be a nerd for a second, but like really until Prumer and Merkelbach, you just see mostly moral theology from St. Alphonsus onward in the casuistry stream, which is great. I'm not against casuistry at all. But to get back to the precision of virtue ethics and the actual ordering of moral theology according to St. Thomas was very needed.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the case Dr. Minard makes this point, but basically there's like a large degree of how do I put it? There's a large degree of like complementarity between the two methods, because when it comes to like the general formation and the virtues, that leads to plenty of general principles of moral action. But what's very important is having sort of particular applications, because the way in which humans learn is we learn general principles through applications.
Doing it, yeah, practical. That's why it's practical.
Yeah, and that's what casuistic theology is basically just a practical application of general laws.
Yeah, and we think very much so in a casuistry manner. Dr. Miner did an episode with my friend Tim Flanders, who I was actually very thankful back like a year plus ago when you called him out on his manual problem. I called him and I was like, my guy, have you ever read a manual? Or like, because you sound like Nouvelle Theologie talking points, like that. That's just
exactly
all it sounds like.
That's what annoys me the most. And Dr. Minard has, in many cases, expressed my own disdain on this point. But it's just like it. I hate these like trash, garbage narratives. You know, like people get these like meta narratives about the way in which theological history work. And it's just like completely not true, and it's uncharitable to a lot of very holy men of God who were extremely learned. And I don't think it's at all in keeping with prudence, just to assume like a meta narrative of just a bunch of people missing it. Now, that's why I like the sort of Gilson type stream. I really don't like the Paleotomist stream where they'll go on and on and on about how the entire Thomistic tradition, fell. It's like these guys spent their entire lives, studying and commenting on St. Thomas. It literally just doesn't make any sense.
Well, two things. One, you mentioned a good quote in that stream. I forget who it was by. Maybe it was by Gargou, but it was basically like, or maybe it was by Franklin, but it was basically like some of these men would go and devote like a whole summer to the treatise on grace. And I think it was Franklin in particular who would, maybe it was Franklin, but he would go and devote like his leisurely time to the study of theology. I forget who it was. I think it was Franklin though, but like all of his leisurely time that he was allotted to in the Jesuit rule to go and study theology.
Yeah, that was Franklin.
That was great. Dr. Minard, he's a close friend of mine. He's great. And the distinction that you made though, between like a Paleotomist and trashing on the commentators is Father Ketchett and Cuddy in the translation of De Revelatione in that 70-page introduction that he writes. Not known for being brief, I guess, but he says that in the post-conciliar era that more or less that they wanted to be called Thomisians. Like we're the real followers of Thomas, and we'll go by Thomisian, and Thomist was a bad word all of a sudden. So,
hey guys. Question. Yep. Can I bring it back to the election?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
You can. I'm just nerding out. I have Christian's like the only person my age I know who like actually studies interesting stuff. So
true.
What about me? Well, I guess you don't know me, I guess.
Yeah, you study history. We down with history. We're ahistorical. We're ahistorical neo-Thomists. We hate history.
Okay. Well.
Georgia Secretary of State just announced Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead and will carry the state.
Who's calling it?
According to
Georgia Secretary of State called it before any of the news stations called it.
They're like, dudes, please call it. Yeah, we have it at a 91%.
This is mega country now.
So
Smollett.
We just need an update. I'm going crazy here. I just need an update so I can pop the bottle.
We'll just call the election for Trump on Georgia for Trump. It's stupid at this point.
He's up, what, 5% of Michigan now?
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! If that crosses, if he crosses the 80 threshold with 5% up, I'm just gonna. Oh, with Michigan. Oh crap!
He's 4% in Wisconsin. With
4% of Wisconsin. If he crosses the 80% threshold and it's sufficient with the relation of all of the different cities, I definitely would call it at that point for Wisconsin. I mean, that's just basically insurmountable.
Still only 4%.
Yo, 4% in Maine.
Dang.
Wow, 4%.
4% for who?
Maine. Within 4% in Maine. Kamala's winning by 4% in Maine. Okay. Trump's got 3% up in Pennsylvania, 5% in Michigan, 4% in Wisconsin, and he's only losing by 8% in Minnesota, which is quite interesting, and only losing by 6% in New Mexico, which is quite interesting as well. And Arizona is just way too close to call. There hasn't been any updates in forever.
Yeah, it's still 50% reporting.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like super close.
They now say 90% chance of victory for Trump on the New York Times.
Mine has
Nebraska first district, nothing.
Okay, I got a question. Pennsylvania, the 18% that still needs to be counted. Where's it from? Wagner, this is your special.
Oh yeah, he's opening it up.
McKean,
Philadelphia's slightly below. Montgomery's slightly below.
Bucks County's only at 55.
But Bucks is Trump leaning, but it also has it has a relatively large population. Yeah, so Bucks looks like it's one of the biggest. It doesn't. It looks like there's some random like Cambria in the center, but that's not big population. But that's a lot. Trump. Erie is about the same as the average, but it's also not that big. Pittsburgh's all in. Westboro, okay. McKean up there. I mean, but that's Trump country. It's looking like pretty much
I mean,
pretty
his
much
lead might
Trump
grow.
country besides, Center County is really interesting. Trump is up by 5% in Center County, and it has 65,000 so far, and it's 83% in. So that's going to be a lot of Trump votes right there. I really can't see. Same with Adams County. Trump is 75%. There's only 57% in. York County, which I know York County actually. That's right near where I'm from in Maryland. Trump's at 53%. It's only 44% in. There's no freaking way he wins York County. Scullykill, Trump's up big, and it's 86%. Carbon, Trump's up big, and it's 79%. Northampton, same thing. I mean, really, the only like Kamala Harris is going to be Montgomery and Philadelphia County, which are only in the 70s. It's really not going to be able to make a big enough change.
No, that can't make up 220,000.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I'm really close to calling this, but I'm very close to calling this. I'm going to give it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll wait to call Wisconsin first, but Pennsylvania's getting really close to me calling it.
Remember what happened to those states last time?
Yeah, but the lead, Trump's lead wasn't like this though, and
No,
I mean it wasn't
Jeb
like
Bush
this.
will win,
And
guys.
there's so many counties that need to still be counted that are basically 75% Trump throughout Pennsylvania, with actually a good deal of people in it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it just kind of holds the line.
Wisconsin is 75% reporting.
Really, 76% for me.
Oh, really?
What
source are you using?
New York Times.
What site are you using, Wagner?
I'm using New York Times. I think they're using the same thing.
Yeah. So Milwaukee County is only 58% in right now.
That's the only thing that worries me right now is Milwaukee County. I mean, if there was a big dump with that, but Harris isn't doing great there compared to like something like Philadelphia County. Philadelphia County, Trump's winning in the 70s. I think it's like 76, but Milwaukee County, Harris is only winning by 66. Yeah. Not looking good for Harris. Let's just put it like that, I guess.
Trump is at 97% in Poly Market now. 97%. Man, oh man, I'm not going to bed, y'all, until we get a winner, unless of course there's some crazy crap. But I'm staying up.
Me neither. I mean, Pennsylvania's got a little bit of a drop, but it's still basically same. I wonder where the drop happened. Drop happened in I think Philadelphia County actually. A little bit of a drop. It's up to 78%. I think that's higher than what it was.
Bucks, we got about 3% more in Bucks,
and that's still holding Trump.
Still nothing from Nevada.
Dude, York, I'm telling you, York County is just gonna, it's less than 50%. Trump is up by 7% in York. I mean, that's going to be a big Republican stronghold right down into there. Adams County as well. Trump's up 75,
York, you said
up 50% over in Adams County. I mean, I've been to these places before. It's like pure Trump country. And it's Cambria County. I mean, that's a pretty small population, but it's only 21% in. Actually, no, it's not a small population, actually. But it's about tied right there right now. But
last poll dropped to 2 minutes.
We're just a bunch of dudes sitting here watching percentage points tick up.
Honestly, if it looks really like one of these Rust Belt states comes on, we need to turn on the Young Turks. We have to turn it on. Like, you know what I'm saying?
They're probably already in mass panic mode. They see the tide turning.
How could this happen? I need a real progressive.
I have to
just Catholic dudes against abortion. Real. Hey, what's up, Jeremiah? Jeremiah's a good friend of mine.
I'm extremely close to calling it. I mean, dude, to be fair, Wisconsin wouldn't be enough to call it for me because that would put Trump only at 261. But I mean, there's no way Pennsylvania wouldn't go if Wisconsin went.
Keep in mind.
Well, the thing is okay, if he wins Georgia and then wins Wisconsin, would he be over?
Georgia has 16, Wisconsin has 10, so that's 256.
Yeah,
You'll get 3 from Alaska, 259.
Dude, Republicans could win 56 Senate seats.
Haha.
That's insane.
That's
it's
a
like
legit
2008, but in favor of
wow,
Republicans.
Christian
I'd love to see
rivalry.
Obama's reaction to all this.
What the frick? This is the
Christian
red wave,
rivalry,
boys.
2008.
So
Yeah,
people are saying
91
right now, Sank is just bad mouthing Harris. He doesn't look happy.
Who is bad mouthing Harris?
What's his name from the Young Turks?
Cenk Uygur,
Yeah.
or Shank, or whatever his name is. I forget.
Yeah,
But
the Turk.
the Turk.
I mean, he is, right?
No, I know, but it's just funny because it's like when you're so Catholic that you hear the term "the Turk" and you just think
Oh my goodness, boys! We just got some news in.
Oregon. I think it was.
Philly won't release their numbers until the morning.
What?
Come on!
What?
Oh,
yeah, that's what my mom said.
That is so
That's
sketchy.
mom.
You know that they know how much they need now, so they're like, we need to come up with this.
Dude, they're 78% in. How would they even do that? Like they could have 100% of their votes in, and they would still
probably going to
lose.
get challenged though. That's
They're
the thing.
200,000 behind. How would you even do that? Yeah, they would only have about 100,000 left for my very tired mental math.
Yeah, they would have to get all the rest in Philadelphia.
Plus, I mean, some of those
Plus
counties,
another
like
100
York
grand
and
somewhere.
Adams, are super Republican, so that's going to
Yeah.
add on even more to the lead. It's literally they could get 100% of the rest, and it's just not going to matter.
Well, what about mail-in ballots?
Mail-in ballots are already counted. The big thing with mail-in ballots back in 2020, which they fixed, was that they counted all the mail-in ballots that came late. They were told this time around that they weren't allowed to do that.
Well, so the New York Times is saying for Pennsylvania that election workers are not allowed to start processing mail ballots until election day.
Really?
Yeah.
Thing, like whenever it very began. I think that's why. So where are you guys seeing this that it says the Pennsylvania mail workers?
I mean,
Was it a
look,
reform
Florida
change?
had
Yeah,
two hurricanes, and they've counted all their votes. I mean, if they can do it, anyone can.
This
Your
is all
mom
Anthony's
texted
fault.
that you, Wagner?
Yeah, that's what my mom said.
So
I trust my
Anthony's
mom.
I wonder what
Wagner's
she-
mom.
she
Source Wagner's mom.
Yeah, I was about to say, can we get
What's the house, guys?
Can we get a source on this question mark? No, actually,
yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Oh, they started to count in Nevada. It's
About
at
time.
2%. Trump's leading at 2 on. I've got ABC News on. I got it on mute.
Cardi B tweeted, "We need a Hail Mary."
Convert woman.
And then my friend quote tweeted and said she delivered.
Well, according to Wikipedia, the almighty oracle known as Wikipedia, it says Cardi B is a devout Catholic, which
So
is
Biden,
just
apparently.
yeah. Well, it says Cardi B defined herself as a practicing Catholic. Practicing Catholic, she makes songs like WAP and absolutely disgusting. Yeah,
Yeah, unfortunately,
that's-
Catholic doesn't really mean as much anymore these days.
Yeah, because of Cardi B and America Magazine and
Mm-hmm.
James Martin and Brandon.
Harris campaign no longer giving statements to the press.
Dude, I have a theory. Check this out. You want to know whose crack cocaine was delivered to the White House back like a year and a half ago? It was Kamala Harris's. You look at a lot of her rallies, she looks buzzed out. It was totally her. She's probably snorting down a massive line right now, freaking out. Nick, when are your midterms? I had midterms like 2 weeks ago. Trying to get that graduate degree. You know what I'm saying?
Wisconsin and PA have not gone up in a while in terms of reporting.
Oh, yeah. Just a tiny bit that I've seen.
You'll probably get another batch in though any second now. Honestly, though,
Any second now, boys. Any second.
Any second now, Trump comes out. I proclaim myself dictator of America.
Dictator of America. So true.
It's true. What I'm hoping for is that Trump comes out like he comes out. He does some funny lines like in 2016, but then he ends the speech by saying, "All right, I gotta go because I gotta go make a phone call to Putin and Zelensky." That would be great.
Gotta send a phone call to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, did you read, Christian, like his statement on to Netanyahu like 3
Yeah,
4 days ago?
I actually listened to part of your stream last night, and I found that to be very helpful when you mentioned that. Yeah, I listened only a part of it, so I didn't get the full thing. I just heard the story about your friend, and then a little bit about your responses to some of Nick's points.
Okay, apparently Philadelphia is 77% reporting. Huge lead for Harris.
Obviously, but it's the same exact lead, 77%. That's the same exact lead it was. Okay, they can't win. They can't win. It's 86% reporting. They literally can't win.
Where? Who's 86?
Philadelphia County.
That just
sealed the deal for them because look, they're 175,000 votes short, and most of the remaining counties to report are all Republican. I'm calling it.
All right. Can we?
I'm calling it. Calling it 270.
It is done. Christian
I'm calling it. Wagner's calling it. I'm the first. I am the first to call it. I'm tweeting it. From the Wagner news desk. Okay, everybody share it from the Wagner news desk. Okay, news desk. I have called the election. Donald J. Trump will be our 47th president.
Dude, I love
Should I tag real Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Dude,
tag Elon Musk. Tag Fox News and CNN.
Should
Fox News, get on your game.
Okay. Everybody go share that on my Twitter. I've called the election. There's no way Pennsylvania does not go for Trump. There's just no counties left for them to do. So it's game over for them, actually. Okay.
Dude, that's why I love Scholastic Answers. You get election coverage and discussions on
so true. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette and I'll come back and I'll pop open the bottle of champagne. Wow, this is
Wagner is calling it. He's actually.
I literally am calling it. Trump is going to win. Okay, there's no possible way for Kamala to win at this point. Wagner now that there hasn't been a significant.
Why haven't they called Georgia? That really bothers me.
It's been infallibly.
I've infallibly defined it, dude.
The Georgia.
I'm gonna pop the champagne and I'm gonna throw on Fox News and finish my bottle. Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
In Wisconsin, there's 100,000 vote lead.
Yep,
that's not bad. This is reminding me a lot of 2016, and the energy. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know.
I can't wait to wait for the libs to melt down. That's going to be in 2016. They melted down. You know,
it was too good. It was too good. But see, then it was like such a surprise. This one, like, I think the only like major surprise for people, like for the black pillars mostly. Yeah, 90% chance of victory, man.
Well, while he's gone, we can look at the abortion measures. So Maryland, Missouri, Colorado, and New York all voted to amend their constitutions to make abortion a right. Florida voted no. Arizona's probably going to be yes. Montana and Nebraska are both looking like yes. South Dakota, no.
Yeah.
Nevada hasn't come in yet.
That is sad. But it really goes to show you, like, the pro-life movement focused so much on Roe v. Wade, which made sense, right? It was the big, block in the road that had to be taken care of. But now what the pro-life movement really needs to do is consolidate together and think of really good strategies by state, and go out and, like we talked about last night, go out and win hearts and minds. It can't just be about like, let's, try to shove like a constitutional amendment over it. It really, like, that would be great, but it has to be winning hearts and minds.
So they have officially declared that Republicans will have at least 51 seats in the
Great.
Senate.
We take the Senate. Yeah. Very good.
And what's the House?
Yeah, what is the House at the moment? 218. It doesn't look like it's not been called yet. So, dude, honestly, I hope we win or keep the House. Excuse me. I hope we keep the House. But honestly, if they lose, that was the Republican House to lose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it was just on them for being completely just disorganized, schismatic, if I can use that word on the stream. Falling apart.
So apparently, Young Turks they're already coping. Another liberal stream are complaining about global fascism. So yeah, things are going well.
Yay!
Dude, what kills me? Did you guys see the what is it called? The ad. I think it was in California, but it was like, it was for white guys for Kamala, I think it was. But if Republicans get control of everything, they're gonna ban your corn, And aside from the fact that that's just insulting to men, number one, you know what I'm saying? Like, men should be known for better things, in reality. But I was like, that you don't need to give any more reason to vote. That would be amazing. Like, we would love to see super based legislation like that, completely ban corn. But that's not going to happen. Like, that's just so far out there that it's the height of fear mongering. And if you look at that from that shift from 2020 to now, like, it's kind of indicative. Yeah, if Trump wins and I make a video tomorrow, I'm definitely gonna bring that up and be like, yeah, so the Kamala Harris campaign, the last hour, what was she running on? Guys, they're gonna take your pornography away. Come vote for me.
So you guys know Papist Melly on Twitter, on X?
Yeah.
Named Melly. She's like, North Carolina went red. I bet Lottie is crying right now. You guys know Lottie?
Oh yeah.
The ex-Catholic, ex-pro-lifer who had an abortion, and she's a pro-life activist.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we covered that. Yeah. I didn't know it was in North Carolina though. Interesting.
She's like, someone check on her. She might invent a new reason to be oppressed overnight. Whoa, Melody, slow down. I love Melody's zeal,
Oh man, I don't know which one I
They're
think.
not calling anything on ABC yet. They're showing Pennsylvania where they look very worried. It's 86 reporting. Ooh, the lead has gone down a bit. It's still 167,000 votes. I would at least like 100,000 vote cushion, because you know these pieces of garbage are going to try to cheat, and if it's not close, they can cheat, as Hugh Hewitt said.
Yeah, it's kind of like Wagner said though. I mean, like, if we're at 87%, like, how much more can they really use when you still have some really good counties? It's like, I mean, we have York County, which is only 44% in. What else do we got here?
York County's far right now.
Yeah, Perry County still it's only less than 80% in. Unita, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but Unita County, 81% in. Mifflin, 81% in.
Mifflin, that's where my family's from, actually.
From where?
Mifflin.
Oh, Mifflin.
Mifflin. Well, Mifflin, but yeah.
Have you ever gone and done taken a pilgrimage and done penance upon the sacred fields of Gettysburg?
I have been to Gettysburg many times, but never when I've been Catholic.
R.I.P. R.I.P.
Back in your old Anglican days?
Yep. Okay, so let's hope I don't absolutely
The real Catholics.
Okay.
Of course, Arizona is not moving an inch.
Okay, let's hope
I don't know.
destroy anything by doing that.
This is why Arizona, bro. What the heck is wrong with you guys? Like 53% still.
Such a red state.
Maricopa County has changed 1% since we last brought it up.
The their officials said it could take 10 to 13 days.
Let's go. It is popped somewhere in my
Right,
yard
with-
now.
With the pop, it is official.
Trump has won. We've taken total victory. It's completely unbeatable. And Trump defeats every woman out there. He is my hero for defeating women everywhere. In 2016, 2024, you know, a white Aryan man like Joe Biden, it's not surprised that he lost to him, okay? You know, it's a hard-fought race, okay? Oh, man. Okay, so this is it for me. This is it for me. Let me check up on everything.
Maricopa County is going to be 13 days. Like,
wow, that's crazy. Trump still got 4% behind.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Maine
surprise me.
votes. He's gonna lose
In Greater
New
Maine?
Mexico for sure. Nothing from Nevada still, which is crazy. Pennsylvania, yeah. Wisconsin's looking more and more like it. Minnesota, nope. But yeah, that's it, boys. I'm cooked. I'm absolutely
Yeah.
fried right now.
I'm
I've
done
been
too.
live for 5 hours and 31 minutes.
what is wrong with Pennsylvania? Where are they? So part of Philly is not going to call. I mean, they still have 100.
Well, that's not even confirmed though. Like, not to belittle Christian's mom, but it was just something she said. I want to see some proof that that's what they're doing.
Dude, you don't know. My mom has intuition. She has intuition. Yeah, they're not going to call anymore, and then like 30 minutes later, they call more.
I'm saying, like,
Mom. Sorry, Mom.
I'm like, what source is this, man?
So it looks like
where do you hear
Harris
that? My mom told me.
So it looks like Harris took New Mexico by 5 points.
That's what I had her in line on. Yeah, 5 points.
We still got Arizona and Nevada up for grabs. But of course, Arizona hasn't budged an inch. Freaking Maricopa.
Yeah.
Yeah, she officially wins New Mexico.
Poly market is up to 86%. Donald
It's
Trump,
down.
according to Christian Mario.
Oh, it's way higher. It's 96.7%. I have it live right now. 96.7.
Oh, really? Where? Oh, at
Poly market, yeah. Presidential election.
96?
Yeah, 96.8 for Trump right now.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, it's really, really high. So, Christian Mario, bro, what are you looking at? You sure you're looking at the right one? You looking at the popular vote? What are you looking at?
Well, that's what happens when you don't have the filioque.
Tonight. Destiny freaks out over Trump winning. Okay, I need to watch this. Freaks out. Okay, wait. Let me share my screen real quick.
I can't wait to see all the liberal meltdowns.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. You can have me up. Okay, Destiny freaking out.
I mean, they're still outstanding. Are they not counting them here? What's going on, Vadim?
Is that really his voice?
Why isn't Philadelphia counting votes?
Call him up.
Call him. Do we have contact? Hello, if you're watching the stream right now and you work in Philadelphia, we'll put you on stream. I'll call you. I want to know what is going on. What the hell is going on right now? Send me pictures. I know you're out there. I know somebody's listening.
Hey yo.
Pennsylvania?
It's a wonderful night to be a white boy. It's a terrible night to be a cock. Let's just put a line on that, Destiny. Total Wagner victory. Total Wagner victory. Total MAGA victory. Total Trump victory. Hail Trump. Hail our people. Hail victory. Okay, I am out. Wagner's out. Thank you, everybody. It was a nice one.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
I'm finishing this one off. Okay, champagne all around for the boys. Okay. God bless everyone.
Adios, dude.
See ya.
God bless.
Oh, that was great. That was great.
I think I need to go too, guys.
No, Rob. No, Rob. You two dragged me into this stream, and I'm the one who's like, we're staying here.
Bro, I went and voted.
I kind of wish they'd call a bit more, but it's like so close, but no cigar.
Well, what's just fathoming me is like they've not called Georgia, and Trump's ahead by the same 3 points with 97+% in. Call the thing. There's no way that like those three or four small rural counties, which are going to go for him, are going to tilt.
You got 120,000 votes ahead.
Yeah, so it's like, why are they not? I've called it, but New York Times hasn't called it still. We honestly should probably have like Twitter open though, just in case like Trump announces that he's declaring victory.
What's the popular vote? Actually, that would be good.
Right now, Trump's got 62.5 million compared to Harris's 58.5 million. So he's over 4 million votes ahead.
That would be just so epic. Rub it in. Georgia, I got 93% reporting, but it's over 3%. What are they doing? What's wrong with these people?
Called Hawaii for Harris. Unsurprising.
What is wrong with these people?
Ooh, Harris's lead in Minnesota is down to 4%.
Oh, with what reporting?
I was thinking that it was going to get within like 5 points.
Okay, that's it. I gotta go bed. I gotta go work.
All right, guys. Well, it was nice being on your stream for the first time.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Yeah, we'd like to have you on again, man. It'd be fun because I've seen a couple of your stuff here and there, so we should honestly have you on the stream.
Yeah, no, I'd love to. Yeah, just send me a thing on X. You're on X, right?
I am.
I'm
Me
on
and
X.
Anthony are.
Yeah, Rob and Anthony will send you one because they actually have followers, and I just have a hidden stalker account.
Okay, well, you can stalk my account if you want, Alan Rule. We just called Alan Rule. And then send
Everyone wants you to stay on, Nick.
Dude, I'll stay on. I'll stay on. I just don't know how to end a stream.
Are you logged? Does it show you the end stream button in the upper right?
Yeah, comments, banners, brand, private stuff.
No, right above that. Is there an end stream button?
Stream. Yeah, it says stream to my audience, so I don't know if I'd be able to.
You must not be logged into the account I gave you.
No, I am, because I've been able just to sign in every time, I think. So
like you haven't needed the link?
Yeah, no, I've not needed the link in forever. But I
Oh,
don't know
guys, everyone subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's Alan Rule. I'm a church history guy. I'm not a theologian. I don't read manuals. So
rip.
Well, either do I. So
okay.
Rip.
Everyone says they want you to stay.
Do you guys want Rob to stay? Everyone.
No, don't you? No.
Dude, what's so funny about this is that Anthony's like, Nick, please come on. I know this is a sacred night for you, but please. I show up more than I
He's
should.
the first one.
He leaves.
Wisconsin is 80% reporting Donald Trump still has his lead.
Rob, you have no choice.
I do have a choice. God gave me free will, guys.
He gave me free will. You can't force me.
What do you think is the next state that's going to be called for Trump?
I think Georgia. But like, it's honestly ridiculous that it hasn't been at this point. But then after that, I mean, all Trump needs is just one Rust Belt state and it's over.
I bet it's Wisconsin. If Georgia hasn't done it tonight, they're not going to. It sounds like Pennsylvania's not going to do it tonight either. So probably Wisconsin.
Yeah, because they know how many votes they need to manufacture now. They're like, all right, we need that number. Let's start mailing.
The thing is, though, it's just like, I mean, what do we have when it comes to the percentages around Philadelphia? It's like, I mean, they're all pretty heavy. Like, I mean, Delaware County,
88.
Montgomery, 88. Philadelphia, 88. Montgomery. Yeah, so they're all pretty heavily done. When you look at York County, it's still 45.
I'm just still paranoid because last time, 4 years ago, on this night, I went to bed thinking Trump won.
No, I understand. Hey, Rob, look at Erie County. 95%.
Oh, when did that change?
Yeah,
wow.
That's awesome. So 95%. So for people, again, Erie County is up by it's by the Great Lakes. It's the Northwest County. That is, it went.
What
Trump
website are you on?
New York. I'm on New York Times. I just zoomed in on to Pennsylvania. Erie County went in 2016 for Donald Trump, and it was a huge part of why he won the state. And then in 2020, that was a county that flipped back to Biden. And so this was kind of a consequential area that Trump needed to win. And with 95% reporting, he's winning by 2 points, which is pretty good. So.
Georgia. Of course, Arizona. Oh, there's a little. Oh.
It's officially reported Republicans have won control of the Senate.
Yep.
Okay.
So have they won Montana then? That's the one I'm. Looks good, but only 16% reporting. And what's the House?
House hasn't been called. Let's take a look here.
177 and 144. With most of them going to be Republican. Most of the remaining ones going to be Republican, looks like.
For the House?
Yeah.
When South Dakota gets one U.S. rep. That's kind of ridiculous, not going to lie. I'm like, what the heck? Rob is now the catacon. Real?
What? No. No.
That's our next shirt. Rob is the catacon. That actually does make that would be funny though, because you're the last one holding out on election night. Do you guys want a Rob is the catacon shirt?
No, because you know who's gonna have to make it?
You.
Rob.
But you can make it look awesome.
The Harambe catacon shirt did not do well.
Yeah, it was really niche. It's very funny, but it was very niche.
Yeah. If you weren't watching that 2 minutes of show, you'd never get it.
Exactly.
You know they're going to try to cheat, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, like Christian brought up, it's like, I mean, you'd have to print out a lot of ballots. And with Pennsylvania's like blue districts being pretty much done, it's like you have to print out a lot. And all he needs to win is Pennsylvania is done. Like, if he wins any of the Rust Belt states, it's done. You can call the race.
I don't know if this is someone just trying to get me to stay on longer, but apparently we might know Pennsylvania in 9 minutes.
That would be interesting.
Xavier Israel Matamoros. I hope I'm saying that right.
Someone's making coffee at 11:30.
That's what Rob should be doing. That's what Anthony should have done, man. He left us.
I'm hungry.
You know, if they hadn't cheated last time, Trump wouldn't have won this time.
That's true.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, well, hopefully they've learned their lesson, those sons of the devil.
Honestly, the fact that we're this close, like in the sense of like to knowing the presidency, and it's at least our time, Rob, it's not even midnight. Like that is kind of indicative.
It's average.
Yeah, but
right?
it's like it's kind of indicative to like, okay, this like we actually are going to know who the president's going to be, and there's not going to be just some massive all-out stop thing. Because it's like, I mean, I'm looking again at like these counties. I don't see where they make it up for. And then you also look like, yeah, they like New York Times has just updated 93% chance of a Trump victory now. Spencer Cox, Republican, is reelected governor of Utah. Okay.
It's gone down 93.
No, it's up.
I thought it was 96.
That was the.
It was 90.
That was the.
Oh, that was Polymark.
Yeah,
that was Polymark. Yeah, that was the betting one. This was the chance of winning. So that Nate guy,
I'm curious. I got ABC on mute here. They currently have 230 electoral votes for Trump and 194 for Harris. And Georgia's not called. They've called North Carolina. Pennsylvania's not called. The three in the Rust Belt aren't called. And Nevada and Arizona aren't called. And of course, Alaska isn't called yet. I don't think they've even called Maine. But
well, only 42% of votes are in Maine.
Can you, Rob, scroll down to that?
Okay, a guy says that CNN
comment. It's funny.
Is saying Trump's up 118,000 votes, Georgia, and there's only 100,000 left to count. Well, then it's well. Then why haven't they called it?
What are you saying, Nick?
I know, dude. Scroll down to that comment by that Nate guy. It's like immediately down. It's funny.
Another hour has gone by,
right.
but the story is still the same. Trump is favoring each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and we'll just have to wait longer to see whether maybe, just maybe, Harris will do better than expected in key Democratic areas. No.
Is that in the kill? Maybe, just maybe.
Counting is expected to extend beyond election night, primarily because election workers are not allowed to start processing mail ballots until election day. Well, election day is here.
That stuff, I think, that's been counted, I think, because when Pennsylvania started, it started off with a massive surge for Harris, and then it dropped down. And I think those were all of the votes that had already been counted.
I just have a feeling they're going to find a way to steal Pennsylvania. So I'd like some insurance.
I guess I'm just wondering, like, how, again, like you look at these county numbers and it's like, it's looking pretty airtight. I don't know where they get it from.
So if they, say hypothetically, they lose Pennsylvania. If they still get Georgia and Michigan and Wisconsin, they still win.
Yes.
Because that's 16. Because at 2:30 on the map I'm on New York Times, you got 16 in Georgia, 15 in Michigan. That's 31. 10 more in Wisconsin. Boom, 271.
Yeah, I think the realistic track, it's either going to be. So it's like Georgia needs to just be called. I don't know what their deal is, but then it's going to either be Wisconsin or PA that's going to be called next. And if it's PA, then it's over.
Look what Lori says. I'm afraid they will steal bigly, and that's a funny word, but yeah.
Well,
no,
I mean, here's my thing. It's like, I mean, if they they're going to try. But here's my thing. It's like there's so many people, poll watchers. There's so many lawyers now gun to this thing. And so that's why I'm like in 2020, we were just not expecting it at all. We were found taking a nap when the enemy attacked, and that's not the same thing this time.
Yeah. All our troops are on standby.
Yeah, like every Republican I know is just like, I hope they don't mess with this thing. I hope, they're going to probably cheat. So like everybody is glued to this thing. And golly, look at that.
Why don't they call Georgia?
Dude, I don't know what they're doing. It's ridiculous. They should have. I called Georgia a long time ago. Yeah,
but New York Times isn't calling it, and over 95% of the votes are in. The lead is 120,000 votes.
Can one of you guys in the chat tell me what Fox News has the Electoral College at? Because I'm curious if Fox News is going to call the election before the New York Times. That might be a thing.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Fox News has it 232 to 216.
232.
They have not called Georgia either.
What?
It's the neocon, Karl Rove, man.
Karl Rove. I don't mind Karl Rove, actually, in terms of like election strategy. Smart guy. But I'm curious, has CNN called it?
I doubt it.
They're waiting for everyone to go to bed, and they'll call it blue.
Yeah, no.
CNN actually kind of has called it
for what, Republican
Georgia.
Georgia, yeah.
Really?
No, they called it Georgia.
Yeah, they say Trump is 246.
Wow. Let's see. I have it at 246 because I called Georgia as well. So I'm about like if Trump ends up pulling out these 3 Rust Belt states.
They're saying Michigan might be the first battleground to actually be called.
Yeah, because they're not calling Georgia.
Trump's increased his likelihood of winning to 93, man. It was at 91 a minute ago, 93.
I can't what white Catholics are going to live with us, but I can't go on the CNN site because their site takes way too much bandwidth. It slows down my streaming.
Yeah, so CNN, less than 1 minute to go. CNN projection: Trump wins Georgia.
What do they have for Pennsylvania?
MSNBC called Georgia as well, John. Interesting. It's the most liberal pollsters call it. They're like, they're depressed. We want to go to bed.
There's this young lady that I had on my channel. She's like, Republicans everywhere, don't go to sleep, they'll cheat. Hashtag election PTSD.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stay up, bro. I fought for 6 months, like nothing else but to try to get this guy into office. And it's just like, I mean, we're so close to the moment he's gonna come down the escalator. Sorry to keep you waiting, complicated business. It's gonna be great, dude. And again, I hope he finishes by like, all right, everyone, I have McDonald's here for everybody, but I gotta go have a phone call with Putin and Zelensky.
I'd kill for some
interesting
McDonald's,
guys, but gonna go do that now.
So Pennsylvania's at 89 now, 80 freaking 9, and Wisconsin's been at 83 forever.
Yeah, Trump still has a 3-point lead in. He has a 4-point lead in Wisconsin.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so they're going to try to cheat. They're going to try to cheat in Wisconsin and Michigan like they did last time, but we're
We're all glued to it. This is the thing. Like everyone is glued to it. There's lawyers present. There's poll watchers present. There was already so many court cases in the last week and a half that, you know.
Well, and I think since that last election, like a ton of states passed like election integrity laws.
This is funny. Yeah. You're right. There was a lot of defortification. So there's still corruption. It's like, I mean, again, like if you guys go and watch my video, I said in my prediction that I thought Pennsylvania and Arizona would go to Trump with a big asterisk by it of being like, if there's not insane shenanigans. And you look at it, and you look at right now at Arizona, man, what is your problem? You are becoming the joke of the country. Still 53%.
Yeah, like can't they
It's
count?
ridiculous.
Like, look, Florida had their stuff in hours ago, and they had 2 freaking hurricanes freaking leveled their state, and they can still count.
Exactly. It's like when you put your on New York Times, when you put your mouse over Arizona, it sends officials in Maricopa County said full tabulation could take 10 to 13 days. It's like who is running that state, man? What a joke!
Like how
what a
hard
joke
is it to count ballots? In Canada, in my country, this has never happened.
No, that's what I tell people. It's like, you know, the night of.
Well, last time, in 2020 was the last time we didn't know the candidate the night of the election since 2000. And remember that fiasco.
So CNN says Trump team is moving people from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center.
That's the victory place, yeah. So one thing that's interesting to me, boys, is that Anthony brought this up last night on the stream, but he mentioned that Trump had said in some interview, I didn't see it, but I remember hearing about it, where Trump said, you know, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but we're way ahead. We're way ahead. We're going to win these Rust Belt states by 3, 4, 5. And it's like, I'm looking at him right now. And I'm like, all right, well, like, I mean, Wisconsin, again, he's like up by 4. PA, it's 89% in. He's up by 3 still. Michigan, goodness gracious.
They've called Georgia on ABC.
Yeah, and NBC called it, or not NBC, CNN and MSNBC called it too.
The New York Times still hasn't called it.
Freaking New York
Who's
Times.
behind their decision desk?
A Harris voter, most likely. You know what's funny today? When I was doing the last minute poll working, I was holding a Trump flag outside of our polling location. And, you know, as I said, I got like thousands of people literally just honking horns and having fun. But it was only like a handful of old ladies with butch haircuts. They were giving me the finger. It's like, stereotypes are true, man. They just are.
Cigar said this. They won't call anything because they are trying to figure out how to steal Pennsylvania and Georgia. That's right. Right now, they're figuring how many votes they need. They know how many they need. So they're like, let's get the mailing now.
It's too late, though, for Georgia. Like, it's called. A bunch of people already called it.
Yeah, but PA, though. Yeah,
but like, there's not that much left in PA. That's the thing. Like,
but they stole PA last time. That's what bothers me. They stole it last time.
Yeah, I don't know. You look at the shift. Look at the shift margin. It's all just major red, including down even by Philadelphia.
Well, last time, Trump won Ohio and Florida, and they're like, if he gets that, he wins, because no one has ever won. If someone has won Ohio and Florida, they always win until last election.
Yeah.
You know they're going to try to cheat. You just know it. Okay, 246. Basically, Trump needs 2 more states. Yeah,
in my model,
exactly.
Trump needs one more. They just need one more because it's like they've already called Georgia. So if they call PA, it's done.
Well, no, that's 19. So 246 plus 19.
If they call PA, we're at.
Because 246 plus 19 is still not enough. You need one of the Rust Belts or Arizona.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Or
Oh,
Nevada.
a representative for Kamala is speaking. Ooh. Oh.
Ooh.
That would...
Flashbacks to what was that weirdo's name?
John Podesta.
That guy who came out was just like, "We're doing great, guys." John Podesta. Podesta, exactly. Yeah, it comes.
Wasn't Podesta the Pizzagate guy?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah.
I know a friend of mine got blamed for Pizzagate.
What?
Rip.
Oh, they've increased Michigan to 60%. Again, huge lead for woo. Well, it's over 200,000 votes for Trump in Michigan. 60% reporting.
It'd be really funny if they called Michigan for Trump early. Like that would really be funny.
That would really piss some people off.
It would.
Oh, I think they got a representative going. Who is this? It's
I think they're just saying she's not going to make a statement tonight.
Yeah, every vote is counted, including all the ones you're going to make up to try to steal it again.
This is turning into 2016. Yeah, it's not going to work.
Yeah, it's kind of like in I don't know how well you know the whole Palestinian-Israel conflict, but oh wait, we're about to go to 4-4-4-4-4 right now. So it's kind of like in 1967, they went to bomb the Egyptian airfields, the Israelis, and destroyed the Air Force while all their planes were still on the ground. In the 1973 war, they'd go to do that again, but this time the Egyptians have a bunch of anti-aircraft surface-to-air missiles, and yeah, they're going to try to steal.
I'm sure they will, but I mean, like, again, I just don't really see the path anymore for that. Outside of course, like if they call Georgia, they call one or two of the Rust Belt states, it's over. I mean, well, Georgia's called. Like everyone's called Georgia. It's just the New York Times, pretty much.
But, no, they've called it here.
Oh yeah.
Look at
Why did they? Have to...
About time,
they have called it.
Yeah, but why the check marks? Why the lines?
Probably just because it's like they're saying like I don't know. Computers.
Wisconsin's still looking really good.
It is, dude. It's looking really good. So it's
Pennsylvania is looking good. Michigan's looking amazing.
I know. That's why I would really laugh if Michigan ends up being like the first one, because it'd be like, because I mean, of the three, I would argue Michigan's like the most liberal because of the Muslim vote, but they're really split three ways right now.
Well, I think they're going to stay home, a lot of them.
Yeah.
Because they know that both parties are full-blown Zionists.
Uh-huh.
Trump got Rhode Island down to 13 points from over 20 in 2020.
That's incredible, man.
Thank you, Mrs. C.
Rob's being a trooper. We appreciate it, Rob. Rob internally, though, like he wants to sleep, but internally he's just like, you know what? Seeing Trump come down that golden escalator saying, well, I'm back, boys. I'm back, boys. We're so back.
The victory speech. I can't wait for the victory speech.
What a night, guys. I feel like if we do one, I need to go back and just watch all the streams that I missed that I was going to watch tonight, because I love Anthony and Rob so much. They don't love me as much.
Young Turks.
Jack is exactly right. I'm trapped in the Midwest. Goodbye.
So true.
It's like slap my knee and be like, well, it's time to hit the road. Except I'm at home, so I can't do that.
How did Trump do in Massachusetts? I think he did like slightly better, but not by much. I mean, Massachusetts is a given. Like it's hyper liberal.
Yeah.
It honestly makes California blush red in comparison. They've still not called New Hampshire. It's funny. Like Kamala's only up by 3 in New Hampshire. It's really close. I don't know why they haven't called Maine's 2nd district. Like Trump is far ahead. It's by 11 points. At this rate, Wisconsin might get called before PA. It's coming up quick.
It is.
But the question is, why are they taking forever?
Well, I think
Wisconsin just went to 85.
Yeah, it keeps going
and
up.
Trump's lead increased.
Oh. They still have a 93. I think realistically, the reason that they're taking this long is, I mean, think back again to 2016. Like Hillary Clinton didn't come out because she was probably blind drunk, furious at her loss, and didn't want to come out that day. And that's probably the same for Kamala. Because, you know, like I don't want to be this guy, but I will. If Kamala was a man, she would have just called already and conceded the race. You know what I'm saying?
Or if she had any integrity, which we know she doesn't.
Exactly.
I mean, if you work for Joe Biden, you know, that just means you're a clown.
For real, dude. You guys are still here. Yes, we are, brother.
Yeah. Just imagine if Joe Biden was still the candidate.
I heard the conversation really shifted like a few weeks back to, you know, Biden would have been the more strong of the two candidates. It's really interesting to see, you know.
New York Times says 95% chance.
95 now? Dang.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Pennsylvania is at 92% reporting. The lead is over 220,000 votes.
That's great. Let's go, boys. If we get Pennsylvania, I'm calling the race. I'll do a Wagner.
Yeah, pop the champagne.
So if we get Pennsylvania, Rob, I'll let you off the hook. We'll call the race.
If we get Pennsylvania, yeah, we'll be
Trump's lead widen. Yes, sir.
Do you think they'll call
265? Yeah, and it's just like, okay, like I think so. Yeah, I really do think, dude. I really think that long term, again with politics, the Dems are thinking long term right now. Because it's like, I mean, here's the thing. It's kind of like this: fool me once, shame on you; fool me twice, shame on me. And it's the Republicans are just glued to looking for issues. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know. I think it would just be a strategic blunder, honestly, to try to repeat the exact same strategy.
Well, and again, they don't have the fog of war or the element of surprise. Like we're on standby.
Exactly. Pennsylvania,
our
any
troops
second
are on
now.
alert. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good about this. I've really tried to be like, I mean, everyone knows that I've thought that Trump was going to win, but I've just been really nervous all night. But or as I think Dr. Phil called it, he's like how do you call it? Like he's like optimistically nauseous. I think something like that. And I think that's the perfect way to describe it.
Okay. Ooh, this is good. Ooh. Georgia, they've called. Nevada. What it says that New York Times has an 83% chance that Trump will win Arizona.
Yeah, I think the question with Arizona still just comes down to Maricopa County, because let's take a look. Yeah, 56% in. They're going slow. They're going slow. And it's like, again, like they do have a massive population, but I mean, come on, guys.
So their forecast for the popular vote, if they win the popular vote, that'll be, if Trump wins a popular vote, that'll really tick them off.
It's
It'll just
almost 5 million. He's almost 5 million ahead.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the question then will become like, how much can California muster out to try to even the odds? I'm looking at Arizona now. Apache County doesn't even have one vote for Harris.
Yep.
It's Donald Trump and second place Jill Stein. I wonder if that's a glitch. Is that a glitch, you think?
I'm
Your
sure it's a
system?
glitch.
It has to be a glitch. If not, that's hilarious.
Two 220,000 votes. Yeah, no, it's looking pretty ugly.
Watch the
for
election. Well, the election gets called, Trump wins, and then all the states get filled in except for Nevada. Nevada shows up 4 days from now. Sorry, guys, we were at the casino. We're ready to work now.
Yeah, so New York Times saying right now, Pennsylvania is the likely tipping point. They say 85% chance it goes to Trump, and then you get that and Alaska, and he wins.
What does that mean? The most likely tipping point.
So they have this little. Let me
called
put it up on
again.
screen here. So they were looking at these 7 states and saying that Harris needed 44 votes out of these 7 states to win. Trump needed 51. Well, Trump already has these 32, right? So you add 19, and that gives you more. That gives you the 51.
Yeah, so what would happen is, so he gets Georgia. If he was to get Pennsylvania, right, that would give him the 19. And then Alaska would be 3. And then also I looked here, Nebraska's 1st district, which still hasn't been called. Trump is in the lead by, I think, like 5 points or something like that, 5-6 points. Oh, and also Maine 2, which he's going to win handily. So if Pennsylvania gets called, I think we can call it, because then it's just like, okay, rural northern Maine, where are they going to vote? Okay, they're plus 12 for Trump right now. Alaska, which is it going to vote? It's going to vote for Trump. The Nebraska district, more likely than not for Trump. And then if you have 85% in Wisconsin, and he's ahead by, goodness gracious, dude, look, I mean, he's ahead by 4 points. Yeah, I'm reading that right. 4 points. Dang. 85% in. Yeah.
He's ahead by 6 in Michigan still. Come on, just call Pennsylvania so I can go to bed.
Yeah, this will be. What's I mean, so I'm wondering, like, with Michigan opinion vote coming in, like swaying as much as they did with like the Teamsters and stuff. By the way, Poly Market, right? The betting odds 98.1% for Trump. 98.1.
Oh, that is some ugly odds if you're a Dem.
It is, yeah. She's at 2. 2.
120,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. Over 220 in Michigan.
Right now, Trump's only down 2 in Minnesota, but I don't think we're going to see a flip because we're at some of the biggest counties. Ramsey's not in yet. Anoka's not in yet. Washington County's not in yet. You know, they're all likely to be Harris.
Oh, they've started counting in Nevada.
5% in.
Trump is 71%.
Thanks, Alex. We have this guy right here. Large male. I'm a Teamster. Everyone I know went to the polls for Trump. Yeah, I mean, I forget what it was, but wasn't it like 64% polled or something of the Teamsters back a few months ago that said they were going for Trump? Where's your guys' bosses? We're all going for Harris. And we appreciate the donation, Alex.
So they say counting continues in Philadelphia, where there were, quote, logistical challenges.
Logistical challenges bringing in fake ballots, maybe. Cheaters.
But you know there's people like eyeing down there. Like this is one thing that gives me a lot of hope is like Laura Trump's in charge essentially of the GOP. What are people on Twitter right now? What is the I haven't been on Twitter in a minute. Let me see what the trends are. Do we have an update from Trump himself?
Pennsylvania key battles in Trump-Harris election. Okay, according to political polls, Harris has that was 4 hours ago. Latest.
nothing from Trump in the last 2 hours.
Gotcha. I just wanted to see what this is. What would have been really interesting. Let's say hypothetically Trump would have been imprisoned in Mar-a-Lago. He comes out and wins, but he comes out on ankle monitor, snaps it off. I'm back, boys. It'd be glorious.
Oh, where's Josh Shapiro? That would be glorious to see what he goes, because he just absolutely loathes
if that was
Trump.
if that was a Twitter like trend, that'd be funny. Where is Josh Shapiro? But just referencing like they gave up Pennsylvania because he's Jewish. He's ethnically Jewish.
Okay. 3 hours ago. Now that most polls are closed, local election officials across Pennsylvania, along with thousands of trained volunteers, have begun counting the votes here in Pennsylvania. Counting millions of votes accurately takes time. Every legal, eligible vote will be counted accurately, and the will of the people will be respected. Oh, go suck on a whatever.
What is it? LND to go to confession the way they treated Rob?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, Todd? We are improving Rob's life right now. Rob's like, Oh man. Donald Trump leads Nevada. What does that say? Nevada 56-42 with 18% reporting. Are they reporting it finally? Oh, they are reporting it finally. Look at that.
Oh, 17. Frick.
Yeah, it's going to go up fast because they were just waiting for the last poll to close.
And then Maricopa County.
Trump wins Nebraska's first district. Okay, so if he wins, then okay. If he wins, he's won the first district. So Nebraska is now off the table, done. Then if he wins Pennsylvania, that's 269. 269. But then he would only need to win the district in Maine. And
if you counted
Alaska, including Alaska, yeah, I include Alaska. But he could win the one in Maine, and it would be done.
We should start to see. I mean, not that Alaska really matters, but we should start to see the Ed come in now too.
Yeah, that's true. Nick and Al gonna need that perfect contrition. What sin can you accuse me of?
Oh, PA's at 93 now.
I think 5 hours, Rob. This stream beats our stream until we get a new Pope stream. Those were the days, Rob. We were young and bushy-tailed.
Man, what did that finish out the year?
Wait, pause, guys. They gave an extra one to so they gave the first district of Nebraska to Trump, right?
Yeah.
Harris, yeah, to Trump, and then the other one went to Kamala, so he gets 4 of the 5.
Yeah, because the first and third went to Trump, second went to Kamala. Maine, is he going to win that one? Looks like it.
I believe so. Yeah, that second district in Maine, he'll win because it's so red. It's gone from both times by double digits.
Nevada's at 68.
Those guys jumped out of the casino. They were like, "My bad." Well, the New York Times now has Trump as the quote very likely winner 95+%. So what is what do we got? So Trump is ahead by like 3 points in Nevada. Interesting.
He's got a 220 vote lead in Pennsylvania with 93% recording, according to ABC.
Watch Nevada get called before PA because they're getting their act together. My bad, y'all.
This probably breaks Josh Shapiro's 67%. That's insane. A few minutes ago, they were like at nothing. Now they're like, whoa, 2/3 of the states counted.
Polymarket is at 99% Trump. Who's the 1% person still betting on Kamala live?
Josh Shapiro, maybe.
I have nothing left. I may as well throw it all away.
It's close in Arizona. There's a 12,000 vote lead for Trump in Arizona.
I know, but then look, they're still at 54%.
Nevada's at 70 according to ABC.
But New York Times says it's an 83% chance that he wins Arizona. So I think all the votes that are yet to come in are likely Trump votes.
Yeah, because it's like a lot of them were early mail. And my studies say that Nevada and Arizona typically it's majority early votes, so we're probably going to get a ton of Republican election day.
These Harris campaign man will get some sleep. We need to wait until 3 a.m. to determine who won. Yes,
dude. The reason it's not that, y'all. The reason that they're not coming out is Kamala Harris is probably
unable to walk,
like a mix of. She's probably drinking a mix of gin and cocaine, and she's blitzed out of her mind, freaking out right now. You know it, bro. Nevada's
they're
abortion.
They're going to have to start calling swing states soon.
I figured that, yeah. The problem is, y'all, like the pro-life movement, man, it really needs to up its game. It really, really does.
Its tactics are outdated, yeah.
They're very outdated. Appreciate y'all staying up. Sorry, I can barely read them. I'm exhausted. Wouldn't want to watch anyone else, especially since y'all got me invested with this election for the first time. Hey, we appreciate it, man. It's nice to hear. I actually do like it when the audience does tell us like legitimate, like, like stuff how we've helped them instead of just the continuous trolling. So sometimes you'll break through with some like genuine charity, and I'm like, oh, that's nice.
This is not a good night for the Dems. Oh man.
No, it's
well,
not,
unless
bro.
they can pull up the deal.
But that's the like where at this point, like, oh man, like Trump, Trump, like 93% in Pennsylvania, man. Trump's still 3 points ahead.
And it looks like he's going to win Nevada and Arizona. It might be close. So I mean, they need to have 6 independent teams of cheaters, or 5 in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. Now they managed to pull it off last time, but again, fog of war has lifted. Oh frick! That Montana Senate.
And if
close.
what the heck? Sorry,
Wisconsin's at
if we get Nevada early, what is it? Wisconsin at?
It's at 87% reporting.
So if we get Nevada. Yeah, if we get if we get Nevada, then if Pennsylvania or Wisconsin's called, then we're done. We're done. She can't get any way. Dude, guys, we're coming in on, man. We're coming in on the end. Thoughts about the 4 years of the Biden administration? Put it in the chat, y'all. What is if you could only use one word or one phrase for the past 4 years? What would it be?
Let's go, Brandon.
I would say
that's my phrase.
I would say pile of crap. I would say something stronger, but I don't like to say those words.
Go, okay,
dumpster fire, senile, garbage, lethargic, trash, death. Slowly going broke. So true. So true, man. Gas prices. They're just. I drive a V8 pickup truck. It ain't pretty. It ain't pretty.
Gas prices.
Even
How
in
about
Texas.
ammo prices?
For real, bro. My bad. That's the real thing. Gay. Real. I wasn't planning on voting this election, but your video convinced me, Nick. I got 2 of my friends to do the same. Hey, thanks. That's awesome. Love to
Amen.
hear that, man.
Look,
It looks like
Peyton, you can go to sleep when I go to sleep, bud.
It looks like Trump is going to win every single swing state.
That's what I predicted. I thought he was going to carry all 7 swing states. I gave all of the other blue wall states, Virginia, New Hampshire, and Minnesota, and New Mexico. I gave those to Harris. Did I say New Minnesota? I'm sorry, y'all, if I'm just saying crazy crap. I haven't eaten since breakfast this morning. I've been literally just running on pure adrenaline this entire time. I'm going to crash. When this election is called, I'm going to crash. Not wake up for 9 hours.
Can't tell if this is an accusation or...
No,
no, it's about Joe Biden. Okay.
Yeah, the last 4 years. If you guys could describe Kamala Harris in one word, her campaign in particular, or a phrase, what would it be? I would say cringe. I would say cringe. Like what just genuinely offended me was the way that she made those videos for young men, because my entire life, and y'all know this out there, all of y'all, all you white guys out there, we get the world's crap thrown at us for just existing. And then when they're down, they want our vote. It's completely despicable, man.
It's like, oh, by the way, I know we've mocked you and scapegoat you, but now we want you to help us out. You know, saying, well,
exactly.
We'll go suck on the whatever
well,
you suck on.
Even in their video, I forget the line, but they had a line like in that really cringy White Guys for Kamala ad. It was something like, you know, we can do better, like, or we can redeem the name of white male. And I'm just like, I have no issue with the white race or white men. I thought cringe before Nick said it. Yeah, it's just been cringe, man.
Harris, that was
like the sad thing is, yeah, no, exactly. PA is at 90%, PA 19, Alaska 3, Trump reaches 270. Yeah. If you can throw these guys a couple of bucks for keep going, hey, we appreciate it, Mississippi.
I hope we're not burning through all of your discretionary spending money.
Bro, they know that they're about to make a ton more money now because the Trump economy's coming back. So they're like, hey, we have some spending money now.
The Keystone XL pipeline from Montana to my province was canceled on Joe Biden's first day in office. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Canceled
Yeah.
the permit. First day in office, he cancels the Keystone XL permit. Well, hopefully that gets restored.
Dude, Rob, would you stay up for that? Every dollar you stay awake, every minute you get $1.
$60.
Trump is leading with
no, that's less than a week.
Dang, man.
Why can't they just call PA?
They need to call PA, yeah. PA. I mean, but see, this is the thing. Like, no more money for Anthony. Dude, honestly, Anthony's missing out, man.
That's throwing in the towel if they call PA. It's kind of like, well, it was nice while it lasted.
Yeah. I think they know they're screwed, man.
Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. That kind of thing.
Exactly. You guys know that, like I said,
they're starting to count Alaska.
Yeah, exactly. So if we get Alaska and Nevada in, then like we're so back, boys. But you guys know Kamala's clearly she's probably on like a gin cocaine mix right now.
Well, no, she's trying to figure out what they need to do to cheat.
She's not.
I don't think she's capable of figuring that out at all, ever. So,
well, her campaign managers are whoever.
What really disappointed me about her campaign, and genuinely, without like memeing and like legit criticizing her, was the fact that I genuinely wanted to hear her policy positions, not because I wanted to vote for her, but just because I like the spirit of, actual political debate. And we heard nothing.
CNN says Trump to address supporters at campaign event soon.
Hey, let's go, guys. Let's go. Let us go, man. Alaska, the real steel. Don't trust them. Real. Coke equals the plan.
On ABC, they got Chris Christie doing a bunch of commentary. I got it on mute, but
Chris Christie, dude. What a joke of a man. Honestly, though, I found some funny internet like conspiracy theories back during the primaries where they're like, is Chris Christie secretly working for Donald Trump? He's like doing the worst TDS stuff he can possibly do to make that stuff look stupid. So maybe, I don't know. You go and listen to Chris Christie, like Trump roast Chris Christie specifically in the 2016 election. Absolute savage, dude. Like part of the reason that people think that Trump's different this time overall is because like the guy is 8 years older. So he's not like as energetic as 2016. You go listen to those 2016 debates, man. He just destroys everybody. It's like Rand Paul. He's like, I never insulted the man's look. And believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. I'm like, this guy could troll anybody.
Or Jeb Bush. All his scuffles with Jeb Bush. Those are just priceless.
Those were great, man.
It's like he said he would take his pants off and moon everyone.
Yeah. Nevada, 75% of the vote, and Trump leads by 5%. I was wondering genuinely on how much Trump would win because the early vote looked really, really good. Historically, like the polls have overperformed for Republicans in Nevada, but the early vote returns looked amazing. And so I was curious on what it was going to be. 93% for PA, man.
93 still. It's been 93 for a while now.
93, but he's 3 points ahead still.
Yeah, it's
very
over.
likely Trump. I think it's over. I'm gonna stay up though. If Trump's about to announce, like, speak to his supporters, man. Dude, low energy Jeb. He's gonna come out of nowhere, bro. He's gonna win this thing.
And I love how he had all the nicknames for people like
Lion Ted, Slow Energy Jeb, Little Marco, Crooked Hillary. Yeah, dude. Those were the days, man. Like, I mean, again, people have their like complaints about Trump now, but like so much of it genuinely is just like he is 8 years older. He's gone through so much more crap since then.
I remember one time. See, Ted Cruz was the only guy who knew how to debate Trump. At the end, he just didn't have the support, but he hung in there for a long time because he knew, don't sling mud. You get down to mudslinging, you're not going to outsling with Trump. And everyone fell into that except for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz was smart enough to know.
It was kind of impossible, though, for Ted because, I mean, aside from the fact of, like, the momentum, but, like, Trump does mudslinging so well that Ted Cruz doing, like, the Senate debate thing just did not, like, you listen to it and it feels like a politician talking to a normal person. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's a Canadian who just gave $50. I'm in Canada, and what happens in the U.S. affects us big time. So let's go Trump. I agree. Keystone for the win. Keystone XL.
Yeah, honestly, what does that say, Rob? Of the update? Oh, okay, disappeared. What we needed to figure out though, after this election, is who's going to be winning yours, good sir, in a year.
It's Polyev, unless he royally screws it up. The conservatives have this.
Yeah, it would be nice to see Trudeau go. Biden and
He's
Trudeau.
so unpopular now. If they say if an election was held today, he would not win a seat west of Toronto. He would not win a seat west of Toronto.
Look at the popular vote. Trump is winning 51-47. This is crazy, man.
28% reporting in Alaska. Trump firmly on top.
Yeah, he's going to win that by a good margin.
Wisconsin still at 87. Oh, they increased a bit. In Michigan, 67. Man, they're taking their sweet time. Maine, 59, but I don't think Trump will win.
What I'm interested in though is like when you look at Maine too. I don't know why they're being so slow, but like Dang, Maine 2. Look at Maine 2's numbers, like 116,000 votes for Trump. That's incredible, man. That's incredible.
All right, let's check the House.
Yeah, I'm curious actually on the House. Rob, what county are you in? Or do you feel comfortable saying that online?
St. Louis.
St. Louis? Okay.
This one right here.
Let me look where you're at. Oh, you're way up there, dude.
Yeah, and I'm like in this part of St. Louis County.
Oh, really? Dang, dude. You're almost in Canada.
Yeah, I can see Canada from my place of work.
That's crazy.
Really?
Yep.
Judy
but
says
it's like a 2-hour drive.
Where are you seeing this, Judy? Yeah, has Fox called Trump, Pennsylvania for Trump?
No.
Where are you seeing this, Miss Judy?
Oh yeah, they did.
Fox is called punt.
Yeah.
You ain't screwing with.
No, I'm not.
Can you bring
no?
Nope,
Fox
bring it
did
up.
here. Let me bring it up. Look.
No,
and that's the 2024 election, y'all.
Wait.
If that's the case, Trump predicted to win the battleground state of Georgia. They have it on the map, but like,
well, Georgia.
Are they calling it? Oh wait,
they called
they don't
it.
just have it colored in, do they?
Yeah, they got it colored red.
Probably. What is the one? But like, look at the tabs on the side. Is it called? I mean, if it's called, then it's done. Like the election's over for her. There's nothing more that they can.
Well, they've not counted
Fox.
Alaska yet. They haven't counted Alaska. That's 3, guaranteed 3.
No, I know, but the thing is that the math's not there for her anymore. Like she winning everything else, she'd have to literally just win everything else.
Grover Cleveland was not the
look.
subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have
We're back,
91 indictments.
We're so back.
Convictions, and there is
We're
almost
back.
nothing.
That's nice.
This feels so good. This feels so freaking good, dude. Yeah, no, I mean that's the election truly because like, man, guys, look, it honestly just takes everybody doing their part. It really does. Go to the Young Turks. I bet they're having a meltdown. Well, I don't know. Maybe is Anna even going to be working there anymore? She's probably internally like, yeah, serves you right, you bums.
Yeah, she's like on probation, I guess, because she's started to do a bit of independent thinking. A bit, just a bit. She's still fairly dumb.
Just like this
Trump headquarters. They're at the Trump headquarters on ABC.
You want to bring up the streams, Rob, like on Fox or something, so we can, because he's probably going to come down any second now. Yeah, I'm sure Destiny is literally
Thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where the vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet, what this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962.
This is the
remember the
greatest
famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore."
all time.
No one could have imagined after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye,
Man, he's
was a
got
man
some
who
old.
was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so
Rob, do you want me
energetically,
to let you go now?
ruthlessly, fiercely, and with
I kind of
more
want to hear him
joy
talk
than
at this
Kamala
point.
Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like.
Trump stopped 2 women
That
from
he
getting
was
into
able
the
to
presidency,
accomplish this. It
boys.
is
2
nothing short of
psychopaths or
astonishing and
are out.
amazing. And also, I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager. Very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, you know,
Hitler
last
got
night
elected, didn't he?
at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, and basically you can just write America off, like America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true,
Says
although
the
I'll be
millionaire.
surprised tomorrow if there's a big like line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities like leaving the
As long as
country
they
as they
don't come
said they
to
were going
Canada.
to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a
Oh, look who
huge
wants to stay up
to-do
now.
list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about them in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess.
Probably gonna win the
Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. The revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to
everyone that has Anthony's number, we need to text Anthony and tell him it was stolen.
Anthony, they got me.
Wisconsin is at 88, and Trump's lead is increasing.
Let's freaking go, dude. I don't mean to gloat, but to all you black pillars out there,
sorry,
I can add myself back. For all you guys out there who are roasting me for months, victory tastes sweet, man.
It would have been one thing for him to come back.
You just got to get out there and actually do the hard work. That's what I was talking about for months, man.
I mean, his party lost.
CNN is kind of coping at the minute. They're saying less than 1 minute ago, they said magic wall analysis. With Trump taking North Carolina and Georgia, Harris needs to win Pennsylvania.
Yeah, no, they're coping hard. It's over for her.
Well, she does need to win it. She's just not going to. So
yeah, that was the thing. I said in my election prediction, I said she has to win all three to win, but she's lost one, and it's the big one.
After say January 6th, and then you're looking at
Hey, thanks, Taffy. Love you, bro.
States where Donald
But not in the way that you want me to love you. Sorry, Taffy.
I can't believe he has a 6-point lead in Michigan. That's beautiful.
I know, dude. If Michigan ends up being like the biggest of the blowouts, that would be very funny.
We had hostages in Iran. We have hostages.
Hey, I appreciate it, Alchemist. Watching Nick commit to this for months amidst all the blackmailing is a true victory. Good for you sticking to what you believe in, mate. I appreciate it, bro.
Have had enough of. What is your impression?
I honestly, I just genuinely believe, this might just sound like kind of corny, but I do. Like, Trump does say all the time, like, don't ever give up. Fight as hard as you can for what you believe in. And for me, I just can't stand good men sitting back and doing nothing. I am generally a more melancholic, private person, but I just knew that I had to do something. And that's why I just told everyone, I said, just get everyone you can out to go vote. I'm going to work my butt off to make sure he gets in there. Hey, thanks, Tom. I appreciate it, man.
To understand that the people have spoken.
I'm just curious now, like, decision desk saying 270. What's the other state, Marcus, that they're calling?
I wonder what Juicy Smollett is going to say about this.
Yes. Poor Jesse.
Is he going to get beat up again or something?
I'm gonna hire my Nigerian brothers to come beat me up again.
Making a normalization deal.
Oh, that was honestly maybe the most pathetic thing a person has ever done.
And his personal trainer purchased the rope.
Oh, so bad, dude.
There's bleach on me. There's bleach. Bleach.
Oh, decision desk
thing,
calling
that
PA
was so
last
ridiculous.
Yeah, that would put him at 270 right there. Even
Saved them tonight too, because
what I'm interested now is to see how much he wins the popular vote by. Like, is it going to be 2 or 3 points? Because again, like Atlas Intel had him winning by 2, but if he outperforms Atlas, that's amazing, man.
He saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model.
I want to hear Trump shout, "Kamala, you're fired." You probably won't do that, but that would be hilarious.
And it's self-corrected.
I just hope he just like, he's like, all right, y'all, it was a good night. Go get some McDonald's. I got to go talk to Putin and Zelensky.
It's 21% corporate taxes.
It's going to be huge. Yes.
Keystone XL.
Dude, that's the thing. Like, I mean, him just doing like drilling, that alone will help us so much. I hope Trump wins the popular votes. The libs can't complain about the Electoral college. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I was telling people, like, I love Ed Fazer. He's a great theologian. He does a lot of good for particularly neo-scholasticism. But I was really adamantly against his position on, like, if you're in a blue state or a deep red state, just not voting or voting third party. Because I was like, we have a chance of winning the popular vote. And if we win the popular vote, then we have a mandate to govern. And there you go. And also it shores up House races and stuff. So the whole purist, like, sitting on my horse thing just didn't really work for me. I understand, like, emotionally where people were coming from.
All Middle East about to straighten up.
Dude, the freaking world's about to straighten up. They're like, frick, this guy's back. He's back. Dude, I've never seen this.
Zelensky's going to be calling us wondering why his last check bounced.
Exactly. Oh, man. Trump's going to call Netanyahu on a cell phone. All right, BB. This cell phone didn't blow up, so stop what you're doing, man.
Big thinker who wants to create jobs, who is like
Bitcoin is up, so I can't afford this. Hey, appreciate it, man. Guys, we're gonna have cheap gas again. Let's freaking go.
They're saying the Young Turks actually seems happy right now.
Really? I can't wait. No, the meltdown compilations are gonna be glorious, man. It's just truly going to be great. Yeah, New York Times is stupid. They're being stupid.
Fireworks are
going
going
off.
off.
James, are you in
Should I-
Houston? You have the Houston Astros logo. You in
Should
Houston?
I go out and start just shoot my gun in the air?
Dude, I'm going to. I'm going to go shoot my gun in the air. We have victory, bro. I guess it depends on how far you live out in the country.
I could do it. I just aim it one way and it'll just land in the hill.
I'll just keep going, yeah. But yeah, thank the real Amish for
Okay. Pennsylvania is at 94 according to according to
the
New York Times.
New York Times is being slow and stupid for some reason.
Yeah, they were good, but now they're being.
What goes up must come down, says your wife, Senior Rob.
My wife's still awake?
She is still awake.
How much trouble am I in?
You're probably in a lot of trouble. Romania just declared for Trump. Real. I'm just trying to take shots at Canada.
Yeah, I know, and they'll be all for it.
Hey, I'm
We're in
all
a lot
for
of
it.
trouble.
Keystone XL helps us.
And this is so good. I'm not married, so I don't have to deal with that.
Where is Obama? I want to see Obama's reaction to this. 'cause he
Dude,
was
Obama.
campaigning.
Obama, he's probably just like, yeah, she sucked. That was probably it. But Biden,
Remember
I want
what
to see
Rush
Biden right now.
Limbaugh called Obama?
What did he call Obama?
He called him President Kardashian.
That's funny.
I miss the Rush.
Dude, me too, man. I grew up on Rush Limbaugh with driving around with my dad.
I know he was just brilliant.
It's so sad. Tim Pool, like a few months ago, he had a guy on his show that like mentioned Rush Limbaugh, and he was like, "Do you know Rush Limbaugh?" And Tim Pool was like, "I know the name. I know he's in radio, but I know nothing else." I was like, "Dang, there's just such that like generation gap right there that was really evident."
He's a legend, Limbaugh.
He is, dude, man. Those were the days.
There was in 2010, or sorry, in 2009, a few months after Obama got elected, when Republicans were so depressed, and Rush Limbaugh was like the only one hanging in there. A guy calls into his show. He's like, and he just ranting. It's like, oh, all is lost, Rush. We don't know what to do. Blah blah blah. And then he just goes on a rant, and then Rush goes, "Pull yourself together. We're gonna get him in 2010. Don't give up hope." The day you turn on this show and I go, it's Rush Limbaugh live from New Zealand, then give up hope.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I mean, honestly, that's what I was saying essentially this entire election. Like, go out and vote. Go bring your friend. Go bring a family member. Go do what you can. Go vote. Man, oh man.
New York Times, they're just too afraid. Why is everyone afraid to call PA?
They're just being
or
stupid.
Wisconsin or Michigan for that matter. Or Maine even.
Want
for
to try
that
refreshing
matter.
the stream, Rob? See if it'll come back
I
up.
don't know.
Won't you come down, come down. Cardi B. What a degenerate she is.
I know. They just have a bunch of degenerates and just talk about men getting corn. That was their closing argument.
All the money, then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has
You
said
agree,
that
1000%.
new
1000% appreciate it.
President Trump,
Appreciate
if he
it.
gets to 270, which we expect he will.
Yeah, honestly, we all need to be thanking the Lord Almighty because we probably just witnessed the prevention of World War III.
After the last election, of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of.
Oh yeah, the Dems are gonna freak out. They're gonna burn Wendy's down. So go get your McDonald's now, y'all. It's gonna get burned down this week.
Even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project though Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz,
Rip Rob.
state's governor there. That takes it up to 267.
Okay, now call Wisconsin.
Again,
Yeah, I know, for real, bro. Just call Wisconsin at this point.
President of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
Look, they have not given Alaska to Trump.
Yeah, they haven't yet, but they're going to. They're going
That's
to.
three. That's the three he needs.
Yeah. Plus, there's the one in
Picture
Maine.
what life could look like with Vivgart Hytrulo. a subcutaneous injection that takes about
Want to mute
30
it,
to
Rob?
90 seconds. For
Oh,
one thing,
probably, huh?
could it mean more time for you?
I was just thinking just in case we get copyright or anything, but
True.
I'm so freaking happy, man. I'm so happy. It was just I fought so hard. And so I'm just so happy, man. Man, oh man. So really the question then therefore becomes like, okay, now that the race is done, like if they can't rig PA, they're not going to rig the rest of the states. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's done.
True. Yep.
And so it's just like Trump wins. What's the next for them? You know, I think it depends on how much he wins the popular vote by. If he ends up winning by like 3 or 4 points, that's pretty big. Like he's winning. Yeah. Nick deserves a wife after this. Yeah. I'd like to get married one day. Essentially, nothing else I want more.
They still haven't on ABC. They still haven't called PA.
ABC
Either as CNN, either as New York Times.
They're all being stupid, man.
They're like, tell me you have something up your sleeve, you know. Let's see what Michael Corn said. This Canadian apostate Catholic, who became a very left-wing Anglican priest who supports sodomy and all that stuff. He hates Trump, and
Nick
he hasn't
wasn't.
updated his Twitter yet.
No more Fox, guys, please. No, we're doing Fox. Just gotta watch. Although it keeps buffering, man. I don't know what their deal is.
Trump campaign headquarters is in West Palm Beach.
Rob, are you sure you don't want to go to sleep? I feel kind of bad now keeping you since it's essentially over.
Yeah. Since it seems to be in the bag, I think it's time to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay up and watch on my own private stream, but not for all of y'all guys, but but yeah, I mean, I guess the last thing I'll just say is just like, this is indicative of what I'm just saying, you know, just never give up, always push forward, and victory can be yours if you just really work hard for it. And we've seen it tonight. Like this is the greatest political comeback in US history by far. By far. I mean, the guy has attempted to be killed, thrown in jail, you know, kept his name off the ballot, 95% anti-media presence. It's amazing. So with all that, we appreciate your support, guys.
Yeah, thanks. We've had 7,700 views.
Wow.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Live streaming.
Hey, what's up, Matt? Showing up late. Wonder where the lady that
he shows up at 12:42.
Hi, Matt. God bless.
That's funny, man.
So, guys, if you guys ever want to collab, just let me know.
Yeah, no, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. We'll Rob and Anthony will message you, or I'll get Christian's number from him. Your number from Christian, or your contact info from Christian, and I'll message you.
Yeah. Do you want my phone number, right? Well, I don't want to give it a live stream.
We've done it before.
Yeah, but I've got some enemies out there, so
I'll let Rob and Anthony message you because they're the big ones on Twitter.
Anthony sets up most of the collaborations, so
yeah,
and he does a good job.
Yeah. All right, cool, boys.
Yeah, this has been fun. Thank you both.
It's been very fun. Thanks for having me on.
Everyone should go get some sleep.
Yes, sir.
I should.
Well,
Bye.
see y'all later.